disciplined by Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's going to fall.
Battlemaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome everyone. Yesterday we got to take a look at EU. We saw just about everything that we could see. We got to see how the meta has evolved over the long break that we had all the way since BlizzCon, after all the patches have been added, all of the new gearing has been added, and we got to see quite a few upsets as well. Set the stage for Championship Sunday for that region, but it is time to take a look at North America, and then we will be all the way ready for tomorrow to see who the best from each region is. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and I am joined by the lovely Supatees, the brilliant Zico, and the sexy Venruki. Hey guys, how you doing today?
Amazing. It feels great to be back. Yesterday we did EU. Today we're gonna cover the Superior region, of course. I'm excited.
The Superior region, yes, indeed. We also made some of the predictions yesterday as well as to who we thought really was going to do well in this region. And I'm really excited to kind of share with everybody at home what this bracket does look like, because we had some pretty clear ideas of what we thought was going to happen yesterday, but there were some upsets. For anybody who did potentially miss yesterday, Venruki, what were the biggest upsets to you?
I mean, just the fact, if we're talking about the European tournament, the biggest upset to me is that we saw Wildcard Gaming go down to the lower bracket. So we could run into a situation on Championship Sunday where Method Black goes down to the lower bracket, and then it's going to be Wildcard Gaming and Method Black battling it out to see who can actually make it to the grand finals. And I think that'll be the first time in a long time where those two teams haven't made it to go head-to-head, which is kind of interesting, just to really show the level of competition so far this year.
Yeah, now you can take all of those nuggets of European wisdom, tuck them into a different corner of your mind. You'll be needing them tomorrow, but today the focus is going to be on North America. Let's take a look at that bracket. And Supatees, let's start to talk about some of the teams that we do have here, because it's similar to what we saw in Europe, with a lot of teams that not only we're familiar with, but we expect great things from, and then a few other teams that we might be a little bit, we might have some questions about, to say the least. So Sid, walk us through some of the squads that we do have here in North America.
So in 2020, I feel like the standouts at the moment are Cloud9 and Space Station. Those two teams in particular, at the moment, I would assess them as like the tier 1 on top right now. Obviously, that can change throughout this tournament, and I think there is a good chance that it will, but going into it, I would put those as my top 2 contenders. And then the ones that could upset them, or most likely upset them, one of them might be Rudimentary, which is a team of players that have come together. Magnus in particular on the Arms Warrior could definitely get a lot of carrying potential in. That team is sort of the newcoming team that's come together that I have my eyes most set on, because they have the meta and they are also good. If they are able to beat Method Orange in the first round of the upper bracket, then I feel like that sets them up pretty well for a deep run overall in the tournament.
Yeah, this is a team, Zika, that I feel like it's kind of been one of the ones that we're talking about the most before we get into the day, like just amongst ourselves. What's your take on this squad?
I'm super excited to see how they do, because they have a lot of players, you know, that kind of we've been hyping up a lot. Like, for example, Zach. Like, in my opinion, he was one of the rookies of the year last year, and you know, seeing him on his main, the Holy Paladin, and then being able to pick up all of those other alts and even playing DPS. It's been fun to watch Zach, and it seems to me like this is, you know, kind of an all-star roster between, like, you have, you know, the healer that's kind of multi-class, then you have Magnus, warrior expert, you have Majidin, you know, mage expert, and then you got Valido. He can play a melee, he can play you know, that DK, that LA shaman. It just seems like they have all of the meta comps, they have the individual skill to back it up. My big question is, do they have the synergy? It's still a pretty new team. So far, they've been doing well, but I think some of these other established teams that have been playing together for a longer time are still going to have a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, you know, like a super group of musicians, right? Like every now and then you would have like a band, and the band would break up, and you get the guitarist from one band, the drummer from another, and you're like, yeah, they were awesome when they were in that other band. They were probably the best even at what they did when they were in that band. But when they come together, are they actually going to be good? It all comes down to synergy. Are they going to be able to actually pull this off and make those compositions work? We'll be finding out relatively quickly, though, but we are going to start off today in the lower rounds, so we're going to get 2 elimination series to start off the day. There were so many teams that we actually did have signed up to kick off these tournaments. We were talking about it yesterday, like hundreds of teams, and we chopped it down to the top 8 before we started stuff yesterday for both NA and EU, and very quickly today, we're going to chop it down to the top 6, and by the end of the day we will have our top 4, and then tomorrow we're going to figure out the best team from both NA and EU. We're starting things off with Turtle versus Unitas, then we got Kawaii versus the Golden Guardians. We only got room for 2 of those teams, and then we jump to some of those matchups that we talked about in the upper side of the bracket where they can actually afford to drop down to the lower side of the bracket, and then after that 2 more elimination series, like I said. Now, are there any particular matchups, Ben Rookie, that you're like, I can't wait to watch this one, this is kind of my key matchup of the day?
I wouldn't say there's one in particular I'm really excited to watch. Honestly, they all look good. The lower bracket in particular, I think, are going to be really, really fast-paced, kind of exciting matchups. With Turtle, you have Dillypoo and, you know, Cyfoxy, Gex, a Jungle Cleave. So typically Jungle Cleaves, they're really, really fast. They get in your face, do a lot of damage. You have Unitas primarily playing that Rogue Mage Priest, so right away starting off with a very explosive matchup. And then, of course, you have the Golden Guardians. Everyone knows them, the boys. Absolutely loved and adored for playing Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman and playing a really, really hyper-aggressive playstyle. And keep in mind, there are going to be some changes coming to Gushing Wounds, which is a big boost in damage next week, but this weekend, it is completely unchanged, so I think those 3 teams are going to really try to take advantage of that, and it's going to be interesting to see if Kawaii can kind of hold on, but we're going to have to table that discussion for a little later on. We're going to have to focus up on Turtle versus Unitas.
Yeah, they're already in the Grand Arena. We're going to be following the same format that we always do watch. And just so you guys do know, since Venruki did bring it up, I know a lot of you probably, while you're watching, are probably farming your echoes, trying to maybe get your versatility amps before those do run out. But everybody on the tournament server is going to have full access to all of those corruptions. They're going to be geared perfectly already. And we are going to see that perfect gear go head-to-head as we jump down into the arena for our first matchup for NA. It is Turtle versus Unitas. We are going to see that jungle going into Rogue Mage. Let's get these gates open.
Latin America and Australia, New Zealand come together in the team of Unitas. Oxygen, Aiden, and CMD will be running the Rogue Mage Priest composition on the side of Turtle. Reigning from North America, Dilly, Gex, and Cyfoxy playing jungle. Both of these compositions are intensely fast-paced, especially when going head-to-head. This will be quite a treat to start North America's first tournament off. Dilly immediately charging to center field, looking to find a target with the flare. Will he find it? CMD dodges the flare, but Dilly grabs combat from Oxygen. This will deny the sap from the Rogue Mage Priest. A very important crowd control, as they are likely running that Gladiator's Spite Trinket.
Yeah, we'll have to see who they decide to set that up on. Aiden looks like he's going to be going after Dilly very early on at the Polymorph on Gex. This could immediately be the aspect of the Turtle. Dilly has to be careful. And it looks like he is going to be using the Raid Defensive Trinket from Nihilotha, and that will keep Dilly alive. But at least Unitas gets that out of the way early on. CMD under fire, but with a nice Temporal Shield, should bounce back up nice and healthy. But Dilly still just taking so much damage. Good control by CMD, interrupting Gex, Dragon's Breathing his next cast, and Dilly is now mind controlled. Oxygen doing a great job with those mind controls so far, and Unitas just seems to have all the pressure.
We saw an interesting use of blind onto the Feral Druid, trying to bait his trinket. They don't find the bait. Nice life grip on the bomb. Dilly pulled out of its line of sight effects, but Dilly has been taking a beating non-stop. Finally, some pressure towards CMD, but recovered almost immediately by Oxygen's pain suppression. Now Oxygen trying to wait for this freezing trap. He pre-barriers the freezing trap. Aiden's going to take a lot less damage if they go after him. It doesn't look like Dilly is really able to get back to CMD, likely using that aspect of the Hawk in the near future. Stunned up, unable to. CMD being penanced in the back line. Gex into a Dragon's Breath. This Polymorph lands. It could be it. Dilly's mind controlled. He's just dying to dots while mind controlled. Will he fall? Lingering Psychic Shell at 10% remaining health with that Vitality Conduit. picking him up back into the game, but Mana's not looking good for Gex. They need to get a Cauterize in an Ice Block onto CMD ASAP if they want to stay in this game. They just got it with this Freezing Trap. Do they get the Master Spell? Gex is interrupted instantly by Aiden. Good positioning, denying the Master Spell. They keep themselves in the game, and suddenly it's flipped on its head. All 3 team members of Unitas critically low on health, and Turtle keep turtling it out just a little bit longer.
A bit unfortunate there for CMD, having to overlap the Cauterize with the Ice Block, so no longer has that cheat death effect, and that can be horrifying. Dilly once again getting mind controlled. Oxygen, though, into a stun. CMD's in a lot of trouble. He's by himself. Oxygen caught into a full freezing trap, and that has to be the game. There is no way CMD lives. And Turtle, with a very, very aggressive push for the last 30-40 seconds of that game, do manage to take down CMD and put the first point on the board.
Welcome home to NA. It feels good. We got the fast games to kick stuff off. And Zico, I think one of the things that's been really interesting about jungle in general is the fact that, and it's been this way for a while, you typically, if you've been watching World of Warcraft for a very long time, you're like, okay, jungle is only fast. And then now it's been much more of it can be like a little bit slower, it can be a little bit more methodical, it can wait for some of these good goes to pop up. And now when we watch the EU jungle compared to this NA jungle, how different does it actually feel stylistically between the 2 days with 2 very good teams piloting that composition?
I feel like both of these teams play a little bit more aggro than what we saw yesterday in Enlight versus Diablos Red. I think in Enlight versus Diablos Red, they were playing with the Paladin, of course, as well. So there's a little bit more cooldowns that the jungle kind of have to go through compared to the RM Priest. But still, I liked it. They both played a really aggro game, and I think they did the jungle did a really good job punishing CMD on that mage when he wanted to go for the polys. They did a good rotation with the Gex, Prem, and the Cyfoxy's interrupts, and then when they didn't have anything, they just focused all their damage onto the mage to kind of push him back. And the first time they did that, they were able to get the Ice Block. Second time they did that, they were able to get the kill. So I think the jungle, they're playing really well right now. And also, it's very fun to see Gex competing because this guy is like one of those kind of ladder heroes that you don't see often in tournaments, but he's super good on that Priest.
Yeah, now my other question is just overall for the day, because we haven't fully kind of dived into discussing this. This is before we get into Ashmains. Obviously, we will be heading there for our second map. I expect to see potentially the same things from these squads. But when we do actually talk about corruptions, there have been 2 basic routes. You pick either stack all the versatility in the world and become an undying god, or go for full gushing wounds and hurt undying gods potentially. While making yourself a little bit more vulnerable. Do you think in NA we might see people go more towards that gushing route, Venricky, or do you think versatility is still going to be the side of the coin that we go to more than not?
I think it really depends on what class you are and what matchup it is. So, I mean, if you're a class that's not going to be targeted very often, or you're very survivable, so a good example, is an Assassination Rogue or an Unholy Death Knight, more often than not, you're going to find these classes using Gushing Wounds, because even without the versatility, they can still survive and hold on for quite some time, and that added bonus really can push through the bonus versatility, like you said. So the compositions that kind of require that bonus damage to actually win the game, I think they're going to have to take those risks and go with Gushing, whereas the compositions that can kind of just live, and if their win condition is just living and surviving goes, that's when you're going to see them really try to implement versatility, just live as long as they can, and eventually squeak out a win through consistency.
Sid, I heard something catch your eye.
I was looking at the gear that they were wearing to figure out what they were all wearing, and all the fire mages in EU were wearing a Battlemaster trinket and then a claw. CMD's actually wearing the Lingering Psychic Shell, even though it's an agility strength trinket, just because the on-use effect is so good. Even though he's a mage, he's actually using that as a defensive option, which makes sense because if his healer gets freezing trapped, he can activate that, absorb some damage, and it's only a 1-minute cooldown, whereas the Battlemaster I think is 1.5, so you get it every second freezing trap rather than every third freezing trap. But he's running full gushing. He's not running any verse. So he's wearing a tank trinket, but he's wearing full gushing. So is Aiden. They were all wearing... Oh, no. The priest, Oxygen, was running versatility. And then Gex, I believe, as well, was running versatility. Both priests are running versatility. Dilly was running gushing. Survival Hunter is a weird spec because you actually can't afford to run. You normally can't. I guess Dilly actually was, though. he was running the Conflict and Strife Major. You lose a huge amount of damage to get that, but judging by his ability to almost barely survive, I guess it did make a lot of sense for him to run it and just lose out.
There are a lot of interesting things to talk about, especially when you talk about actually the real estate of pieces compared to the corruption budget and where you want to try to get your damage, where you want to try to get your survivability. But now let's see what all that gear actually has to say as we touch down into the second game. Turtle leads by 1.
Let's see who Unitas decides to open up. It looks like they're going to be going after Dilly once again. Early fear on Gex. Nice setup. Dilly down to around 50% health. The Vitality Conduit from Gex should easily be able to bounce his health back up, though. That was a Dark Archangel push from the team of Unitas. CMD now under fire. Uses the Temporal Shield, trying to survive, trying to hold on to that Cauterize and that Ice Block. Can he? Oxygen has to use something. Trades out the Vitality Conduit. Just such a strong essence. And really just bounce your health back after a big, strong go from the other team. And because of that essence, both teams should be fine in the opener.
All right, both teams recover through the initial exchange. Gex is behind on mana, but a freezing trap on Oxygen could turn this game on its head almost immediately. Oxygen just spamming mind control. Cyfoxy being pulled away. Dilly jumps over to interrupt the mind control and get his Feral back into the fight. He fakes out the premonition. He snipes out the freezing trap. They're pushing towards CMD, but Dilly gets intercepted by Aiden. It's all Cyfoxy. Can Cyfoxy force the Cauterize? He can. This is a ferocious Feral Druid you don't want to mess with. Now bashing the healer, pushing for the block, and he's not going to block. Cyfoxy hard carrying there at the end of the game. Dilly was doing his best to make his way to the target, but he's fortunate to have Cyfoxy and Gex to back him up. This is insane damage coming out from Team Turtle.
Yeah, it really is, and thankfully we have a lot of mages to actually break down what happened there. I don't main a mage, then Rookie. So what is the idea of trying to hold on to your ice block for the next game? Why would you try to save that cooldown for the next one?
No, I mean, a lot of different factors could be at play, right? Maybe he mismanaged his global, maybe his healer said, you know what, you're going to be fine, don't ice block, and then a little micro CC hit. You know, lots of things can happen. It isn't always the mage's fault, Rich, but one thing is for certain is I do find it really interesting what Sid said, that he's running full gushing. Because I can't help but feel like in a matchup like this, both priests are going through mana relatively quick. It seems like maybe gearing a little bit more defensive if you know you're going to be the target could be smart. Like I feel like CMD could get so much value out of versatility if they're only going after him in this match, and it seems like they're able to put out a ton of damage. So maybe they need a strategy change.
Yeah. Just TLDR, I will say, what I did here, it doesn't matter if you're a mage, it doesn't matter what spec you are, always blame the healer. Yeah, there we go. We got that covered. We just make sure everybody at home fully understands that. But yeah, I think, Zika, there are a lot of interesting things going on, like Sid pointed out, trying to preserve that corruption budget and maybe use that more for damage, and then falling back on things like lingering psychic shells, which is a drop off of N'Zoth if you haven't actually stepped into Nyalotha yet, to try to find that defensive utility. What do you think of some of those decisions, Zico?
Well, I think that as a fire mage, you probably just want to stack max Versa, to be honest. Okay. I don't think the gushing is it's not doing enough, because it's so hard for the fire mage to actually land the crowd control here. So I think a lot of the time you're kind of just relying on staying back, trying to survive, and then after you've survived the setup, you can kind of look to push in and land something. I feel like every time CMD tries to do that, he kind of just dies. So I think I gotta agree with Van here. And yeah, I think I would rather see 2 offensive trinkets and full Versa than full offensive gear and tank trinkets, to be honest.
I was just reading chat now. Obviously, we have like a little bit of delay between chat and us. And then chat, I just looked at chat. The first thing I see is, it's Soda's fault, ? But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I do think that some tweaks could happen. We talked about this a lot yesterday as well, Sid. Before we got into this current meta, a lot of the times when we were talking about tweaks, the only thing that we were talking about was like, can they maybe bring something else? Can they switch up their composition a little bit? Now you have to think about corruption. You have to think about different choices in the gear in a way that we didn't really have to before. I feel like Azerite was kind of the main focus point, right? If you were going to change up some stuff, but now there are just so many factors. Obviously, everybody's going to be skill cap when you're this close to the end of the expansion, so it's very interesting to see all of those little micro changes that you can make. But now the gates are about to open. This is an elimination series, and Turtle can win it here.
Well, what's crazy is everybody is playing Gushing except the Priest. Dilly's not wearing Verse either, and he's getting very low in a lot of these kidney shots, so it's a gamble between both these teams. They're playing to their aggressive play styles and natures, which is awesome to see. Gex gets sapped up. This is a great start for Unitas. They've not been able to get a sap in any of their games. They might just instantly win because of it. 3 stun locks onto Dilly. Lingering Psychic Shell at very low health. They've cut through it. They might get the turtle. They might just kill him in a Dragon's Breath. Vitality Conduit stabilizes him. He drops the freezing trap, now looking to push onto CMD. CMD wraps up to the top side of the balcony, healing himself back up with a well-timed temporal. Beautiful play by CMD. Now he's counter-aggressing Dilly, keeping him on the back foot. Any crowd control into Gex, it could be the end of the game. Aiden's trying to fake out the Prem on the blind. He doesn't want to get premonitioned on that very important crowd control. He's playing right next to Gex, but rooted off his target. CMD is just soloing Dilly. Full blind has been secured. Dilly is locked down in a stun. Is he going to be able to hold on to the turtle here? So low on health. They bomb him at 5%. He jumps out of the smoke bomb with disengage. Gex gets caught in a full polymorph. Aspect of the turtle is falling any second. Dilly, what are you going to do? You got nothing left. He just jumps to the mage, desperately holding on, but it's not enough. And Unitas strike back on match point to keep themselves in the tournament.
I love him jumping in at the very end there. You know, like the turtle's falling off, your healer's completely CC'd. You may as well jump in. It's just like that moment where you're like, oh crap, here we go again. Zika, let's actually talk about how Dilly found himself in that position though. There was so much pressure on him this time around. What changed in this third game?
Oh, they were able to land the CC and pull the trigger on Dilly, and I think the smoke bomb of Aiden was really big for them. They had, that setup in the start where they almost killed Dilly through everything. They forced out, Exil heal. They forced out a lot of defensives, Vitality Conduit, etc. And then towards the end, they were able to land another CC chain and basically repeat what they did. Turtle on its own just wasn't enough there for Dilly, and he ended up going down. And I think a lot of this is because both teams are gearing super aggressively. And that's why, anybody can go down at any point.
I kind of like it.
Except for the priests. Let's be honest, the priests are not pro. I would be surprised if we saw a priest go down in this matchup. But everyone else, it's a fair game.
I like it.
I like it too, right? I think one of the things that, not to talk too much about how we feel about some of the stuff, but I know the second that we saw some of the corruptions come out and they were doing big damage, it was just like, all right, people are getting hurt and this is fun to watch. It's just like, even with like different things where you see win conditions come out with some of the newer stuff, it is exciting to watch. And also, I think NA's been the region that always does err on the side of Zug, and it's great. Dilly's been playing really well. Let's talk about some of the other players who've been playing well, though. Super T's. Anybody really standing out to you in this matchup so far?
I feel like Unitas are sort of coming together a bit more now. I think they've realized how important it is to get sap at the start of the game. I feel like these other 2 rounds, they weren't able to get crowd control and Gex, and then it's just a game where they're playing around for a long time. The first game, they actually experimented. They tried blinding the Feral Druid. I'm wondering what they were really trying to get with that, because normally that used to be an old school strategy against jungle as rogue mage. You'd blind the Feral on his incarnation, and if he trinketed, you just killed him later, and if he didn't trinket, you got rid of incarnation. So it was a good idea back then. This time around, they just kind of blinded him seemingly randomly, hoping that he would like, I'm trinketing blind, and then kill him or something, and then they didn't have blind. And that's literally the best crowd control in the game in my mind. It's just a guaranteed 8-second crowd control, undispellable, and almost all rogue comps revolve around blind pretty much. So they threw that away in game 1. Game 2, they didn't really get a great start with crowd control, and then in game 3, they got a good start with crowd control, and they had blind for the healer, and they just immediately won the game. So they've sort of allocated their resources better now.
I really want to see, because Gex is running Relentless, I just want to see triple Gladiator Spite Unitas, go in, CC Dilly on his pet, triple Spite Gex, and try to erase his account instantly. I think they could do it.
Try to delete him straight off the tournament
I want to see
realm.
Spite.
We're going to have to see if those spites are going to be enough to do it. You heard from Super T's a little while ago as well. He feels like Unitas potentially pulling stuff together, but their backs are against the wall. A very volatile matchup, and just pulling it together will not be enough because Unitas cannot drop another game. If they do, they will no longer be in this tournament. Turtle going to try to close it out here as Unitas desperately tries to make it to a Game 5.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can do it. That last game looked really good for Unitas. Crowd control was definitely on point. The damage on Dilly was immense. Needs to be really, really careful. Gex may be having to use some cooldowns a little bit more preemptively on some of these setups, but we'll see if Unitas can have that same kind of start. Dilly had to use just so much in the opener. The lingering Psychic Shell is exhilaration down to 10% health, and it was just a nightmare for Turtle to catch up, back foot the entire game. So Turtle's going to have to defuse that opener a little bit better if they want to find victory here in game number 4.
CMD also switched to full verse last game, so I would imagine that he's still going to continue to play full verse. He was taking a lot less pressure. I think that was a smart decision. They don't get a sap, though, or a polymorph on Gex at the start. They immediately just go for blind instead. Are they going to spite him? Doesn't look like they're going to spite him. They're going after Dilly. Dilly knocks them away. Cyfoxy chases the mage to burst him down single-handedly. Can Cyfoxy get another solo kill? I don't think so. Temporal Shield should bounce him back into the fight. Gex gets polymorphed out of the sap. CMD blinks in to try and force aspect of the turtle. Dilly trades out with the lingering Psychic Shell, and it looks like that's going to be a big enough absorb for Gex to sit through the crowd control and pick him back up. Not nearly as many cooldowns forced off initially here from Unitas. They're going to need to pick it up.
Yeah, it looks like CMD, changing up his gear just a little bit. I mean, there's a huge pressure difference, and you can tell Dilly still taking a ton of damage from Aiden and CMD. The kidney shot into the mind control, trying to immune some defensive cooldowns. A full polymorph gets secured by CMD. Nicely done by Unitas. Great crowd control, great coordination, but it looks like Dilly will escape pretty unscathed, to be honest. And now it's CMD, who's completely on the back foot. Temporal Shield, a trap over onto Oxygen. Nicely done by Dillypoo to set that up. But it looks like CMD will be able to survive, and now it is Dilly in a full stun.
That was a sick harpoon. So he harpoons the priest, which roots him in place, then uses his knockback to knock the rogue away that tried to shadow step back to eat the freezing trap. That was nice play by Dilly. This is going to be the type of play that gets his team a win here in the tournament if he can keep it up. His priest is not very good on mana at the moment. Full polymorph on to Gex, sniped out. Dilly stunned up. It's 3 versus 1. Cyfoxy needs to assist. He stuns the mage, bursts CMD down a bit, but with that added versatility and conflict and strife, I never want to see a Drestagath into a stunned target. There's no way it's going to be more value than just using it while they're not stunned. Once again, trying to eat the freezing trap. They knock Aiden and Oxygen away. Aiden needs to eat this freezing trap, but he doesn't find it. CMD's going to hide at the boxes. He needs to line of sight Dilly. He's getting Drestagath. Big damage in from Cyfoxy. Cyfoxy chasing after him. Temporal Shield triggers. He recovers. Mana is starting to burn down rapidly on both sides, but there's still an advantage to Unitas. They make a swap over to Aiden. Yeah, I believe he is running the Gushing Wound, so he's not going to be nearly as tanky, but Dilly falls behind. Gex gets interrupted. Oxygen's moving in. He's looking for a Psychic Scream, but he gets intercepted by Dilly. He's snared up by the Tar Trap. They need to keep Oxygen away from Gex. Gex repositions, but now fully blinded. Everybody in crowd control. Insane pressure coming out from Unitas, and they're taking us to a Game 5.
Ooh, that Dragon's Breath to seal the deal from CMD, keeping Dilly locked down so he couldn't use Turtle, he couldn't use Exhilaration. Really nice plays coming in from Unitas, tying up the series.
Wow, yeah, I mean, I definitely did not expect to make it all the way to this Game 5 after the first 2. Zico, let's talk about what's changed in these last 2 games.
I think they've just decided to ignore the fire a little bit more. They're getting a little bit more value out of their blinds, and I mean, that Dragon's Breath was really dirty last game. That was a sick Dragon's Breath, because obviously it stopped Dilly from using that aspect of the turtle, Stunlock Ants, Dragon's Breath, and then you get a little bit of extra damage, and then he dies before he can access that. No Dragon's Breath there, he could survive. So I think they're just kind of heating up a little bit, and I'm excited to see it, because in some of the online tournaments that we had earlier, Unitas actually had really strong showings on this RMP. So I'm at least, even if they go down here, I'm glad that they didn't just get rinsed 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do go down, they've definitely shown that they're a team that can go toe-to-toe with this team, right? It's always nice when you feel like you're getting into the final game and you're 100% sure that it can go either way, but it's going to be a good game no matter what. Let's actually take a look, though, at some of the key moments that brought us to this Game 5, Zico.
Yeah, so this was just such a nice setup here at the end. They got the crowd control onto the healer, and they got the kidney shot over onto Dilly, and they had the damage to back it up. They got that Dragon's Breath there at the end as well, and I mean, there's not really anything Dilly can do. And another thing that I've kind of been looking at these games, there's 2 players playing Relentless. I feel like if they play Spite and they blind Dilly and just stunlock the path or fear the path or something, I think they can set up a kill with Spite on him. So I want to see them maybe look to incorporate it, but maybe they haven't practiced that much with it. I'm not sure, but I feel like they can cheese a win that way. Kind of just throw their opponent off guard.
Yeah, I think that's Venricky, how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, what I was gonna say is I feel like if we see CMD make the adaptation where he changes to versatility, I kind of want to see Dilly do the same thing. It just feels like if you're a target that's running full gushing, like there's only 2 targets, one on each team, and you're a target running full gushing and the other target is running full versatility, you're just inherently at a big disadvantage in terms of how much damage you're taking. So I think maybe that adaptation, I mean, in that game, I don't know if he was playing gushing. I assume he was. If he was versatility, he would have had time to get up aspect of the turtle. He would have had time to get up
Dilly was running it.
Dilly was all gushing.
Dilly was running full gushing, and CMD is running full versa.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you just look at that game and how close it was for Dilly to actually survive, if he had versatility, he lives. He gets turtle. He gets his exhilaration. The Dragon's Breath isn't enough to actually take him down. And, they could continue to push forward. Mana was relatively even. And they could have actually won that game. So I really feel like Turtle needs to make some adaptations on their gearing as well, because it just
to play devil's avocado for a second though here.
Sure.
If he didn't have the gushing, do you think that they would have had those explosive kills in the previous game? I mean, obviously it's very hard to be completely results oriented, right? Because that changes. I believe it's called the Butterfly Effect. It's a great documentary by Ashton Kutcher, but they really kind of go into what would happen on the alternate timeline if Dilly actually didn't have the gushing on and he went versatility. But do you think that they would have been able to find win conditions like they found in the early games?
Here's the weird thing about versatility is a lot of people, when they think of stacking versatility, they think it's like this purely defensive oriented option. Although, versatility doesn't show up on the scoreboard in some absurd way like Gushing Wounds does, it still provides you with a ton of damage. Like, there's a big difference between having 20% versatility and having 40% versatility in terms of just your raw damage output. So it's not like you're giving up all your offense completely by doing that.
Okay, yeah, very good point. Very good point. It's not like you're just saying, okay, I'm not going to do any damage because I went for versatility. You are still getting that flat damage increase as well as the survivability, which is one of the reasons why versatility is so crazy. And you should be farming echoes right now if you're watching at home, but
Definitely.
You're going to get to farm these echoes during an incredible Game 5 that starts right now.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Game number 5, fast-paced action. We're going to conclude it on Hook Point, the most aggressive map in the pool. You don't want to go anywhere. This could be over momentarily. Flare has been dropped, but it doesn't find anyone. Aiden is sneaking in. If he can find a sap, that will be critical to the early lead that Rogue Mage can develop. Aiden's moving in. Are they able to grab combat? He's not going for the sap just yet. Potentially, Gex has been able to find combat. No one else is out of stuff. There's no way he's in combat right now. Aiden peculiarly is just not going for a sap. They're just going to immediately get combat onto Gex. Foxy charging in, stunning the mage, preventing some damage, but Dilly's in a kidney shot, taking a penance to the face. Oxygen playing very far back, trying to avoid that freezing trap as long as he can, but already a polymorph has been landed onto Gex. This is devastating for Dilly with crowd control landed this early, a full blind out of it, and Gex is playing relentless. Dilly needs to keep himself alive while his healer cannot save him. He's managed to stay alive throughout the blind. Now freezing trap has been secured, it's time to get aggressive. Aiden intercepts him desperately, stunning him on diminishing return. Not exactly the most amount of value there, but CMD survives nonetheless. This is the first time that Gex has a mana advantage over that of Oxygen.
We'll have to see. Dilly getting low. Gex gets interrupted. Nicely done by CMD. A beautiful snipe, though, by Foxy, denying the polymorph. And now it's CMD. He pushes in really deep. It's going to be the pain suppression from Oxygen to keep CMD alive. But good pressure here by Turtle. Polymorph secured on Gex, but they managed to weather the storm. Dilly stays alive. Aiden actually under fire. And I kind of want to see Foxy and Dilly put some pressure on Aiden a little bit. He's running full Gushing Wounds. He's a great target. If he doesn't have evasion and vanish, he can definitely be taken down quite quickly. So going after multiple pressure points in the game is something I think Turtle is looking to do this game, and I think it's really intelligent.
I think Oxygen is a little bit shook this game. He's spending way more mana than he has the entire series, but it won't matter if they can just burst down Dilly here and now. He's got the Lingering Psychic Shell. That's going to be enough to keep pushing onto the mage CMD. This could be the Cauterize and potentially the Ice Block if they're not careful. Oxygen life grips him to try and eat the Freezing Trap. They knock him away with the Root. Beautiful combination of crowd control. Master Spell on the block. Cauterize going to trigger on match point. Mind Control secured by Gex for the game-winning crowd control. Turtle pull it off on game number 5. They are not going to be shaken, and they stay alive in the tournament.
It's always interesting, too, when you do have, in a matchup like this, a team that's able to start off with that 2-0 momentum, and then it looks completely equal in those 3 games, and you go, okay, it's so volatile. If it goes to game 5, it almost feels like it is a complete 50-50 in a lot of ways. Zika, when we actually watched this game, did it feel like it was a complete 50-50 to you? Did you feel like Unitas had some real chances to win, or did Turtle really manage to pull ahead here like they did in the first 2 games? Mm-hmm.
I did it again, man.
Okay, chat was literally going, Zico, your mic's muted, and
Before.
now I'm not even sure if you've said a single thing all day today.
Yeah.
No, this was the first
What if Zico's been muted the entire?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Zico, so just to catch
How many
everybody
times
up,
do you guys think
I'm gonna catch everybody up on everything that Zico said. Zico said, "I love the AWC desk so much. Super T's, Venruki, and Rich are my best friends, and they're also some of the best World of Warcraft players that ever have existed." Zico, now thank you very much for saying that earlier today. I know that not everybody at home could have heard that, but now let's catch us up on what actually happened inside of that game, and catch us up on what happened in that series.
Well, so we saw Dilly actually did swap out for the Versa, and I mean, he was able to survive barely just because of that. And I think they just had a really clean CC chain there towards the end. They got the stun into the trap despite Aiden actually trying to take that trap from his healer. They were able to land that, so Dilly manages to snipe that one. Then they get the Master Spell on the Ice Block, the follow-up Mind Control as well from Gex there. Just super clean setup. And this is kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, but the jungle for sure should be stacking Versa, because if a match, you know, like the team that, if both teams would never go for CC, the team that wins is jungle. So if you have Versa and they have Versa and the game drags on, the jungle should win in the long run anyway. You could see it as well in the last game. Gex had like double the mana of oxygen, so I like that.
Yeah, I think that it was a really good point too, and it's one of the things that we talked about as a mind game as well, right? Like switching up those different corruptions in between series and how much impact that can really have. It adds an additional layer to what happens before the gates even open as well. But when you do look at, I feel like Dilly is someone I've praised for a very long time, and we can actually take a look here at the kill itself, Zico, and break it down. Dilly's somebody who I feel like I have hyped up for a very long time, have enjoyed watching for a very long time, but you start talking about players like Gex that you're saying, hey, we need to be paying attention to what Gex can do. Let's take a look at the final kill, though.
Yeah, so you can see the kidney on Dilly. You can see, you know, like the plays that are happening here. That he gets the trap towards Gex eventually, and as soon as that trap is secured, that's when the mage is, you know, completely on the back foot. Rogue not able to stop that Master Spell as well on the Ice Block, and then they get the Mind Control to follow it up as well. And I think towards the end, the mage, he CS'd something, but the Mind Control was still up, so I think he CS'd like the Hunter or something.
He CS'd the wrong target, yeah.
It happens. I don't think it would have mattered much anyway, because, you know, he was on 1% when he actually did press the CS, so if he got the Mind Control, he probably would have gotten shielded and just died at the same time anyway, but
Never
you
know.
Small display too. You never know. Ben is like, yeah, give it to him.
Just dwell on that. No, I don't know. I probably wouldn't have
Yeah, he
mattered.
didn't block, and now he's CSing pets. Get him, Zico.
You hit him with the old take it, boy. Just try to make him get all the damage that is possible. But we have to say, Unitas no longer going to be in this tournament. Turtle will move on. And also, people instantly in the chat started saying, Pika versus Dilly, Pika versus Dilly. That is not guaranteed at all yet. We actually also do know that if they move forward, it's actually the teams that move forward will end up needing to play the teams that drop down from the winners as well, right?
Yeah.
So there's a very long road to make something like that possible. The next matchup, though, is going to be Kawaii versus the Golden Guardians. So that's one of the reasons that people started to assume that that matchup could happen. Let's talk about this matchup just for a few seconds here. Kawaii obviously going to be a new name. Golden Guardians going to be a new name to people as well, even though they might know these players, Venricky.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardians, most players know them as the move, or most fans know them as the move, but phenomenal team. You have Jellybeans on Hunter. He doesn't get to play that often with this roster, but if Hunters are ever needed, he's definitely going to step up for this team. And then, of course, you have Peekaboo, WizK, and Absturge playing the Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman. They have shown some flexibility on ults, but I would say that still is their primary comp, and I really expect them to run that mostly in today's games, this weekend's games. And then for Kawaii, we have Ceralium, primarily a mage player, Brain, the Holy Paladin. I'm not sure if he's been playing other healers as well, but we do know him as a phenomenal Holy Paladin. Drake on that Windwalker Monk. And then actually, interestingly enough, we have Roasty on Rogue. And they have been playing some really interesting compositions. Some small surprises like Outlaw Windwalker Monk, something we've seen no other team play, but yeah, who knows what they have in store for us in this next series. I think it's going to be a good one.
I definitely think it's going to be a good one as well, and it sets up for a lot of the day. And I think we'd be absolutely remiss, Supatees, if we didn't bring up the fact that we're looking at squads that have competed on the biggest stages, already potentially facing elimination here in this top 8 tournament.
I mean, Golden Guardians are a BlizzCon finalist 2 years ago. I mean, BlizzCon competitors. This roster is a team that is phenomenal at Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. I would say they're the best in the world at Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. I don't think it's even a contest. But if it doesn't work, if that comp doesn't work for them, they're going to struggle. And they've always tried to make it work no matter what, which, okay, we can commend them on that. But at the same time, I would like to see more versatility from them in terms of what other options do they have. Can they utilize Jellybeans a little bit more? And get a different composition that's a bit more meta. Play the RPS when you know it's going to work, and then if there's a situation where you're just hitting your head against a wall, have an answer for that situation. That's what I want to see from them throughout the year here.
Plenty of stuff that we want to see, but we got to give them a few seconds to set up. We're going to be back, and we'll be jumping into that next elimination series faster than you can type an "ayaya" in the chat. We'll see you then.
CMD's Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Rise about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god!
My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, we have one more elimination series before we move our attention to the top side of the bracket, and in this next one, only one of these teams will be able to move forward in the tournament. It's going to be the Golden Guardians against Kawaii. We're going to break down what we expect to actually see before we touch down into our blind pick on the Grand Arena. I'm going to be your host. My name is Rich. I'm joined by Super T, Zico, and Venruki. Let's actually start to talk about these teams a little bit more in length. We'll start with the Golden Guardians. We've obviously talked about a lot of the accolades that this group has together. We've talked about some of the compositions that we know that they might bring. What do we think that we're going to see on the blind pick, Zico?
It's always hard to call with these guys, but I think what everyone wants to see is that Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. It's their main comp. It's what they do the best, and I think they usually like to lead with that. Until they get forced off of it. Even when they get forced off of it, sometimes they stay with it. So I would expect that to be the comp. And then on this side of their opponent, Kawaii, I would kind of guess for a Rogue Mage Paladin, to be honest. It feels like that's the strongest bet they have into the Golden Guardians.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. How do you feel about that, Ven? Do you think that sometimes they stay on that composition even after they've been forced off?
Well, for Golden Guardians, I think it's going to be Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman. One thing we did see in the earlier stages of this tournament, and something a lot of people have been experimenting with, is Paladins with the Ineffable Truth corruption. Gives you really short cooldowns on a lot of your defensive cooldowns, as well as your offensive utility like Hammer of Justice. I think Paladins in particular are strong against Shadow Priest as well, with the Shadow Reduction aura, so it actually just reduces all Shadow Priest damage passively. So I think it's likely we see Bring running the Paladin, and I wouldn't be surprised if instead of seeing Rogue Mage Paladin, we saw Windwalker Mage Paladin, and just try to out-pressure, survive the Golden Guardian onslaught. And I think with the Paladin, with the Ineffable Truth, that might be enough defense. So that would be my bet on their blind pick, but I've never actually seen them run it, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, I want to talk about Ineffable Truth just a little bit more, because we talked a lot about, even yesterday, what we expected to see. Today we've talked about corruptions a whole bunch as well. We talked about how versatility and gushing wounds are obviously what we expect to see in most situations, but I think we all agreed one of the corruptions that we were most excited to see, and we knew that there was real potential to see, was Ineffable Truths. And Super T's, for anyone who doesn't fully understand what Ineffable Truths might be capable of in this tournament, could you break it down?
I think really we're only going to see Paladin utilizing the Ineffable Truth. I don't think we're going to see many other classes. The Indomitable Justice Azerite trait has great synergy. It just increases the damage of their Judgment. If you have Ineffable Truth, reducing the cooldown of Judgment, you turn into a hammer bro, and you're just throwing hammers just the whole game. You can do insane damage. So it makes sense, and it's nice to see some of the players experimenting a bit more aside from just stacking all of the stat corruptions, because there could be other corruptions that synergize with other specs, but right now the Ineffable Truth, most importantly rank 1, if you're interested in buying it for your Paladin on the live servers, don't buy rank 2 Ineffable Truth, buy rank 1, save your Echoes of Nyalotha. I just saved you a lot of grinding. Make sure you buy rank 1, not rank 2, but right now that's the only class we see really steering off the beaten path.
That's actually the only corruption that goes that way as well, right? It's more fairly budgeting or taxing your corruption budget if you're rank 1, it's better to have multiple rank 1s than to go for those rank 2s, to go for those rank 3s, unless you're out of space and you're an absolute god and you have corruption on every single piece of gear. But yeah, get a bunch of ineffable truths, become a tally sub, hammers up, bros. But the gates are now open. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus Kawaii. This is an elimination series. Let's see who pulls ahead on the blind pick.
Yeah, so good prediction by me. I'm going to pat myself on the back for Kawaii's blind pick in this matchup. I think this composition is going to be really, really durable, and I think Golden Guardians might actually struggle to find pressure, but hopefully they can prove me wrong. We'll have to see what they decide to do. It's likely Peekaboo and WizK are going to be looking for multiple pressure points in this game. Cerulean securing a full Ring of Frost against Mind Control, Mass Dispelled immediately. Peekaboo taking a little bit of burst damage, but I think Cerulean and Drake, they're both going to be stacking versatility. You can see Cerulean's actually a Dark Iron Dwarf as well, so that's going to be a great racial to survive. Already getting the Touch of Karma from Drake, the Blind Sap onto Brian. And Drake is really low. Might actually go down. The Lingering Psychic Shell finally Brain in line of sight to actually get those heals and keep Drake alive, but that was a good offensive push there by the Golden Guardians.
I was not expecting the Golden Guardians to get this much out of Drake early on. All 3 members of Kawaii are running versatility, not even running the Ineffable Truth Paladin, really wanting to stack up that damage healing and damage reduction stat across the board. And right now, the Golden Guardians have great momentum. Every time they crowd control Brain, they get something from Drake, and that's great for their momentum. Right now, Cerulean shutting down WizK, polymorphing him on the Void form, removing a lot of burst damage. Well-timed polymorph. We see the Golden Guardians pulling back for a moment as they set up once again. Kidney shot on Drake, but WizK can't follow up with any crowd control on Brain. Brain is line of sighting it at the pillar, and now the kidney shot is over, so it's unlikely that we see WizK go for any crowd control. We're waiting for that next kidney shot from Peekaboo. The entire composition of the Golden Guardian is going to be revolving around Peekaboo. He's the playmaker, he's the setup, and then WizK is the damage to knock him down. Silence over onto Brain, but no stun onto Drake just yet. Catching the stun just a second too late, but regardless, it's another cooldown out of the way. The sacrifice from Brain has been drained.
Yep, Drake has been taking so much damage, but big burst on Peekaboo. Full polymorph on Absturge. That's going to be the Void Shift, the life swap from WizK to Peekaboo to keep him alive. Great offensive push here by Kawaii. Peekaboo now into the grapple weapon, but a fear over onto Brain. Cerulean and Drake rotting down just a little bit. Good counter aggression here by the Golden Guardians to stay in this fight. Kidney shot on Cerulean, but still with every defensive cooldown, he should be completely fine. If we look at mana right now, at just 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the game, both these healers are relatively even. WizK immediately using the Mass Dispel onto Absurge. Nicely done to back him up. That Shadow Priest utility. You can see a Mind Control right now onto Drake as well. WizK single-handedly shutting down that go by Kawaii.
Oh, full stun on Drake. Smoke bomb has been dropped. Can they burst him down in the stun lock before he's able to activate the Touch of Karma? They're pushing for it, but they might control him at low health. They're rotting down with the Psy Fiend, but it might not be enough. They bop him at such critically low health with that Lingering Psychic Shell. Another clutch setup here from the Golden Guardians. They've had Kawaii on the ropes. Only one real opportunity to kill Peekaboo early on. They're looking for another here on this push, and they do manage to finally net the Cloak of Shadows from Peekaboo. Kawaii fighting back in game number 1, lower bracket elimination round. The loser of this series will be out of the tournament. Another stun lock onto Drake. This is more so to buy time from Peekaboo. Peekaboo poking away at the Paladin a little bit here. Curious to see if they're going to set up a swap to him in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to look for it. He could become a vulnerability. At this point in dampening, I think it's unlikely, especially with the PL Cerulean and Drake have, but if we could see WizK get a double fear and a kidney shot onto Brain, they could definitely take him down. Hammer of Justice onto Peekaboo. Oh, beautiful Mass Dispel again. He gets the Dragon's Breath. He gets the Hammer of Justice on Peekaboo. WizK really doing a great job in terms of his Shadow Priest utility. And now you can see the damage starting to really ramp up here for the Golden Guardians. Brain taking a big hit of damage to Cerulean. Drake as well. Brain could honestly just have to use his Divine Shield here. Peekaboo's all over him, but he does manage to escape. Good backup there by Cerulean.
Brain got instantly dispelled on his Divine Favor, instantly dispelled on a Hand of Freedom, and had to use the second Hand of Freedom on himself. There's going to be limited mobility right now for Kawaii. That swap to Brain netted quite a bit and scared him. And now that they've seen the potential of that swap, the Golden Guardians could be looking to drop any target on the other side of the board at any time. They're waiting in the wings turtling up on the pillar for now, waiting for the next attack. Where are they going to engage? Peekaboo Shadow steps over to the mage Cerealium. He saves the kidney shot, cheap shotting instead. Who is he going to go with the kidney shot? Drake pulls away. We see Kawaii retreating now back to their side of the pillar. Mana is even between both sides, moving into dampening. 5 more seconds, and healing will start to be reduced. And in dampening, who do you think is favored, Ven?
Well, I mean, it seems like Golden Guardians in general just have a lot more pressure in this match. When you look at Brain, outside of his Avenging Wrath, everyone on his team is just dead. Cerealium now getting low Temporal Shield. He's running and hiding behind the pillar. Now they're swapping over onto Drake. The damage is absolutely insane from Golden Guardians. It's really adding up here. 2% dampening, full blind onto Brain. This could easily be cauterized or an Ice Block from Cerealium. Golden Guardians is looking to make an offensive push, and they are not slowing down. Full all in. Brain now into a cheap shot. He's used his ultimate sacrifice. Now they're going after Drake. There's just so much pressure from the Shadow Priest rogue at the moment, and Golden Guardians are really turning up the heat.
I feel like there's only about 10 seconds of this game where Kawaii, where I would say we're in a winning position. It's when they get that Hammer of Justice on Peekaboo and they've got a Polymorph on the Shaman. They've only been able to do that twice. They need to do it way more frequently than they are. And they need to make sure that they shut down WizK because he can disrupt it with that Mass Dispel. They interrupt WizK on Vampiric Touch. They're slowing down some of the pressure. They snipe out the Cap Totem with that Fire Blast. Good positioning. Triple leg sweep. Beautiful setup. Hammer of Justice on the Trinket. Everyone is locked down. Oh my goodness! That was insane damage onto Peekaboo out of nowhere. Kawaii, man, they don't hit often, but when they hit hard.
Well, that's one of the problems for Peekaboo. I mean, he's playing a lot of Gushing Wounds, and you can see that damage is really strong. But if you get caught in a stun and you don't have that versatility, you can go down really quickly. Cerealium, though, with the Temporal Shield, will barely keep him alive. He hold on to his Cauterize, but still just greeting it. Double Fear coming in from WizK, beautifully done. Nice crowd control. Is there any more for Brain? Doesn't look like it. He should be able to get the heals on Cerealium and keep him alive, but just close call after close call here for Kawaii. I have to see. They're going to have to find some counter pressure onto Peekaboo. He's got no trinket. The next leg sweep could be absolutely devastating. This could just be it. The full Hammer of Justice. Cross crowd control. Nicely done by Cerealium. Peekaboo barely holding on. He's got nothing. He's running. He's hiding for his life. Absturge in a position, though, to finally land some heals. Great job by WizK to keep him alive and actually get counter pressure on Cerealium, forcing out the Ice Block. Despite the fact that Peekaboo was so low, running away for his life, WizK manages to get the Ice Block from Cerealium. Really nicely done there by the Golden Guardians.
Oh, Psyfiend is up. They need to kill that Psyfiend out in the corner. Drake sends Zwin over to do it. Now Cerealium is dipping low. Sacrifice on the Hex. Cerealium still needs to dispel that immediately. Vendetta is rolling. Big pressure from Peekaboo. They grapple weapon Peekaboo, taking away his daggers, preventing damage during that critically high amount of burst damage from him. Combustion is coming up. Touch of Death is coming up. And I really feel like Kawaii need to win the game with those cooldowns. Otherwise, they're just going to burn out. They stun Peekaboo. They're pushing for it. Peekaboo needs to be ready to respond. Mind control on the Polymorph. WizK perfectly times it. We've seen some pretty insane mind controls throughout. Grounding Totem on the Polymorph. Interrupt on the Ring of Frost. Mind control on the Polymorph again. Cerealium absolutely getting destroyed. But inevitably, the Polymorph has been secured. They go for the Vitality Conduit, trying to stabilize. Evasion from Peekaboo. He should be able to stay alive throughout this assault. Triple Psychic Scream from WizK as they push for the kill. Purge spam potentially from Absturge here, taking off any blessings of protections. Desperately trying to push Cerealium over the edge. No Avenging Wrath for 15 more seconds. Brain has to heal through 21% healing reduction. He's holding on to dear life. Peekaboo is just trying to get back to Cerealium, but he's intercepted by Drake. Mind control again on the Ring of Frost. WizK's perfectly timing these mind controls, but Drake is soloing Peekaboo. Who's gonna fall? Peekaboo at 10%. Shadow stepping away from Drake, stunning up Cerealium. Absturge recovers him with the Vitality Conduit. Stun now onto Cerealium. Silence onto Brain's Avenging Wrath. WizK needs to get in position for a Psychic Scream. He's waddling over, but Drake intercepts him with a Fist of Fury, Turbo Fist Snare. Brain and Cerealium cowering around the corner as the Golden Guardians push forward.
Yeah, Golden Guardian's pushing forward, but Peekaboo has to be careful. There's been multiple times in this match where he's gotten so low. We'll have to see. There's a full Polymorph on Absturge. Interrupt on WizK. Nicely done. Peekaboo's in a stun. He's got the Trinket. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. He's going to have to use them. He trades out everything to stay alive. Void Shift as well. A huge overlap here by the Golden Guardians. And now WizK is the one that ultimately falls. There's no Dispersion available. He might have actually just died through Dispersion there. Too little, too late by the Golden Guardians. It looks so good for them, but one nice big setup there by Kawaii, able to force out everything. Big overlap from the Golden Guardians, just honestly greeting it just a little bit too hard. What a back and forth exciting game though.
Yeah, I mean, Kawaii and Drake just under pressure back to back, but they managed to hold on. And now let's actually talk about all of the setups that they actually had to take down this squad, a powerhouse squad that they are playing against, Zico.
Wow, this was such a nice game. It was back and forth, constant aggression. You know, when a game goes on to, you know, the 20-30% dampening, it's usually because two teams are playing super defensive. That was not the case here at all. You know, the Golden Guardians, basically from start to finish, full out aggression, and Kawaii, they responded well. You know, they had good defense. They, you know, disrupted a lot of the setups, and they were able to, you know, find a couple of big hits as well themselves. But I feel like this was more of an error on the side of the Golden Guardians with that live swap. Unfortunately, Whiskey as well had been playing such a great game up until that point. Hopefully they can just shake it off, because they were in the driver's seat the entire game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, even just like watching the chat alongside the game and just seeing everybody go like, WizK God, it's just like, yeah, always. One of the best players in the entire world at what he does, and just period. But the question is, what do we think the shape of this series is going to be, Zico? Is this one where we expect compositions to change, or do we expect a slugfest like that to just happen the entire way through?
I think Golden Guardians won't swap. If somebody swaps, it's probably Kawaii. They have a lot of, you know, flexibility on that roster, so I could see, you know, maybe a rogue tagged in instead of the Windwalker if they, you know, get smashed the next two games or something like that. So, but I think for the next game, we're probably just going to see more of the same, maybe a little bit smaller map. Actually, maybe they want to go for a bigger map.
Is there?
I'm not muted, right?
I have no idea, but I will say everything that you did say that I could hear was really intelligent. You know, I think chat might be debating you now. I think you need to double check everything yourself. I think pretty much every time you talk, they're gonna try to hit you with that debate. They're quite masterful at doing that. They are very masterful at coming in with those baits. But the thing is that I do want to ask you, Zico, are there any particular moments that we want to jump in on right now and actually put under the microscope?
Yeah, so, I mean, I just wanted to highlight again, it's so fun to see Whiskey back on the Shadow Priest. He had a monster performance up until that last second. You can see this is like, Shadow Priest, they don't have interrupts, you know, they don't have a kick. But this guy is stopping Dragon's Breath, Sheep attempts with his mind control. He's mind controlling people on low HP, almost securing kills because of it as well, a little bit earlier in the match. Unfortunately for him, that last Void Shift was a little bit of a misplay on his part, and it basically immediately sealed their fate. But I think, you know, just shake that off. He played a consistent game throughout, and if he keeps that level, I think it's very, you know, uncharacteristic that we see an arrow like that.
Now, then, I want to ask you, because I know that you're not muted, Ashmane's Fall, how's this map actually going to affect this particular matchup?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if the map really matters that much. Ashmane's Fall, kind of similar to the Grand Arena, maybe a little bit bigger, a little bit more open space, but I think if this is the map pick for the Golden Guardians, it's likely because Absurge wants to maneuver around the pillars, right? Like, he's going to have to use these pillars to avoid a lot of the incoming crowd control. They can also be difficult sometimes as the Paladin to run away. Like, honestly, I don't think this particular map is going to matter too much in this matchup. I think it's just a nice balanced map that both teams are going to be able to utilize quite well. And if anything, I feel like this map might even be better for Kawaii. Like, you'd think what Golden Guardians wants is a small map for Whiskey to push in and get fears whenever he wants. So it is a bit surprising to see the bigger map, but at the end of the day, like, I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Actually, I feel like, especially last season, this was something that they did a lot. They kind of just played the game back. They played behind a pillar on a large map, and then whenever someone went in, they would go after them. I'm trying to remember. You remember against C9, that one game, I think they beat C9 in a series, and the last game they killed Cubsy completely out of position on Ashmane's as well, and that was the same strategy. This is something they have done in the past, but I don't know if it's like the current play in today's meta.
Yeah.
I think this is a comfort thing, though, that we've seen a few times.
We'll definitely have to see. I think like that last matchup was just so back and forth really. I mean, we saw a lot of good plays from WizK. We saw a lot of good counter aggression from both teams. I mean, when they're on the back foot and someone's low, the best thing that they can do is just try to turn around the pressure, create your own go, get the crowd control, get the burst damage out, force them on the back foot, because that's why these teams are such high level players. A lot of the time you can get tricked into like, okay, we need to recover, like play defensive, we need to recover, get crowd control, just try to survive. But what you actually need to do a lot of the time is, okay, that was their go, we're alive, even if we're low health, we need to do something, like we need to start putting out pressure. And that's what we're seeing both these teams do a great job of.
Do you think that we might see any of the dance of corruption happening at all? Do you think that we could see, based off of what happened in the previous game, people trying to psych out the other person by switching up things in corruption, Vemriki?
I think for Kawaii, their win condition is just survive. Like, they're just consistent damage. You know, when the Windwalker Monk has his leg sweep, they can do big burst. Windwalker Monk damage is really, really buffed by having versatility. So that's one of the great things about Windwalker Monks right now is you don't really gain that much damage from going pure Gushing Wounds compared to just stacking versatility. Mm-hmm. So it's almost never worth switching over to Gushing Wounds as a Windwalker Monk. So I just think it's unlikely that we're going to see this team go Gushing Wounds. It doesn't really make that much sense. For Golden Guardians, it feels like they kind of do need the damage. Like, if they want to have the pressure we saw in that last game, they actually need to be running Gushing Wounds. So I don't think Golden Guardians plays into their favor to switch over to versatility, so I think it's very likely we see the same setups for both teams.
Sid, is there anything in particular that you want to see change, or do you want to just see Game 1 happen again?
Probably just see Game 1 happen again. I feel like WizK has the most interesting corruptions. He's like some Gushing Wound, a little bit verse percent, a little bit expedient for haste. Like, he's just going a tiny bit into everything. But the way that the percentages scale, I don't know if that's the best way to do it. What I want to see as a Shadow Priest, although maybe he just outright can't survive, but go like the full PvE build, just full haste crit, maxed out percent haste, insane cast time Shadow Priest. It probably won't work in a comp with RPS, but it's something that I want to see from a Shadow Priest, maybe if they run some sort of wizard setup in the future. But right now his build, I would almost like to talk to him, like what was he thinking when he was, what is he trying to get done with this, because he's got just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, the thing though with WizK is, like, we all know he's kind of a 5-head, right? If he's actually looking at something and trying to assess the situation, saying he's hitting like a soft cap or something like that, or he's getting a diminishing return on a stat, he would be one of the people that I would definitely have a lot of faith in to be doing that. But going for a lot of those different corruptions is pretty interesting, and I think you bring up a really good point, because sometimes you would assume that you would be hitting some of those soft break points, but with the way that it does scale, it does seem best most of the time to just slam it, just ship it, and just go all in on one of those amps. But we will see. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think it's sometimes really hard to quantify. Like, it's hard to say like how much value you get from, you know, a Mass Dispel going off 0.2 seconds faster that could just save your team from losing the game. Like, details can't really quantify how much value that has. So I think for some classes, you know, like Shadow Priest, like Mage, you actually do need, and Warlock, you do need a certain level of haste to actually make sure you're getting those spells off in a decent amount of time. So just all-inning onto versatility or all-inning onto Gushing Wounds, I think is a lot more difficult to balance as a caster class.
I think it's really interesting that Brain so far has been the only HPAL without any ineffable change. He's going full out Versa. The parties I was talking to in Europe yesterday said that they at least want to go for 4 pieces and get 120%, and that's supposedly some breakpoint. But we got an opener here. Let's get it, boys.
All right, stun lock onto 2 players, but no follow-up crowd control from the Golden Guardians. Brain repositioning away from WizK, but silenced. How much can they get from the kidney shot here? Holy Avenger activated from Brain. He's going to get a lot of extra haste from this. Now charging in on his Divine Steed. He walks right into a Psychic Scream from WizK. WizK breaks out of crowd control to secure that. Peekaboo moving in as if he wanted to try and sap it. Maybe he's just switch to Brain a little bit. We see Cerulean pulling back to the pillar. Peekaboo pushing forward. Is he going to keep going after Cerulean? If Drake rolls over here with a leg sweep. Actually, no leg sweep. Peekaboo has free reign to go where he pleases. Absurd's looking for a cheeky hex. Finds that on Drake while the mage is stunned up, but now in a paralyzed Hammer of Justice. Polymer follow-up. This is the scary moment whenever Peekaboo is in a Hammer of Justice. He can just get deleted. Okay. Goodbye.
Looking, Peekaboo, he has his trinket, he has cloak, he has literally everything. I mean, we're going to have to run it back a replay. I think that might have been a fatty dress to Gath or something, but that is the problem. If you play too much offense, you can absolutely just get completely smoked. And I mean, Windwalker Monks, that burst damage was absolutely crazy. Peekaboo was completely caught off guard. And yeah, I guess that's going to be 2-0 for the team of Kawaii.
I swapped over to the replay channel, like muted my mic, and we were about to start watching, and as I mute it, I just see Pika is dead. I hear Sid yelling. What was that?
Wow, yeah.
I'm pretty
it's
sure
actually
it was
your
dressed
job to tell us what that was. So,
I'm watching YouTube right now. Let's see.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about YouTube too. You can like actually do like the live rewinds really easy. But yeah, I believe in Japanese, kawaii means cute, but for the boys on the Golden Guardians, they're going to need to learn how to say another word, and that is Maketa. That means I lost. I know how to say that. I'm not going to go into why I know how to say that, but that is a Japanese word that I know. Maketa means I lost, and they are going to have to say that twice because now they are facing elimination. One more game can send a team that has competed at the highest levels home to start off the tournament. Zico, let's figure out how on earth we got in this situation.
Do you know? I can tell you. I just watched it.
That was a paralyze into a DR sheep. They Hammer of Justice Pika, and they actually started bursting when there was like 3 seconds left of the Hammer of Justice. So Pika thought, I can get away. You know, they started doing damage to me very late. They don't have that much CC on my healer, but that Meteor, that combust damage from the mage, you know, the Windwalker as well. He just got completely erased.
I'm pretty sure it was a Dressigath smoked him for like 50% of his health too. He went from 60 to 5% like almost instantly.
I need to get a mythic dressed on my mage. you know these mages playing tank trinket. I need to be the opposite of that and play with dressed. That trinket is crazy.
We just got word that the replay is ready, so let's take a look at that and actually watch pretty much that entire game back. That was one of the fastest ones that we will probably see in this tournament, and when we watch, we can break down one more time, Zico, what actually did happen.
Well, the move, they got their offensive setup, you know, they got aggressive, they got a little CC on the healer, they were, you know, building up their pressure, and then they kind of ducked back towards the pillar, and as soon as they did that, they had such a great setup, you know, between the Holy Paladin and the Monk. They probably went like, go now, and at the same time, Hammer of Justice on the Rogue, Paralyze on the healer. The Rogue can't use his cloak, the Rogue can't use any of his defense, the healer can't dispel him, so then the mage blinks in, gets a DR polymorph, combust, dressed, meteor, all of that crashing in at the same time, and that's how fast it goes.
Truly crazy. Let's actually talk. So that one, Zico, probably not as repeatable as we head into Tiger's Peak, but after seeing the first game and the second game, how do you actually feel headed into this third game in the series?
I feel like the Golden Guardians are like, they're winning, but then the insane burst damage that is available on the Fire Mage and the Windwalker takes somebody down by surprise. I feel like the first game, they had it in the back pocket the entire time, but then they kind of just overlapped. Like WizK swapped, Pika used his cloak. I think WizK should have held on to it, and then he died through dispersion. That was just kind of a little unfortunate, you know. But then in this last game, they just kind of under-responded, and if they make a mistake like that one more time, they're out. So I think they're still in the series, but I'm not sure.
You know what Cerulean's doing? We were talking about it then, the medallion.
Oh, is he?
Where if you run percent verse, you play the Corrupted Glaire's medallion. So when you activate the medallion, you get 1200 verse, and then you times that by 1 billion when you have 12%, 12%, 12%, 12%, 12%. So I have a feeling that he did that.
Billion
His
might
medallion.
Be a little off.
No, it's pretty accurate, 100% accuracy. So he's playing that, and that's probably also what contributed to his death. I also think it's interesting. He's running dampened magic honor talent on top of Brain playing divine vision, so he has 15% less shadow damage over time effect damage, and then Ceruleum is playing an extra 20% magic damage reduction. I don't even know how Whiskey is generating pressure.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if we see that more and more, because we've been seeing a lot of people moving into that even in PvE scenarios, right? You play something like Harlan's Dice because you have just so many amps that you're just getting insane value out of the trinket. All in all, though, we don't need to be thinking about gearing. We need to be thinking about the score line. We are going to see Kawaii leading by 2. They can close out the series right here and send the Golden Guardians out of this tournament.
Yeah, here's the thing about gushing wounds as well, is it does shadow damage, I'm pretty sure, so the dampened magic from Ceruleum is going to be affecting all the gushing wounds from Peekaboo, reducing that damage also. So definitely a nice heads-up play there when you're playing against someone with a ton of gushing. Huge opener on Peekaboo. And Peekaboo, you can tell he's a little bit more afraid this game. Immediately snap trinket, Cloak of Shadows, wants to survive that first initial push, and he does manage to hold on, but they get that trinket out quite fast. So nice opener there for Kawaii.
Yeah, and Drake still has a lot of damage, but Peekaboo pops off on Ceruleum, blinking out of the smoke bomb, but cheap shot into full blind. Big push here. Brain decides to bop off the blind. Line of sighting Abster just purges on it, so he doesn't need to deal with being kicked. Topping off Ceruleum with the Avenging Wrath in the near future, I would imagine. Still, the pressure on Ceruleum, I feel like it's quite high considering how many damage reduction effects he's currently stacked on his character. Peekaboo pulling back out of line of sight on the balcony. Maybe he's trying to bait Drake. It's 1 versus 1 between Drake and Peekaboo on the balcony. Peekaboo pre-lingering shelling when he sees his Shaman in a Dragon's Breath, and life gripped away on the leg sweep, stalling the damage out of line of sight of the mage. Beautiful positioning from WizK on that life grip, but the crowd control isn't over just yet. Hammer of Justice, Ring of Frost around the corner, snipes out on Absturge. Peekaboo is forced to evasion. Will they just kill him through evasion? Very low on health. WizK runs into the Ring of Frost, gets dispelled out, goes for a Psychic Scream, but Brain wasn't in line of sight, so that Psychic Scream is going to whiff onto the Paladin, which is going to put the Golden Guardians slightly behind.
Decent damage here for the Golden Guardians, so they're finally starting to establish some pressure. Brain gets out of the silence. Does he have the heals to actually top off his team? He's into a cheap shot. Good crowd control here by Peekaboo, using that subterfuge to get the additional stuns, the additional silences out. But it looks like Brain has enough to recover. Peekaboo, he gets Void Shift. Another surprise Drestigath by Drake. A really scary moment. That was Trinket from Absurge. That was the Void Shift. And the damage coming up from Kawaii is so bursty. Ceruleum, though, in the meantime, he rots down. That's going to be his Cauterize, but Brain able to easily recover with his Avenging Wrath. Big heals, but still both teams trading blow for blow. But Peekaboo has to be so scared. I mean, Absurge with no Trinket, WizK with no Void Shift. He's basically all on his own.
Yeah, but Golden Guardians keep themselves in the game here by getting that Cauterize. They just need to survive a bit longer. A full leg sweep on Peekaboo. Anytime I see him stunned, I almost imagine he's just going to disappear. Recovering with the Vitality Conduit, pushing onto Ceruleum. WizK in Void form, trying to burst down with some Void Bolts. Ceruleum going to line of sight WizK on the balcony. I love this positioning from Ceruleum, but Absurge is actually right on top of him. He can purge him down a bit. Brain is trying to play away. He doesn't want to stack up for a Psychic Scream, but he's having difficulty healing at the moment without running any Ineffable Truth. His Avenging Wrath does not seem to be up very often. They're going to polymorph WizK and try and stall, but there's the Silence Kidney Shot, the deadly combo between WizK and Peekaboo. WizK marching towards Brain, looking for a Psychic Scream. Drake is snaring him with the hamstrings, slowing his advance. A full blind onto Brain, another bop out of the way. WizK going to dispel the bop off. Maybe they try and go on Brain while he's on Forbearance. They could potentially make the swap, but there's the Hammer of Justice. This is where we saw Peekaboo disappear in the last game. Now match point, they can't afford to throw! Trinket Cloak of Shadows on 1% remaining health. Absturge needs to get there to save him. Vitality Conduit, close call, tournament lives on the line. They make it out with 1% remaining health.
That's the setups we need to see. I mean, it was just clean, right? Ceruleum goes, he gets the Dragon's Breath Sheep on Absturge. At the same time, Drake uses the Paralyze on WizK to deny any help from WizK with Massive Spells or Mind Controls, and then a Hammer of Justice on Peekaboo. They do that consistently. That's the game-winning setup for Kawaii. So really nicely done. We want to see that over and over, and because of that, they were able to get a lot of cooldowns. The burst on Peekaboo is absolutely insane. Ceruleum, he's playing the Firestarter build. A lot of mages are opting to play that, so every time they do have that combo, as long as Ceruleum is able to get off enough fireballs, he should have his combustion for his meteor, and that's what makes these setups just so deadly.
All right, mind control of Ceralium. He's getting pulled very far away from the fight at low health, trying to stall during Avenging Wrath. Divine Favor, though, immediately stabilizes him. WizK looking for more mind controls, gets Counterspell out of the way, but now there's the triple stun lock. Who's going to respond? WizK gripping Peekaboo away, but Drake had his Transcendence down on the opposite end. Transcendence right back onto Peekaboo. Beautiful reconnect there from Drake, but Peekaboo's holding on. 2 seconds left on the Polymorph. Vampiric Embrace active from WizK. His damage going to be supporting the team. Well timed during that assault. And Golden Guardians stay alive in the tournament. They're slightly behind on mana at this point, but Golden Guardians are a team that feel like they're always playing from behind, and they pull off a miracle. I feel like that's why so many people love to watch them. The underdogs, can they pull it off here on match point, or will they be the second team eliminated in the tournament? Silence on Brain, they're pushing, they stun the Divine Favor. They need to dispel it off. They do dispel it off. Sacrifice from Brain is forced, but there's the Dragon's Breath, there's the Hammer of Justice. Everybody is locked down, and somebody needs to do something quick. Absterge will. He breaks out of the Polymorph with his Gladiator's Medallion, pops his Ascendance, and says, no way. Stabilizing Peekaboo for now, but these big pushes are 100% the Medallion. Every 2 minutes, Ceralium is going to do unhealable damage. And I'm actually wondering if more and more players are going to start picking up this trinket.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a possibility. I mean, Peekaboo, he's just gearing so offensively. He's got no defense whatsoever. But starting to generate a little pressure on Ceralium, but with the Temporal Shield, he should be fine. I mean, Golden Guardians have really struggled to find pressure, and as the series goes on, it just feels like it's getting better and better for Kawaii. But as I say that, WizK pushes in. He has something else to say. Still no Cauterize over Ceralium. He has to be very careful. No longer has that cheat death effect, so he can get bursted down quite quickly. He'll need to use that Ice Block if he needs to. Mind Control now coming in from WizK, delaying the go just a little bit. Ceralium gets topped off in this Kidney Shot. Get Kidney Shot, and with no crowd control on Brain, his health actually went up, so very unfortunate. Ceralium looking for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, manages to find it, but a beautiful Mass Dispel from WizK. I think he actually managed to get the Hammer of Justice off of Peekaboo. Peekaboo trying to run, though, and he gets absolutely obliterated once again. I mean, Drake and Ceralium just have such big one-shot potential. If Peekaboo isn't ready for both of them, he just gets removed from the game. Now that's going to be an easy 3-0 for Kawaii, and Peekaboo has to be wondering what the heck just happened.
I'm going to say this because I'm pretty sure I'm 100% accurate on it. Drake just won this game without using Touch of Death.
Wow.
I think he did. I guarantee, if I go back and watch the VOD, I'm like 99.9% sure he didn't actually use Touch of Death the entire game.
That actually, you don't want to know what's
that a
funny
strat?
about that? It's not a strat, but sometimes Touch of Death, when you're killing people so fast in the game, Touch of Death televises
it tells
that your
them
burst
you're
is coming. Yeah, it literally shows like, okay, I want to do big burst here. Whereas if you just Drastic at them from 40% health and they die immediately, it's like they don't react appropriately.
Man, I just gotta say, you know, whether or not you have a strong prediction on this series, Zika, would you ever predict that it was going to be a 3-0 this dominant?
Nope. I feel like the competition in NA right now, it's leveling up. Like when you look at if we just take a step back from the series as a whole and we just look at the teams that we're expecting to do well, Golden Guardians, definitely one of them. Method Orange, Rudimentary, Cloud9, Space Station, like all of these teams are teams that we could see in the top 4. And to have, already Unitas knocked out of here, Golden Guardians already knocked out of here by one of the teams that maybe we didn't expect to actually be able to have a performance like that, I think it speaks a lot to, just the region as a whole. We really have like the best of the best here today, especially with how many teams that signed up, that we had to kind of filter out before the broadcast.
Well, think about it this way, right? It's not like it's just NA in that situation. With the EU, we start off the day with a huge upset with Wildcard Gaming, right? Like that was a matchup I don't think so. It's just worldwide right now that the competition is better than ever, and it's an insane thing to see. Now, my big question is right now, what do we actually think Kawhi's chances are for this entire tournament? How well do we think that they will be able to do? Sid, do you think that this is a team that can keep making waves here as they move forward in the lower side of the bracket?
They might be defining a new meta with that dampened magic to deal with Gushing Wound, but if you run that and the other team isn't running Gushing Wound, you're just basically losing a talent. I think you have to double dip. Like, you need to know it's a Shadow Priest or a Boomkin or an Ellie, and you're getting the Gushing Wound damage reduction. But it seems like they came in knowing what the meta was, and then like one step ahead of it. like they've got this medallion trinket with the verse amps, whereas everyone else is only playing the claw and the emblem. Usually this medallion was kind of sleeper, and I was actually looking at it on my druid when I logged in because the verse amps are on sale, and I was like, wait a minute, if I unuse this with a 1,000,000,000% increased verse, it's literally 30% damage when I activate it. That's a lot of damage.
Dude, it's actually crazy because I noticed people doing it. People started doing it in PvE because it's just the gearing's obviously way different, right? So you have higher chances of getting multiple amps that are a little bit more spread out. So overall, like, it just makes a bunch of trinkets worth with it. So all of a sudden people are doubling down. I think in the, like, if you looked at MDI in the past weekends, you probably already saw people doing it with different things like Harlan's Dice. It's happening a lot on live. It's happening in things like the Humming Dragon skill as well. So now when you actually see people having all of this verse, is this going to be the new meta? And then you bring up different adaptations to Gushing Wounds. I mean, we know it's going to be getting that nerf eventually, so maybe that becomes a little bit less important. But in this tournament, Ben Ricky, it's clear that that's going to be something that will have a big effect.
I mean, that's one of the things about these players having access to all corruption and now on live servers as well, is people are going to be figuring out a lot of different builds, and I personally am really excited about it because I think it's always interesting when you can kind of tweak all these different elements. I mean, you can tweak your essences, your azurite traits, the secondary stats you're stacking, now your corruptions to benefit those secondary stats, and beyond. So there's a lot of customization. These players are still figuring that out, and I do expect, you know, some more surprises to sort of be revealed as the coming weeks as we go through the coming weeks.
Yeah, it just reminds me of some of like those old feelings of, you know, looking at a player's gear and transmog wasn't a thing and you're like, oh gosh, that guy has PvE gear. He's going to be the guy, like, we should target him. He's going to be a good target, and he's also going to be doing a lot of damage. And it also kind of reminds you of those situations where it was like, yeah, this is somebody who's just rocking a lot of haste. They're going for this type of play style. So a lot of changes now, especially too with live, now seeing those corruption vendors being available to people actually being able to deterministically get those corruptions. It's going to change the game a whole bunch. But when we talk about game changers, Method Orange and Rudimentary are definitely going to be on your minds because their next series is going to have a huge impact on this tournament overall. We now have our top 6 here in North America, and the question is, who will drop down to the losers bracket? When we talk about Method Orange and Rudimentary, I think a lot of the questions are going to be around Rudimentary. I think a lot of people might not know what to expect with this team. We're going to be talking about that and seeing the series right after this.
pulling by Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bob drops. Kidney shot on Blitzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Two teams have been sent home, but now it's time to put our attention on the squads that have yet to lose a series in this tournament. First up, it's going to be Method Orange versus Rudimentary, and a lot of you are probably pretty familiar with Method Orange, but we got a lot of work to do to catch you up on everything with Rudimentary. But let's start with Method Orange. For anyone who doesn't know, or anyone who hasn't gotten to check in on this team in a while, it is a team made up of dads. It is a team made up of champions. And let's actually start to talk about some of the dads that do make up this team. Zico, I want to start with Mez. Let's actually talk about Mez as a player and some of his accomplishments.
I mean, Mez, he is the melee expert. He is the cleave expert. He is the DK king in my book. Always has been. Always a joy to watch this guy play. He has taken, rank 1 titles, dating, back to Wrath of the Lich King, maybe even Burning Crusade. This guy has been a big-time player for a long time, and, he's been part of many successful teams. And he did finally win BlizzCon with this roster. So, Mez, I mean, if Mez can't do it on DK, there's probably no one else who can.
Yeah, I know. I've done it quite a few times, and I think a lot of people have as well. You'd pop cooldowns, and you wouldn't say I have big damage. You'd say I'm Mez right now, Benrique. I know that you've probably heard me scream that a few too many times, but this is a person who is able to min-max damage in every sense of the word, and because of him right now, they could potentially be playing some weird compositions as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mez is just one of those players. He just knows and loves World of Warcraft. I mean, not only is he big in the PvP scene, but also a PvE player. I mean, he really just has a diehard love for all aspects of the game. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I feel like Method Orange is unique in the situation where they have a lot of players, Mez, Trill, that really enjoy the PvE side of things and theory crafting their gear. Sidu is another one of those players where he just really enjoys getting on the tournament realm more than anyone else, figuring out unique builds, little advantages that they can get in their gearing that maybe other players don't think of. And I think it's like an old school competitor's mentality that Sidu definitely has, and I think it's something he's brought to his team, and just the massive amount of knowledge Mez and Trill bring. I mean, can't cut out Sam I Am as well, but these guys really put in the work in terms of learning every little advantage they can get.
Yeah, it is interesting when you look. They all think in very different ways, having had the experience of getting to know these guys. I mean, they think about the game in very different ways, and it comes together into something that results in them usually figuring out what is best. I mean, even if you look at how they did manage to win BlizzCon, that was based off of a lot of knowledge and being able to figure out the right way to pull down victory. But let's talk about their opponents in Rudimentary, because Supertees, this is a team that's kind of like a super group in a lot of ways. You got a lot of very interesting players coming together, and the question is, will they be able to synergize well?
Well, Zach is, I would say, one of the kind of strongest up-and-comers. I think last year at a LAN, we interviewed Snuts, and Zach literally re-rolled to Windwalker, which what looked like he re-rolled literally the same day, and Snuts said he was the best Windwalker when Chun-Li was there. And it was like everybody thought that Zach was just insane multi-classer, strong overall player, and he's so young coming into the scene. To me, he's like, he's like Snuts when he first started kind of thing, So he's a powerhouse in and itself. He can play healer and DPS. His roster with Majidin, Valito, these are strong standing tournament competitors. They've qualified to regionals, sometimes multiple times in the past. And then Magnus stepping in as the warrior expert, who actually in game number 1 has got a surprise for us. What the?
Fury Warrior, what?
I need to see what his gear is. I'm staring at this gear page waiting for it to update.
This one's looking good. Let's get these gates open and see who's going to be able to take it.
Yeah, well, Sid takes a look at the gear. We're going to see, it looks like they're going to go for a setup here. They're playing Spite as well as the Frost Death Knight. So we talked a little bit about it yesterday, that we felt Frost Death Knight had a big edge in Cleave Mirrors. I still think that to be true, but they're just going after Sea-Doo Stormbolt. Sea-Doo immediately trinkets and then has to portal away. Valito and Magnus playing very aggressive, and I think it's likely we see them just go after Sea-Doo consistently in this match, and without a trinket, he's going to be very scared.
Okay. Fury Warrior, it can be an interesting strategy. I was wondering if he was wearing 2 Devastation's Hour, where every 30 seconds he stacks up a buff and then he explodes. And then when you're about to hit 30 seconds, you jump over to the Mistweaver because it does more damage to a single target. You jump over to the Mistweaver and then you explode for huge damage. But he actually, it looks like he cleansed off that corruption. He's still wearing the same axe though, which is weird. A taste crit. It's kind of an This seems really odd, but he can get out of snares quite easily because he can dispel it with the Bloodthirst, and this could just be a really specialized Mistweaver killing strategy. At the moment, Magnus in trouble, stunned up, popping the enraged regen, but he's currently stunned. He can't really heal too much with it. Regardless, Zach gonna drop the life cocoon. Magnus should easily make it out of the spites now and survive. And this is definitely a kill Sea-Doo on that Mistweaver monk composition. I'm curious to see if it works out.
Yeah, me too. I think Magnus has just had enough of Chains of Ice. So being the Fury Warrior, being able to free himself of the shackles of Mez in the match definitely is very nice. And Sea-Doo, he's actually getting bursted down, completely destroyed. I did not expect that, but Rudimentary, Magnus with the Fury Warrior, that was a beautiful setup. Sea-Doo definitely wasn't prepared for that. And
I just said it was a Sea-Doo killing
the first point on the board.
Wow. Okay, let's actually talk about what is going on with this composition. One of the first things to say, you talk about Rudimentary being a team that might be able to do some weird things. We get to see that right off the rip. But also, Venruki, I gotta compliment you yet again. You kept bringing up the fact that you thought the winning teams were gonna have a Warrior available to them, and we have seen time and time again how valuable Warrior can be as a tool.
I mean, there's no question about it. Warriors are really strong, but I just, this team, this is really smart. Frost Death Knights are really good in Cleave Mirrors for a lot of different reasons. The main reason is they completely obliterate your opponent's mobility by putting all your mobility with Delirium and Heartstop Aura. All your mobility gets put on a really long cooldown. But the thing is, if you're an Unholy Death Knight and a Fury Warrior, you don't really care. You're just not going to get snared by the Chains of Ice. You're going to be able to free yourself from that quite a bit. Then all of a sudden, as the Frost Death Knight, you lose that massive advantage that really gives you that edge. So definitely a really cool adaptation here from Rudimentary.
Zico, I just realized something as well.
Yeah?
BlizzCon champions and BlizzCon finals have not done well in this tournament at all.
Yeah.
Wait, actually think about it. They're the only team that's done well so far is Method. Like every other team, like ABC didn't even make it to top 8. Then you have the Golden Guardians get eliminated. Then you have now Method in a tough situation. Just an interesting thing to think about, especially when you see some of these teams, like a team with Zach, who a lot of people would say is probably one of the most valuable up-and-comers in the scene. It just really does feel like it's a post-time skip in the anime, right? I feel like we kind of have that, the next generation. It's like in One Piece, right? And Zach is Luffy. But that's neither here nor there. Let's actually take a look at the replay and see how this happened.
So Magnus kind of set up this kill here with his. First of all, they forced out Sea-Doo's trinket a little bit earlier. Then they get that intimidation shout. They all get time to kind of dogpile on top of Sea-Doo. They get that asphyxiate into another stun, into that pet stun from the Unholy, and that's barely enough lockdown and damage to secure that kill. And I don't know too much about Anime Ridge, like you know already, but I feel like in this case, the Fury Warrior is definitely like kind of a Super Saiyan pick here because he can remove that Chains of Ice completely and he still brings that burst for the 100-0 potential. How was that?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
He brings the Spirit Bomb.
Dragon Ball Z is kind of a a normie anime. It's like same tier as Ed, Ed, and Eddie. You should definitely get on One Piece and Naruto if you really want to be a man of culture. But that
Isn't that
we
just
don't
fighting
need-
scenes?
What'd you say?
Isn't it just fighting scenes?
It's a lot of That's why I like it.
What? This is a good story.
Really? Well, it's nice to learn that about you, Super Tees. I actually, it's a lot of the times when I try to make noises like that, it kind of like messes up my neck a little bit. I'm like, oh, my shoulder, you know. But it is very, very, very good to know that about you, Super Tees. But let's learn a little bit more about Rudimentary. This is a team where I think a lot of the names do have a little bit of recognition for people at home. Like, they are somewhat household names for people who've been watching the AWC for a while. But then, Rookie, for anybody who doesn't know some of the parts of this team, let's actually break it down for everybody at home as we see them lock in this warrior again as they head to Ashmane's Fall.
I mean, sure. I mean, it's 4 players on Rudimentary. All of them bring their own sort of unique flavor to the team. Zach, of course, he's a player that is exceptionally good at multi-classing, primarily playing Paladin. He's definitely branched out and can play all different classes now, including DPS classes, so definitely a great flex player for Rudimentary. You have Majidin, primarily playing, the mage, as his name would suggest. Valido, he's known for being an exceptional Death Knight, as well as an Elemental Shaman, so that gives them double caster potential as well as cleave potential when you pair up with Magnus, who, as far as I know, only really plays Warrior at a high level, but Warrior right now is really good, and if you are someone that plays on the NA ladder, you will play against, or you play high rated on the NA ladder, you'll play against Magnus quite often. Definitely one of the best Warriors NA has to offer, and I mean, this roster in terms of composition just makes a ton of sense. They have a lot of different options. Obviously, Warrior Death Knight is really strong now, but they can play the Warrior Mage, they can play Ellie Warrior, they can play lots of different things. So this team isn't one-dimensional by any sense, and they're definitely phenomenal players. As long as they can show up and play their best, I think they have a real shot at going far in this tournament.
Yeah, it truly does feel like they've kind of put together Exodia, and they are blowing away Kaiba right now, who would be Method Orange. Method Orange right now took pretty much all of their time to lock in their composition now that they're looking at the Warrior again. And I feel like this is a team, and actually, Ven, not to bombard you with questions, but I feel like you're one of the people who can speak to this the best. I feel like this is a team that a lot of the time, they have almost like a playbook, right? They're like, if we see this, we're going to do this. If we see this, we're going to do this. Do you think that they really expected to run into this composition at all? I feel like they kind of were like, okay, reroute. We actually need to figure out what we're doing into this composition after seeing it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think they have much practice against Fury Warrior on Holy Death Knight. I mean, when you play a Frost Death Knight, there's a certain level of control you have over the matchup just with Chains of Ice, Delirium, and Heartstop Aura. You basically snare everyone a ton, and they can't use their mobility, so you really cripple people in the match. But the composition Rudimentary is running, like, they're going to have to recalculate and rethink their game plan. I mean, we can see the map. It's going to be Ashmane's Fall. Rudimentary sticks with their same blind pick. Didn't look too bad in the last game, obviously. Method Orange is going to be making some adaptations here, bringing in Samayam on the Demon Hunter, as well as Sea-Doo on the Restoration Shaman. So perhaps not as easy to take down Sea-Doo on that Restoration Shaman. I don't think they're going to be able to blow him up like we saw against Sea Brew on his Mistweaver Monk. So a little bit more durability by Method Orange, and potentially they can find those setups. But I still worry that the Fury Warrior with the Unholy Death Knight might be really strong into the Frost Death Knight for Method Orange, and maybe they don't expect it.
Zico, you've highlighted the phenomena that's going on here a few times already, even this weekend and countless times before. I feel like Rudimentary is very much in the situation where they should stick to this composition because they get to just play with Method Orange at this point and basically be like, you got an answer? What are you going to do? Do you think that that's where they're at, or do you think that maybe they would make some tweaks on the blind?
No, I think absolutely this is what they should be doing. Keep playing your kind of oddball composition until you get forced off of it. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't even need to reveal anything else that you're holding. If you make it to the next round, you still have some of your surprises left in your back pocket. And honestly, when I'm just looking at this matchup, I know that this is kind of a comfort thing from Method Orange. I think I saw actually on C2's Twitter saying that he reached his like all-time highest queuing this comp with his Shaman. So this is something that they have been practicing. This is something they're very comfortable with. So I think Method Orange here, they're going back to comfort. They're going to, you know, just try to play what they know that they can do well with into everything. And then if that's going to be enough or not, that's still a question, you know, that needs to be answered. So Rudimentary, just stick with what you're doing right now. And then if you lose this game, go back to the counter comping game. You can pick maybe a mage into some of these meta cleaves.
Yeah, so Rudimentary right now, they are just trying to get more data right now. They're trying to really lean in on that ability to use that win, use that momentum that they already have to get more and more information. And if they are able to win this one, they will put themselves on match point. Keep in mind, though, the dynamic has shifted a little bit. We're in the top side of the bracket. Neither of these teams have lost yet. So if we do see a 3-0 come out, if we potentially do see match point happen here, still an extra lifeline available to both of these teams as the gates do now open.
All right.
I'm a little worried for Sam. I feel like he can get caught in a Stormbolt and be bursted down really, really quickly. So who Rudimentary decides to go after in this matchup is going to be very curious. But it seems like Sam and Mez, they're just going after Zach. They don't care. They're just going to be training him down the best they can. And like I said, limiting Zach's mobility is going to be big. Sam getting bursted down. In the meantime, though, he's caught into 2 stuns. I think it was actually the Gladiator Safeguard that did proc there to keep Sam alive, realizing he might go down in a burst stun. He does live for that attempt, but yeah, Zach definitely has to be careful here.
The Heartstop Delirium is a great combo to kill a Mistweaver. You just inhibit their mobility so effectively. Already Zach dipping dangerously low. Double intimidating shot onto Mez and C2. Magnus stalls out for Zach to recover with the life cocoon, but this composition is looking pretty threatening from Method Orange, or at least a lot more so than in game number 1, as we see Zach imprisoned, unable to heal. A swap back over onto Magnus, really hammering down on the Fury Warrior. Double blinding sheet into the Fell Eruption. Samayam gets stunned in return to try and stall damage once again. Zach rolling out into midfield, gets interrupted on his heal, but he pre-Vitality Conduit. He anticipates it, but his entire team is rotting down. Zach portals back out of line of sight. C2 moves in to try and bully him a bit with the wind shear. He gets paralyzed to stop the wind shear. The entire team is absolutely being devastated, but Samayam out of nowhere gets KO'd. I don't think C2 was seeing that coming. I don't think Method Orange saw Fury Warrior coming. I don't think anybody saw Fury Warrior coming. Samayam just got owned.
There's one dude out there who's been talking about Fury Warrior quite a bit, and I know right now he's probably watching going, there it is, dude. There it is. But the question is, how much work will this warrior be able to get done? How far will it actually go? Then, one more time, you really did call how much you loved warriors. Do you think that this is something that will extend further than just this series?
Well, I don't know. I just think it's a really nice pickup here. You know, Magnus bringing in the Fury Warrior, it's really not something we see too much, but you know, obviously it has some potential here against the Frost Death Knight. And I just think Stormbolt in particular is such a powerful stun against Demon Hunters. They can't really slide away from it. They can't dodge it. It's not like Leg Sweep where you can just Blade Dance it every once in a while. It's just a ranged stun. They're going to get stuck there. And if Samayam is using Gushing Wounds, then he is really susceptible to being bursted down like we saw in that last match.
Now, Zico, let's actually break down that last match as well. What caught your eye?
Well, everything. Big, like, first of all, Sam was doing insane damage. He was in a good spot, but he did trinket aggressively. Magnus almost went down, but those Fury Warrior cooldowns came in. He did that self-healing, and then after that, C2 wasn't even in crowd control. They just dressed at him, and I think, so the way Fury Warriors work is you have your, basically, you have an ability that when you activate it, your Bloodthirst heals you back. So if you pop your cooldowns, like your offensive cooldowns, with that, you're going to heal yourself even more. And that's what Magnus was doing. He was low HP. He was trying to, you know, top himself off. Got a lot of pressure, a lot of counter pressure. And then he just pressed dressed, and I think it crit. Like, it felt like, it looked like such a random kill, to be honest. But they just had so much damage. And Fury Warrior, guess what other team has a Fury Warrior on their roster that's sitting in this top 4? Space Station Gaming. They love that Fury Warrior Windwalker. So maybe we'll see Smexing go on his Fury Warrior as well, because he's been one warrior that really likes it. So it's interesting to see how the meta is going to evolve.
Yeah, I think Smexin with that in his hands could be a huge threat. Definitely something that you would not want to be queuing into, right? Now the question is, what does Method do here? I mean, are they going to be looking for a change because of how well this composition has been rocking? I mean, if you're Rudimentary right now, you are hanging out, you are cruising, you just keep bringing this. It seems like there isn't an answer.
Well, I just think the problem with that game is as Method Orange, this is the like one of the hardest situations you can be in, because you played a game, it was actually going really well for you, but you lost. So I mean, what did you make a change just because you lost? I mean, it seemed like that was a game that was easily winnable for them. Of course,
I'm going to propose a theory.
Okay.
I'm curious how you feel about this, because you obviously have much more experience than most people. You are probably one of the most qualified people in the entire world to answer this question. When I look at this situation,
Better not be about ice blocking.
And you didn't pop your ice block in the last game, so you haven't. Now, in all seriousness, when you look at something like this, Method Orange isn't in the worst position that they could possibly be, right? Because they're in the top side of the bracket. They're going to drop down. They know that Warrior might be a threat now in this tournament, period. They got to play tomorrow. Do you think that you try something new, even though you know that it might just result in a 3-0, just to get that little bit more information for when you drop down to the lower bracket? Basically use this game as a war game in a sense, and just say, if we lose, we lose. No reason to get tilted. We're already in a terrible situation. We're already in a corner. We're already with our backs against the wall. Just try something new, see if it works, and then say, okay, in the lower bracket, at least we got to try it in a tournament setting. Or do you go for what almost worked, but it doesn't look like it's necessarily the most favorable matchup on the face of the earth?
Well, that I think what Method Orange was running isn't a bad composition at all. I mean, everyone's pretty durable. Sam I Am is the most susceptible to being blown up like that, but I think they just got a little overconfident. They had a lot of pressure, a lot of momentum. They were probably really close to winning the game, so they kind of just dropped the ball a little bit in terms of their defensive play. But I think if Method Orange just cleans it up, that matchup should be pretty good for them from what I was seeing. So I'd like for them to just stick with the same thing. I just think it's so risky in this tournament, because who knows? They could try playing something like Warrior Mage, but maybe it doesn't work out as well. I just don't think they have much experience against Unholy Death Knight Fury Warrior, on the tournament realm. But they're going to be making a little bit of changes. Sea-Doo, it looks like he's going to be going over to the Mistweaver Monk instead of the Restoration Shaman. But the one thing that scares me about that, I mean, we saw Sea-Doo just die so quickly. The first setup on them on the Grand Arena, he had to trinket. The second setup, he almost died. So I don't know if he's just going to gear more defensively or he's relying on the darkness from Sam I Am, but they definitely have to do something in order to keep Sea-Doo alive in this match.
Yeah, it's pretty easy for Rudimentary, though. You don't need to use any deductive reasoning to figure out what composition they were going to bring to this one. It is Rudimentary, Watson. They're going to be able to just lock in the same composition again as they head to Tiger's Peak, looking to take the entirety of the series and stay in the upper portion of the bracket. But Method Orange is going to make that tweak on the healer. Zico, how do you actually feel about Sea-Doo going back to Sea-Brew?
I was actually going to say this. I feel like Sam died with no CC on Sea-Doo. I feel like if he's a monk, that doesn't happen. But being a monk makes him a target. So he's going to have to play a really solid game with his mobility and everything. But I don't think I ever saw a grapple weapon in game number 1. And I think grapple weapon is going to just give him an extra thing. If you have a Ring of Peace that you can try to place down before he gets down, you have a grapple weapon as well that you can use on the Fury Warrior to stop him from, healing himself. Because the weakness of a Fury Warrior is that they don't have that defensive stance. They don't have that passive damage reduction, right? So they only have, the Versa from the gear to kind of rely on. So if you can get him low and then disarm him, similarly to like a DK with Death Strike, you can basically get better offense that way as well. So I would definitely want to see that. And he just needs to play a good game with his kiting. And I think it's doable.
Hey, you had me sold when you said extra thing. It sounds like it would be very fun to actually be able to play around with something like that in the arena. As we do head to Tiger's Peak, I have to ask you, Supatis, do you think this one's going to be a 3-0?
I mean, it definitely has the potential to be. I felt like the comp that Method Orange, the biggest change is Mez not playing Frost. I felt like Frost would be fine into this. It's a melee cleave. You get to bounce your shield streak to everything. You've got Heartstop Delirium for the Mistweaver. Sea-Doo changing sort of makes sense because Mistweaver has godlike throughput when you're healing other people, but you're susceptible to dying in a stun. If he fixes some mistakes in positioning, so he doesn't die in a stun, he should do better, but it seems really strange that Mez switched. The only difference right now, though, is that Valito's playing an honor talent that nobody normally runs, and he's running the Decomposing Aura, and that just reduces your max health over time whenever you stand next to Valito, and you only get that as Unholy. So I'm wondering if Method Orange are like, hey, he's running this and it seems really good. Maybe I should go Unholy and do the same thing. And that's why Mez went Unholy? Because otherwise Frost makes way more sense.
Yeah, they also, just like a full update. I mean, Ben, I definitely want to hear what you say on this. I just want to let everyone at home know Method is using a little bit of their break time right now, which I think is straight up just them going, okay, we need to fully think about what's happening here. We need to slow it down for a second. We need to be calm and we need to figure out what our win condition truly is. But yeah, Ben, what were you going to say?
I was going to say the reason why he's going on, like, I said it at the beginning, like, the main reason why you play Frost Death Knight is for Delirium, Heartstop, Chains of Ice. To really just slow the game down. Everyone is just snared. They can't move. Like, you have a lot of control over the game like that. But when you're playing a Fury Warrior and an Unholy Death Knight, they don't care about Chains of Ice. They don't really care about Delirium either. So I think going back to the Unholy Death Knight, it's just going to provide them a lot more utility and even damage, like consistent damage in the game over the Frost Death Knight. I mean, without the added benefit of snares and Delirium and Heartstop, I just think Unholy's straight up better than Frost.
Well, it's only Magnus, but if you're killing Zac, you don't care. He's still going to take every negative effect.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot to discuss here, but we don't have any more time for talking. The time for talking is over as the gates do open. Rudimentary looking to send Method Orange down to the loser side of the bracket.
All right, let's see if Method Orange get clean swept here by the Fury Warrior. Valito already has a thing from Beyond spawning on him. Was that Mez's? I think it was Valito's. Interesting. So maybe he's wearing a little bit over 40 corruption. He might be gambling a bit here on match point to try and just burst somebody down. We'll have to wait and see because he's taking a tremendous amount of pressure in return. Anti-Magic Shield trades out. Zac gets stunned up. Are they going to swap over to him? All three members of Rudimentary stacked up into another triple stun from Sam I Am. Zac going to duck out of there with a revival, desperately trying to pick his team back up. And the single target pressure is sustained and quite higher on that Unholy Death Knight, going after Valito quite frequently, trying to limit his options. Sea-Doo activating the Way of the Crane. He's playing Conflict and Strife, trying to maybe get some value out of it, but it costs a lot of mana. He gets stunned up. He is getting some value here from the Way of the Crane with that Rising Sun kick, stabilizing the whole team and trying to get away from Magnus at the moment.
Yeah, Magnus still just all over him in the matchup. Beautiful Ring of Peace coming from Sea-Doo, keeping Magnus away. Now Valito is actually getting chopped up. We look at mana. Zac has burned through quite a bit more. Not that much more, a decent amount more. And also has already traded out his Trinket as well. So Valito, definitely a pressure point here for the team of Rudimentary. Method Orange really sort of picking it up, but Sea-Doo has to be careful. So far, he's managed to survive, playing a very defensive build here in order to keep himself up, but he's caught in a Stormbolt. Does manage to get the Life Cocoon and will hold on to his Trinket, which is very, very important in this matchup. Sea-Doo has to hold on to his Trinket as much as he can, but Magnus is just not stopping. He is just training him down, and Sea-Doo could ultimately be in a lot of trouble here.
All right, let's see if he can recover. Valito is also taking quite a beating, and Mez is running that Decomposing Aura, so they must have researched Rudimentary in that downtime, seen that maybe this is why they're winning. We should try it and see if it works. Also running the Necrotic Aura, trying to buff that Gushing Wounds magic damage. Beautiful triple stun by Method Orange here, looking to close it out and try and put a point on the board. Interrupting Zac on the follow-up. Hard carry Mez at the moment. Big pressure. That Enraged Regen didn't even top Magnus off. Magnus is still just going for the kill on Sea-Doo. He's going for a solo kill, stunning him, trying to burst him down. Sea-Doo breaks out of the Stormbolt, goes for the T, pumps himself back up to full HP. Oh, but Magnus goes for the Reaping Flame on the Abomination. His next Reaping Flame is going to be double damage, and Sea-Doo has no Trinket. Magnus could just kill him here and now. They're going for the Big Bang. Sea-Doo barely survives. He rolls away, gets gripped back into the fight, has to Cocoon. Now they can switch back over to Mez. Both Mistweavers don't have Life Cocoon. Valito getting chopped up. Triple Fear by Magnus, looking to stall out with the Icebound Fortitude. It looks like it's going to be enough to keep Valito alive, and there is a lot of corruption on Valito. A thing from beyond slowly marching. It's going to connect. It could just kill him. Big hits there. Valito, what are you doing with your corruption? Another thing from beyond spawning on him. He's chains of icing it. He's trying to kite and avoid that negative. Mez grips him into the thing from beyond. How did he know it was there? Valito takes a big hit. Zac is caught in prison. He trinkets out. The pressure is insane from both sides at the moment.
This is insane. I mean, this corruption from Valito could definitely backfire in this match. Mez really trying to capitalize on that. If you look at mana, Sidu is way ahead at this point, but he could just outright die. He's caught into a storm bolt. Do they have the damage to take him down? The asphyxiate's done. Darkness from Sam I Am keeps Sidu alive. Both teams have relatively topped off, but Sidu still under fire. He's just having such a difficult time actually escaping from Magnus on that Fury War. He's used both of his Chi torpedoes. He's caught in the open. Might have Transcendence available, and he does. He's gonna have to use that to stabilize. Now they're swapping over to Mez. Both teams just have so much pressure, but it does seem like Method Orange is ahead here.
All right, they're ahead on mana and pressure, but Sidu could get erased in a stun. Can Zach keep his team alive to that one window of opportunity and just close it out 3-0? They're working with basically nothing left. Sam is ramping up huge damage here with that death sweep. Sidu gets charged over by Magnus. Sidu drops the Ring of Peace to avoid Magnus reconnecting. Valito is marching forward, but things from beyond are still spawning on him. How much corruption is he wearing? Maybe it doesn't matter. Are they just going to kill Mez? Stormbolt over onto Sidu. Zach trying to recover. 0 mana remains for him. Sidu still has a tiny bit left. We're not even a minute towards dampening. Zach is struggling to even pick himself back up over here on the side with nobody attacking him. And now Sam is hitting him. Valito gets stunned up by Mez. Another mana rift has been secured. Zach is totally tapped. Big motorcycle connects. Vroom, vroom from Sam I Am as he pushes for the kill. Zach desperately holding on to dear life at 5% remaining health with 2 seconds away, but gets interrupted and sniped out by Sam. Method Orange with the double kill on match point, keep themselves in the series.
Yeah, it seems like, taking that step back, actually thinking about what was going on in this composition that they hadn't seen or maybe hadn't had as much practice against definitely did help. But Zico, what were the big changes that you noticed in this game when we do take into account the other two?
Definitely the Mistweaver is a big pick, and I think I was kind of like on the fence. I was like, we'll see how the Unholy plays out. Like, usually Frost is really good, but in this specific scenario, they're kind of playing a comp that can play a little bit around the Frost, and it just felt like Maz on the Unholy DK was able to put out a lot more pressure, but I'm not sure if that was just because of the DK swap or also because Valito decided to wear more than 40 corruption. Because at one point I saw 2 things from beyond like connecting at the same time on Valito. I saw like 2 beams basically. So that I think Valito definitely wasn't worth it.
It really doesn't feel like the weird thing. I know a lot of us talked at the very beginning, even during like Method Mayhem and things like that. We're like, yo, somebody just gonna go like absolutely ham and just stack like 80 corruption or something like that, something crazy. And we saw a few teams try it, and it just didn't really work that well. And also the weird thing is a lot of the really good corruptions are just so cheap as far as your corruption budget goes, right? Like the amps are like, what, 20? And with the State of the Cloak, it ends up not really being that much. So you don't get that much more damage. Sid was like, actually, he kept being like, yo, what just hit you so hard? Like when we were queuing the other day, I think I
asked you to take it off, and you're like, no, I can't do it. I don't do damage. And I'm like, come on.
I think I had like, 70 on, and every now and then, you don't have to deal with any of it at all. And even then, you just don't do that much more damage. It doesn't seem like it's really ever worth. Do you think that there is a scenario where that gamble will ever pay off, Zico?
I mean, yes, for sure. There is some scenarios. I mean, for example, if you play a comp where you have, a high threat target and you're not a high threat target, so maybe like a Destrolock Frost Mage, for example, there as the Frost Mage, you can probably get away with wearing some negative corruption because, let's be honest, they have to go on the Warlock or the Warlock is just going to destroy. But still, it is a risk because if you just get a little bit unlucky, 2 things from beyond procs at the same time, all of a sudden your healer might have to use something on you and then they won't have it for the person that's being focused. So I think it's better to be safe than kind of gamble it. But if you're up 2-0, why not?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess that is the thing, right? When you're winning, when you're hot, when you're on the hot streak, you go all in, right? The thing is I think
plan,
is that like
is that a good strategy?
Throw
I'm not
a few
sure.
games when you're up 2-0, why not?
I'm not proud of how I am. The thing is I think he was at like 55, right? So he's not quite at the point. I think you have to get Cascading Disaster at 60, right? And when that happens, if your thing from beyond connects, then it spawns another eye and it gets out of control really fast. Just like you can tell my life probably has with what I just said. But the thing is 55 is absurd. The amount that you're actually going to have to deal deal with those things from beyond. What do you feel is actually a safe corruption level for anyone watching right now? It's like, wait, I've been playing 80 corruption. What should I do?
39.
What do you feel is
39 is you never go above 39 if possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
If they're spiting, if you're playing against someone that's spiting, even less. Like ideally, definitely less. But 39 is like, if you're playing over 39, you're crazy in my opinion.
Sorry, Sid.
True that.
Now,
I have one thing I just want to highlight about last game. Sidu was playing Way of the Crane. And
it's conflict. You had to.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that he was playing it. I'm just saying he's playing Way of the Crane, and there's not a lot of people that know about this, but if you play a Mistweaver with Way of the Crane, it makes all damage you deal heal for 150% of what it did, and it increases all physical damage by 25%. Now, I want to give a big shout out to my boy Peekaboo, who just died to a dress trinket a little bit earlier today that hit him for about 200,000. So I'm thinking Mistweaver, dressed, Way of the Crane, AoE lay on hands, and it does 25% more damage. I want to see that.
Even more so than that, if you pop your Focus Thunder Tea or your Thunder Tea and you Rising Sun Kick, it gives you a massive versatility boost as well. I think it gives you like a 900 versatility or something like that. So you can like Thunder Focus Tea, or I forget what the Tea. There's a lot of Teas on Mistweaver. You use the Tea that empowers your abilities. Rising Sun Kick, get a huge boost of versatility. Way of the Crane, and then Dressed. And I know Sidu does that. I've played with him before where he's gotten over 200,000.
You think he's going to do it in a tournament, though? Not when
I
he's
wanna
just
see
memeing
it.
on the ladder? You think he'll do it?
I feel like it's good though. I mean, it heals too. Why not?
Yeah.
He's also the one that dies, so like he's wearing a safeguard. So is he going to take off the safeguard to do that?
He's wearing Voodoo Totem and Safeguard.
You like
I guess
Voodoo,
the
though,
nice
because
thing-
if you get kicked, you
the
can
nice
Voodoo
thing about
Totem.
Voodoo, yeah, it's like if you get kicked, you can use it, which is nice. I think you keep Safeguard and you swap Voodoo.
This is really interesting to me. I mean, we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. Method Orange has the exact same pick, but I'm really surprised that Rudimentary isn't switching it up from the Fury Warrior. I feel like that game was going pretty well, but maybe it might have been a mistake for Valido to be wearing so much corruption, and that's why things kind of spiraled out of
accidentally.
control. It might have actually been he accidentally like messed up his gear. You know,
That's
like,
definitely why Zach oomed first, I think.
maybe normally he plays like a good amount of gushing, but this time he knew he's the only target, so he put on a versatility set, but he wore one too many pieces, and that's when things really spiraled out of control. So maybe they just say, you know what, if I'm not taking millions of damage from things from beyond, maybe we're gonna win that matchup, and Zach will be able to hold on to a bit more mana.
well, even with it spiraling out of control in that game, they are still on match point. Rudimentary looking to close it out here on Ruins of Lordaeron.
All right, 2020 AWC, and finally, this would be a suitable resting place for Method Orange, as it is a cemetery. We're on match point. Rudimentary be able to root out their opponents here. We'll find out momentarily.
We'll have to see what they decide to do. I really think it's likely Rudimentary just goes after Sidu again in this matchup, but big damage incoming. Magnus and Valido already just getting down so low. Mez and Sam putting out tons of damage. Zach gets interrupted. He didn't have to play catch-up, but it looks like the healing from Valido, from Magnus, from Zach is enough to stabilize, but what an opener there for Method Orange.
Oh, Sidu getting connected too, interrupted with the Mind Freeze from Valido. They're trying to stay on target. He double chi torpedoes back to center tomb. Zach goes after him a little bit, tickling him with the Rising Sun kick, potentially looking for a ring of peace to knock him back into the clutches, but Mez is in trouble. Sidu gets pummeled. It's match point. Mez anti-magic shields. Death strikes back into the game. Now Sidu gets swapped too. 6 swaps from Rudimentary. Sidu gets gripped on his roll. He's out of range of his port, I believe. He needs to desperately get back in range of it as soon as possible, but they're killing Magnus just outright with pure brute force. Zach gets out of the paralyze, gets the life cocoon. Sidu now ports back to the tombstone. Zach gets stunned up. We see Method Orange switching to the healer on Rudimentary. Asphyxiate out. Big pressure. No life cocoon. Popping that Fort Brew. Trying to be enough to survive. Will it be? There's multiple interrupts. He pops the T, but immediately it's over and he's interrupted, gripped back into their clutches, and this is likely to be a healer race on match point. Which healer can survive the onslaught?
I mean, that really is the question. Sidu gets gripped back. He's in midfield. He ports away. Beautiful transcendence. Sidu tops off. Zach still in so much trouble. He doesn't have the same luxury. It is really difficult for him to get away from Sam I Am. Zach gets imprisoned. He's going to eat another mana rift. His mana is not looking good. Already down to around 25%, but his health is even lower, and he gets absolutely deleted. Nicely done there by Method Orange. And now, I mean, Rudimentary, it seems like they're the ones that have to go back to the drawing board, because this does not seem nearly as good into an Unholy Death Knight.
It definitely doesn't, and it's also crazy to think, I mean, just to go big picture here for a second, I mean, how many times have we gone to a Game 5 today compared to yesterday, where it almost felt like we weren't going to see very many? Very interesting to see what North America is putting out all in all, but how has Method Orange been able to regain here, Zico?
I mean, it's just the compositional swap here, I think. This is the thing that we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier when we were, showing that Mez piece and talking a little bit about Mez. This is what Method Orange are really good at. They are super good at figuring out, why are we losing? What comp should we play that beats this? How should we approach this matchup? How do we want to make our gear? How do we want to do this, that, and the other? And I mean, we've seen it in so many different tournaments. Even in Classic, when Cedar was dueling, he had some very interesting builds that he was running.
Yeah.
And I think this is just a case of that. Method Orange really showing their experience and keeping their head cool when they're down 0-2, figuring something out, and then playing it out in a great way.
Yeah, I mean, I think people forget that side of Sea-Doo a lot, right? It's really easy to talk about, what happens when you have somebody like Trill and Mez theory crafting, but Sea-Doo wants to have every advantage that he can every time they walks into the arena. And like, if you ever talk to him before he's doing the tournament, I know I got a chance to talk to him before the dueling tournament that Asman and S-Fan did, and like I talked to him before the tips tournament, like all of that stuff, and he's thinking about everything that he's seen in all of those duels, trying to create the weirdest build. Of course, you're going to see that here when the stakes are as high as they are. Now, the question is, what do you expect to see Rudimentary do here now?
It's got to be a comp swap coming out of them. They tried their, their little surprise comp, and I think now more than ever, it's time to swap some of those melee specs, or maybe even bring out their mage. If they fight a melee cleave, they bring out Maged in. He plays Arcane.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Why don't they just play Frosty K if they know it's going to be Unholy Demon Hunter? I mean, that's what we saw. You just play Frosty K to win the melee cleave mirror. It wasn't working into the Fury Warrior, but they're not going into a Fury Warrior.
Yeah, they have a lot of options. I mean, they can play that. They can play Mage comp. Like, they can play Mage Warrior. I feel like they have all of the cards, and they're going to have the map pick as well. They can go, like you said, Frosty K, Arms Warrior, like just traditional TSG if they want.
I feel like you still need to, in a lot of ways, and I'm curious if you disagree with me here, Ben Ricky, going into this Game 5, I feel like you favor Rudimentary. It seems like they do have most of the cards in their hand with the momentum that they got early in this series, and just with what they have available in general.
I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll definitely have to see. I mean, that's the thing about a tournament. Sometimes you get stubborn with your picks, and you have to go through the growing pains of actually making those mistakes and not picking the right composition when the pressure's on. So, I mean, for Method Orange, I think it's likely we see the exact same composition. It's going to be a small map, Black Rook hold, and they do lock it in very confidently. Rudimentary, now what are they going to do? They need to switch it up, I would say almost certainly, unless they feel like they really have no better option, and then I really worry for them, because the thing about Method Orange's comp with the Demon Hunter is they always have that win condition of being able to mana rift. Like, if Valito and Magnus can't find a kill, they are on a time limit, because you can bet Sam-I-Am will be landing mana rifts on Zac, and it's not going to be evenly balanced in terms of Zac's mana and Sea-Doo's mana. Zac will always be behind no matter what. So Rudimentary, they are going to lock in the Arms Warrior instead, but you really have to keep in mind, if Valito and Magnus aren't putting in work and closing out the game early, they're just going to lose to Mana Rift.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I feel like Mana Rift has just always been that trump card for Method Orange for the past, like 3 years?
Been a long
like, it's always been like, it's like, well, at least they got Mana Rift. It's like everything's going wrong for the boys on Method Orange, but at least they got Mana Rift. It has just been this thing that has really helped them out so much, and it's curious to me when that's going to stop kind of paying the bills in a certain way.
Mana Rift?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It's pretty good. I feel like
it's pretty good.
It's funny because even when Mez and Trill were playing with Colo, I think they were the ones that like double DH and brought Mana Rift in that we never really had seen it before. So it really has, that talent has been playing dividends for, Mez, Trill, and now Sea-Doo for quite some time. It definitely helps out.
I see it like decomposing aura is 100% what made Mez switch, I think, because that's the first. This is not an honor talent that was really standard for Unholy DK, but now because the health pools are so high, it makes sense. Just remove 15% health from anyone next to the Death Knight. They just start with 15% less health. That makes a lot of sense. The Valido's valuing that more than just going Frost Arms. So I'm curious if this actually changes the meta where Frost DK isn't king. It's actually the decomposing aura that allows the Unholy Death Knight the advantage. But we're on match point. It's game 5.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens here. Mez and Sama midfield with Valido and Magnus. A bit of a slugfest early on. Zach has to position really far away, and he needs to avoid mana rifts as much as he can. Seems like early on, Method Orange definitely is getting the better end of this exchange. Big damage abominations for both of these Death Knights. Samayam landing his first mana rift of the game. Zach actually going for a paralyze. They're going all in on Samayam. Big damage. They're actually playing Spike Trinket, something you really wouldn't expect to over-corrupt Samayam. But this could work out really well. If Samayam is playing, 38 corruption, he's really pushing that upper limit. This is something they could easily abuse, and I kind of like that X factor coming in from Rudimentary, trying to switch up their strategy and potentially punish too much corruption.
All right, let's see if they can get a kill here. Zach is interrupted. Valido is grapple weaponed. He can't heal up with Death Strike. Magnus is also low. Zach needs to pick up basically the whole team here. He's going to trade Gladiator's Medallion to escape crowd control and try and stabilize with the damage right now. Is quite insane. Zach is crowd controlled. They Stormbolt Sam. They sharpen Blade him. They're trying to stall the mana rift. They stall it and they burst Sam down at the same time. He has to blur. He vengeful retreats away, but then charges right back into the fight as Sidhu picks him up, going after Zach. Zach tries to roll away. Gets stunned on his roll by Sam. Sam has been hard carrying these last 3 games. He's looking to close out the series. Magnus stops him in his tracks with a triple intimidating shout, buying Zach some time to get this life cocoon up and rolling. But Method Orange are ruthless at the moment, just gunning for Zach.
Yeah, but Samayam's going to have to be very careful. I mean, the burst damage on him is really scary. The problem is now is Zach is just getting caught in a situation where he cannot escape from the mana rifts. The mana rifts are adding up. Sidhu, though, he's been burning through so much mana. He's actually behind. If Zach can recover, if Magnus and Zach can recover here, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. It's looking like Magnus is in so much trouble, and he gets annihilated. Absolutely destroyed. Method Orange were down 0-2 in the series, and they managed to battle it back. Really nicely done by them, but Rudimentary definitely coming in with some interesting strategies early on. Then I expect them to be a force in the lower bracket.
I like this Rudimentary team a lot. I mean, all in all, you have to say that. You look at what happens here, Zico, and you say, yeah, of course Method Orange is the type of squad that's going to be able to take 2 losses and still remain calm and figure out what they need to do in this series. Rudimentary, though, as a team, has already proven that they're going to have some interesting cards. It's just going to come down to them knowing when to play their hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that, like we said, they haven't been together as long as some of these other established teams, and that's, Method Orange here. They have a lot of experience. They played together for a long time. They know each other. They're good friends, and they can just shake off those losses and just stay focused. Keep thinking of what they should do for the next game. And I can't speak to Rudimentary here, obviously, but it's a lot easier, at least, when you are kind of a new team to not really have that same strong mental when things aren't going the way you expect them to. And I think in terms of comp, I would have loved to see Valido on the Frost DK. I feel like that would have been the big strength for them in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think even when I've talked to Sidhu about this a million times. I mean, he talks about how the actual pick phase has changed for them throughout the years, and that's something where tournament experience with the team and figuring out what is best for your team in particular, the people that you're playing with, it needs to evolve over time. It takes time to actually figure things like that out. But Rudimentary, I think, is one of the most exciting teams in this tournament based off of raw potential, where we really don't know 100% how high that skill ceiling is going to be, but Method Orange going to be able to hold on, which is huge for them moving forward on the top side of the bracket. I think one of the other things to note, though, when we do see some of the stuff that is happening with the DKs, is happening with the Warriors, Super Ts, you start thinking about some of the other people in the tournament. You start thinking about, maybe guys like Smexen and what they're going to be able to do with the meta evolving like this.
Well, I mean, Cloud9, from what we've seen from last year, was their Mage Warlock composition. I'm curious to see if they've adopted the Mistweaver Monk into that now that Restoration Druid is falling quite far behind. in my opinion, I would be blown away. If Cubsy manages to pull off the Restoration Druid, he is literally like the best Druid in the game, because right now everyone else that we see trying to pick up Resto Druid in tournaments is just is falling flat. So we'll have to wait and see. They have obviously got Snuts as well as the multi-class, the main multi-classer of the team. I'm curious to see how they utilize him, because if that Mage Warlock comp doesn't work anymore, that they're gonna need Snuts.
Yeah, I mean, very important thing to be thinking about right now, folks, because we are going to be seeing that matchup very soon. We're actually going to have to see what Cloud9 versus Space Station are going to be able to do. What do you predict is going to happen in that series, Venruki?
I think it's going to be a mirror matchup. I think the first game will be Windwalker, Mistweaver, Destro, mirror match. I think that's, and I do think it'll be a bit of a bold statement from Cloud9, because for Space Station, I mean, this is a composition they played quite a bit, but I mean, you really can never count out Chanimal and then, Destruction, Warlock, Mirror. I think he's definitely going to be able to go head-to-head with Thugonomics. Snout's obviously a phenomenal multi-classer, and Cubsy, we know him as a great healer as well, so I think we do see the mirror in game number 1. Could be wrong, but that would be my prediction.
You think we're going to see some of those big, beefy Luigi bolts coming out when we do actually get into this next one, Zico?
What?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see big beefy Luigi bolts. I don't know. I don't want to copy Vent's prediction, but I will say it like this: Space Station Gaming, they will run Windwalker Warlock, Mistweaver, and what Cloud9 ends up doing, that's their business. I'm not gonna make a prediction on that.
All right, well,
So, yes.
you heard it from our analysts. I'm very excited. Mamma mia, I cannot wait to see some big chaos bolts coming through, but we're going to have to wait a few minutes. We're jumping to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to see 2 more teams on the upper side of the bracket.
away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polywarp, Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud9's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, we got two squads that have yet to lose in this tournament. It's Cloud9 versus Space Station. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Super T, Zico, and Ben Rookie. This is going to be a very different matchup than what we've seen pretty much all day today. We've already started alluding to some of the classes, the comps that we do expect to see, but Zico, I think it's important to say that we're expecting a completely different play style, all in all, when we actually do get to Nagrand for the blind pick.
Absolutely. I mean, C9 are one of those teams that they play, you know, kind of a controlled style. They like to just sit back. They don't take super high risks. They don't try to force anything. They know a lot of the time they play a comp, you know, that's built to win later on, and they just play to that win condition. A lot of the time with that Mage Warlock especially, but honestly, with the meta right now, with what they're going up against, we could be in for a quick game. I don't expect it though. Even if both teams lock in super aggro comps, I think both of these two teams are such titans in the region where we just expect them to do that well. Even if they, you know, are in a situation where both teams are going super aggro, they should still be able to kind of just play a really solid defense as well. There's one more thing though, on the side of Space Station Gaming that we haven't actually mentioned. They won the 3 most recent online tournaments back to back before this, so they are heading in as, you know, if you just look at like a power ranking, if we had one, they would be number 1 in NA right now. And
they were
would be number 1 last year. So
these are really the top teams to look at in North America in a lot of respects. And you know, when you talk about those the online tournaments, the Method Mayhems that did happen that were very close to what we expect to see here, they were reigning quite supreme. But we're going to touch down to Nagrand Arena. We're going to finally get to see what these teams have locked in. Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming. This one is to stay in the upper side of the bracket. Whoever loses this is going to be sent to the loser side.
Well, Space Station Gaming, no surprises here. They won the entirety of the Method Mayhem tournaments with this composition. Gareki, Mistweaver, Chun-Li, Windwalker, and Thugonomics Destruction Warlock, certainly masterminds of this composition, and it is one of the best in the current meta. Cloud9 have adopted the Mistweaver Monk to their composition, their bread and butter, that Mage Warlock, and they are going to go head-to-head as Titans of North America.
I'm really curious to see what build Wealthy Man is playing, because in this composition as Mage Lock, there's a variety of things you can do. I mean, you could play versatility if you want to just be as absolutely tanky as possible. You can also play, you know, haste amps and haste procs, make sure you can get off greater power blast. But it looks like Wealthy Man's going to be taking a bunch of damage early on. Pubsy completely denies that setup with his life cocoon. I think that's just one of those reasons why this game could potentially go on for a little while. I mean, Mistweaver Monks, they have really powerful defensive cooldowns right now with the life cocoon, with the vitality conduit. We actually saw some Mistweaver Monks in Europe not using vitality conduit just to prolong their mana a little bit. And I'm curious to see if Cubsy and Gareki are going to be taking that adaptation, or, you know, maybe this matchup doesn't come down to mana in the late game, and we're going to see some surprise burst kills.
All right, Thugonomics is running Expedient, so he's going full haste with a little bit of Gushing Wounds. Cloud9, all 3 players are playing Verse Amps. Every single one of them max turtle strategy. Thugonomics is really the only aggressive choice in the game right now in this game here, so let's see if his aggression is going to pay off. I definitely would say that he's one of those Destros that's not afraid to get in your face and slap some Chaos Bolts right away. Chanimal, though, has his Dark Soul active, and Thugonomics is the target. He may take 2 Chaos Bolts. This could be devastating as Gorecki is interrupted. Thugonomics going to hide around the corner, and he might just outright die, almost being obliterated. And you can see the difference not having that versatility does.
I think Wealthy Man is actually playing Reaping Flames as a major. He's trying to snipe the pet and get big Reaping Flames, and I think that's where we saw that burst come from. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have the gearing in front of me.
Breath of the Dying.
Yeah, so Breath of the Dying is a major, and what you can do is if you can get the Fell Hunter low and then actually snipe a Reaping Flames on it, you can empower your Reaping Flames and get massive bursts. And I mean, Thugonomics, he barely survived that at like 2% health, so interesting adaptation here from Cloud9. I think the Reaping Flames is really strong, especially if you're targeting those pets and they don't expect it. And maybe they can get some surprise kills early on. I mean, just a little bit more damage, and this would have been 1-0 for Cloud9.
Chanimal gets Mortal Coiled away. Not going to find any damage here onto Thugonomics as he's moving forward. It's a bit surprising to see Thugonomics as the main target. You would have thought Chun-Li would be, as he's a melee DPS. He needs to go out into the midfield right now where he is attacking Wealthy Man. So a bit surprising. They maybe know that Thugonomics is a little bit soft because his cast speeds are so fast. He must be running haste. I mean, the Immolate was almost instant cast. Thugonomics going for another ward Chaos Bolt. Now trying to run away from the Greater Pyroblast, line of sighting it. Interrupted on his Banish, but he will be able to free cast Chaos Bolts in the near future. 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolts. Those are so fast with the Expedient build. Dark Soul is up. Ultimate's trying to control Thugonomics. Dark Soul with Polymorph, but now the Polymorphs are over. Chanimal follows up with a Fear. It's crowd control Thugonomics now or die. Chaos Bolt's being casted with Dark Soul. 1 Chaos Bolt. The second one gets Nether Warded back at Thugonomics. Beautiful timing by Chanimal.
Ooh, Wealthy Man in a leg sweep. 1 Chaos Bolt lands. He needs to run. That's the Drestagath as well from Chun-Li. Big burst setup there by Space Station Gaming, aka the boys. Touch of Death is now rolling. Now that there's no Temporal Shield for Wealthy Man, Chun-Li is looking to get really, really aggressive. Good backup there by Chanimal. Denies the Chaos Bolt with a nice Fear onto Thugonomics. And Wealthy Man should be completely fine with that Life Cocoon. But basically, it's a balancing act right now. You need to just use an offensive cooldown, hope your opponents over-respond in terms of their defensives, get Life Cocoon out of the way, and then, you know, when Thugonomics does manage to land a Chaos Bolt, there's not going to be those emergency cooldowns to really hold on to. Wealthy Man just slinging Greater Pyroblast in the midfield right now. You can see Chun-Li, he's going to be using that tank trinket as well, which is strong. I mean, if you're a melee, he does manage to hold on. Once again, it's the Life Cocoon, the Fortifying Brew. Cubsy gets stopped on his drink, but what I was saying is that tank trinket is just so powerful from Nihilotha, especially if you're a melee in a matchup like this where you're kind of tanking a lot of damage in the midfield and you're susceptible to getting bursted down. Having that as a defensive option is just really strong.
Oh, double leg sweep here. A bit of a mistake from Cloud9 stacking up. Double Cataclysm from Thugonomics to punish. Good follow-up damage onto Wealthy Man, but it's not, surprisingly, not taxing Cubsy's mana almost at all. Cubsy trying to roll across the map to crowd control. He gets crowd controlled himself. It's going to cost the Temporal and the Life Cocoon, although not much cost as those cooldowns are so readily available. Cubsy still crowd controlled, but no damage just yet. Gorecki snuck into a Polymorph by Wealthy Man. Greater Pyroblast being channeled here onto Gorecki, I believe. Doesn't find any damage, though. Chanimal takes a hit, down 50%. Chun-Li trying to carry the team. He's definitely going to be dealing the most amount of damage, as his damage is more guaranteed than the very slow Greater Pyroblast when you're running that versatility build. I mean, look at Wealthy Man. You're not getting that Greater Pyroblast. Spell locked by Thugonomics. Chanimal Nether wards a Chaos Bolt back to Thugonomics. Good timing there, denying some damage. Both these Mistweavers just not even spending mana. This is definitely a more dampening-oriented game. When we get deep into dampening, it's just going to be all about swings of burst damage. Who controls the Dark Souls better? And if they slip a couple Chaos Bolts through with it, you're not recovering when your healing is reduced 50%. Big push on Thugonomics. Gorecki gets crowd controlled, but the Vitality Conduit is already rolling. Unfortunately, they get double stunned. Big combustion pop here by Wealthy Man. Gorecki barely survives.
Yeah, manages to hold on. Thugonomics gets interrupted as well. That was a good offensive push. Later on in dampening, that could easily result in a kill, and that's just the thing. I mean, at this point, the problem is, like, Destruction Warlocks, they have such insane burst damage, but if you respond appropriately to all of their damage and you make the right trades and you line of sight when you're supposed to, that's when the game can be prolonged for an extended period of time. But if you make a mistake, you could just lose at any point in the game. The thing is, defensively, these teams are not making mistakes, and that's why dampening is kind of required for these kind of matchups to end. That being said, Thugonomics has had a few close calls in this matchup so far. And for the boys, aka Space Station Gaming, they haven't really had much opportunities in terms of offense. I mean, every single defensive cooldown is really available. Anytime they get damage rolling, Cubsy just can throw in a life cocoon and then the damage fades. And it'll be interesting to see if they can try to find some pressure in this game.
All right. Cubsy crowd control, double stunned by Chun-Li. These leg sweeps have been beautiful. Chaos Bolts lobbed in from Thugonomics as well. Fear to follow up. Will Wealthy Man stabilize? The Vitality Conduit says he will. Nether Ward by Thugonomics as he desperately hides around the corner waiting for Gorecki to heal him up. But Gorecki gets fully polymorphed. He has to trinket out of the polymorph just at a critical point in dampening where they could punish in this 2-minute window where Gorecki and Thugonomics can't escape crowd control. Big opening right now for Cloud9 with Dark Soul coming up in 14 seconds. Combustion available. And they pull Touch of Karma from Chun-Li. If you're Gorecki, you basically have to worry about all 3 members of your team dying to this combustion push. And that is so difficult as a healer to predict which target is going to die. If it's all 3 of you, Gorecki is really going to be tested in the next coming minute in game 1.
Wealthy Man just midfield trying to get greater power blast. Manages to actually find 2 here on Thugonomics. Can he find any more? Unfortunately not. Gorecki able to easily heal through it. If you look at mana, Cubsy, Gorecki, they're just both sitting pretty. I mean, we're at 20% dampening. They're still 80% mana or higher. Now, Thugonomics with that leg sweep trying to get big burst damage on Wealthy Man. They get the Cauterize. This is looking good for Space Station Gaming. If they can get the Ice Block, it's going to be really scary here for Cloud9 and Wealthy Man. And it seems like as this game goes on, Chun-Li just sitting on Wealthy Man is definitely good pressure for their team.
Oh, Thugonomics got a nice Nether Ward on a Greater Pyroblast. Cubsy had the Life Cocoon. And Cloud9, they're struggling a bit to get to their win condition. They're not really getting taken advantage of that Gladius Medallion timing. Finally there, Counterspell, Fear on Chun-Li, all 3 members of Space Station Gaming under full control. And Thugonomics is going to respect that situation. Trade on ending result, but Chun-Li is still out in deep water, midfield, against the 2 wizard masterminds of Cloud9. Gorecki is going to save him with his trusty handy Life Cocoon, and he's going to stay in the game and play aggressive. They survived the combustion Dark Soul window timing. Now it's their turn to throttle up. Will they get their pressure out during this time? Nether Ward active. Did it hit the Greater Pyro? Yep, it did. Straight back to Wealthy Man. Didn't actually do any damage, surprisingly. Wealthy Man getting bursted. Thugonomics is pushing across midfield into Cloud9 territory. This is dangerous moves from Thugonomic.
Definitely is. Thugonomics, if he gets too overconfident, it's going to be really scary for him. I think Wealthy Man Channel, Thugonomics is definitely the main target they would like to go after. So when Thugonomics kind of sits at the pillar, they have no choice but to go after Chun-Li. But Thugonomics makes it too easy for them to attack him. He's definitely going to fall on this match. So a balancing act for Thugonomics when he can push in, when he cannot. So far, so good. I mean, Wealthy Man getting bursted down with no Cauterize. This is the Ice Blocker death. Do they have the damage? Temporal Shield. No Battle Masters available with big heals from Cubsy. What a scary situation. 30% dampening. Wealthy Man, I mean, if there's a Drestigath coming, that could have been the end of the game. And that's what makes it so scary to play against Windwalker Monks that are using that trinket, stacking versatility to empower its damage. Just at any moment take you out. With no Cauterize, you got to be feeling a little bit scared. 32% dampening. I mean, how far do you think we're going here, Sid?
You want to play the dampening guess game? Probably
Yep.
50%. Like 50, 55%.
Ooh, maybe not. Chun-Li, Fortifying Brew, does use the Nihilotha Tank Trinket as well. And Lingering Psychic Shell. Fort Brew, it's big damage. Greater Power Blast doesn't care about Fortifying Brew. In fact, it makes it do more damage. Because it's percentage based. Touch of Karma now rolling for Chun-Li. He's burning through his defensives quite quickly, and this could be scary for Chun-Li as well. I mean, when Expel Harm isn't nearly as strong, all of a sudden Chun-Li, he can't be feeling nearly as confident. He trades out his Trinket, Combustion, everything on Chun-Li. He uses the Fuse Magic, but he might just outright die. He's used Trinket, he's used Karma, he's used Diffuse, his Fortifying Brew. Chun-Li cannot be feeling healthy and safe pushing into the midfield any longer. Shanimals is teeing off right now with Chaos Bolts in midfield. Chun-Li finally has to run.
Oh, he barely got around the corner when Wealthy Man was casting that Greater Pyro Blast. That could have been the end of his life if he wasn't able to get away. But now Thugonomics is overextended. He Nether Wards both a Greater Pyro and a Chaos Bolt. That Nether Ward saves Thugonomics. Grecky stabilizes with Life Cocoon. Now Wealthy Man on the back foot. Cubsy has the Life Cocoon, and this is where the mana is going to start to disappear. Almost 40% dampening. Grecky appears to be struggling. His entire team is dying at the moment. How is he going to pick them all up? Soothing Mist, they're desperately trying to recover. Chun-Li rolls in. He knows he needs to get something going. Cauterize is going to come up in 1 minute and 27 seconds. They don't want to reset that cooldown. They knock Wealthy Man back onto Chanimals, potentially for a double leg sweep, but it's not available yet, unfortunately, here for Space Station Gaming. Now Cubsy's rolling in for a leg sweep. Chun-Li is stunned up. No Life Cocoon for some time and no Karma, but Vitality Conduit and the Lingering Psychic Shell should be enough. Wealthy Man now Vitality Conduit. Both teams trading cooldown after cooldown. Thugonomics Polymorph. They're trying to stop some of his pressure. Touch of Death is available for Chun-Li. He wants to get that rolling as soon as possible. He's waiting for the Temporal. He swaps back over to Chanimal, stunning him up as he is the closest wizard, looking to try and make sure that Gorecki doesn't need to overextend. Gorecki rolls out to paralyze the mage, but he gets feared and punished on that push. Now while he's crowd controlled, this could be dangerous, but at the same time, Chun-Li doesn't seem to care. He's just going for the Touch of Death. Who is going to die first as we get closer and closer to that 50% dampening mark? Touch of Death explodes. Health not going to move through that Life Cocoon. Wealthy Man getting some Greater Pyroblasts. Are those on Gorecki? I don't believe so. I believe they're on Thugonomics. So going to be actually reflected back to Wealthy Man, and he has to blink way out of the fight. These Nether Wards from Thugonomics can definitely be lethal.
Well, there's no question about it. Wealthy Man getting low. He's got no Cauterize still for 15 seconds. Cubsy almost gets taken down. Chun-Li potentially going for that solo kill. It might have been actually Gorecki doing the damage. That was absolutely bizarre how much damage Cubsy took. Now Thugonomics in the midfield has to be very careful. If he gets stuck there, Mortal Coil comes in from Thugonomics on Chanimal to deny some of that Chaos Bolt damage. Thugonomics still in the midfield, gets interrupted, looking for a Chaos Bolt. Wealthy Man finally has Cauterized, so we can always rely on that cheap death effect. Thugonomics almost getting soloed, has to retreat behind the pillar. Gorecki trying to top him off, but we're at 51% dampening. Gorecki almost has no mana. Cubsy almost has no mana. Sparks are flying, anyone could fall. And now, once again, Thugonomics pet falls, that big Reaping Flame, this could just be it. It is going to be Combustion, and Thugonomics just dies out of nowhere. There's just nothing left. And that is what is so scary against Mage Warlock. I mean, Combustion is such a deadly cooldown, Infernal's Dark Soul such a deadly cooldown, and then the entire game, you're worrying about the Chaos Bolts, you're worrying about the Greater Pyroblasts, and Cloud9, they had an obvious game plan, they stuck to it, and it took till 55% dampening, but they managed to make it work and take game number 1.
Yeah, Zico, I think a lot faster than we expected.
A little bit faster. I was actually I made a little call around the 15-20% damp, saying that we would see a kill at 42%. Thug unfortunately let me down there. He was low, around 39%, but he lived.
Yeah, in all seriousness, I kind of want to, there's obviously a lot to talk about when you do get that late into dampening, but one of the things that I want to talk about the most is the Reaping Flames discussion. Is that something that you can use once you try to go in, sneak a kill? If it doesn't work out, you're just switching off at the next game, or do you think that this was a cheeky decision that we might see a little bit more of?
No, I think it makes perfect sense. I mean, at this point, you are going to be focusing a lot of pets anyway, because you're playing Mage Warlock. If, you know, the Warlock pops Dark Soul, for example, you can pretty much expect, Space Station Gaming to all fall back. And when that happens, Cubsy can go look for drinks. And when that happens, the only thing that can really stop him is, the pet. So you're going to be attacking the pet continuously anyway. The pet is going to be taking cleave damage. And anytime you can snipe it off with the Reaping Flames, it's always going to be good. So I like that.
I mean, it's definitely just like crazy how different this is from some of the other things we see. Because when we actually see these teams go head to head with some of the other squads, it's like, what is the meta actually going to look like then?
Oh, I mean, this has been something that's been around. When we had the Method Mayhem, we saw what happens when Destruction Mistweaver goes against Destruction Mistweaver. The games can take a little while, and I mean, that's just the way it is. At any point, the game can end because of so much burst. But if both teams are trading cooldowns appropriately, dampening is kind of required. Now, I really do like the Reaping Flames. It's such a huge burst of damage. And the thing is, you have to be worried about your pet consistently. If your opponents aren't playing Reaping Flames, you don't really have to worry about your pet. And if you expect the game to go to 30, 40, 50% dampening, it can be almost impossible to keep a Fel Hunter alive through just, Fire Blast, Pyro Blast, a little bit of burst damage. If Channel is able to get an Immolate, like, the pet will die, and that all of a sudden is a lot of time Thugonomics has to worry about healing it, Gorecki has to potentially worry about healing it, and if you don't, then you just get a 200,000 burst from Reaping Flames out of nowhere, and that damage really adds up in dampening. So I think it's a smart strat, especially if you're going into the late game.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's one of those things where you go, yeah, it might work really early on, but also, if it doesn't manage to sneak something in early on, when you do get to dampening, it's a win condition all on its own. So it's potentially has some upside in those early goes, has some upside a little bit later on in the game when you do get to dampening. It does seem like a pretty interesting strategy all in all. And when we're talking about strategies, do you think that we could see any composition changes come out, or do you think we're jamming with this Super Tease all the way through and through?
Funny enough, the one player in the game not running full versatility was the one that died. So maybe Thugonomics should just play full versatility? Possibly. Is Thugonomics going to do it? Knowing Thugonomics? No. Probably not, but I thought it was interesting that he was the only player wearing haste and gushing, and he actually was the only player that died, so it seems like that's the best build. We didn't see any medallions, I don't think. Was Chun-Li running a medallion? No, he prefers the Dressy Guy. That makes a lot of sense. You're just hitting a Fire Mage solo over the medallion. Might be one of those things where medallion is only good for a Fire Mage, but Wealthy Man also wasn't running it. You think Wealthy Man should be running the medallion, Ven?
No, I don't really. What was he running?
Claw and Emblem.
Yeah, I think those are fine, to be honest. I mean, the medallion's really, really nice, but you don't really need the all-in damage. You know what I mean? Like, the problem is when you build your entire character off just a 2-minute combustion, and that's what kind of happens. It's like, more often than not, people just trade pretty effectively, and then you don't get that much value. Whereas you have like the Reaping Flames as your major, and you have a Claw, then you have like multiple times in the game where you have that overwhelming damage you can use. So I don't mind it. It kind of spreads out their goes a little bit more than just a big all-in. But yeah, I think definitely the on-use versatility trinket's strong, but I don't mind his build. I think it's good.
How do you feel about going to Dalaran Sewers here? How is this going to actually affect our matchup?
It's a small map, and when you're playing against Double Wizards, you want a small map, so it makes a lot of sense. Space Station Gaming with Big Brain Plays going to go to Dalaran Sewers so they can avoid the Greater Power Blast and Chaos Bolts a lot easier, and they can also get on their targets a lot easier. The problem is when you're playing against a Destro Warlock and a Mage, and all they do is run away and overextend Chun-Li, then Thugonomics, he has to run off the pillar. Gorecki, they have to run off the pillar. Or he has to run off the pillar, and it becomes really, really difficult to like hold your ground and keep your position. And then all of a sudden you're susceptible to fear and polymorph. So that's why they're opting for the smaller map.
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of things to keep in mind with something like that. And Zico, another thing that I do want to say, it's kind of a weird phenomena that happens when we do go to those deep dampening games, is you kind of get more information than sometimes you would get in a series that goes maybe even 4 games, right? Because you just get to see more of the goes, you get to see stuff that is a lot more stable, and then ultimately when you do get to dampening, you see whose win condition does seem like it's going to get more wins. I feel like after watching that first game, you can make a pretty solid prediction. Who do you think is going to be able to take this series?
I think we're going to have a Game 5 series going in favor of Cloud9, maybe 3-1 or 3-2. And I think what you're saying is completely spot on. I mean, when you have these games that, drag out, it's not only that you kind of get to see how they play the comp and everything, but you also get to see some of the player tendencies, what they like to do, when they like to run, when they like to get aggressive, and kind of punish that. So you definitely learn a lot from these games.
Jade statues are down in center field. No early misplays from either Mistweaver. Gorecki's moving in. Triple leg sweep. Beautiful timing here. Now Cubsy, how's he going to deal with this situation? He's fully feared. He got the Vitality Conduit rolling on Wealthy Man. That's healing him up quite effectively. Chanimal going for some Chaos Bolts on Thugonomics. And then he resolved from Thugonomics. He doesn't seem to care. Just standing in their face, looking to try and blast them down with some added defense. And Thugonomics is just doubling down on what he's known for on that Destro, getting in there and getting dirty.
Yeah, it can be really scary though. I mean, if Gorecki gets caught in crowd control, Thugonomics could easily fall, and he's already forced to the pillar. He's traded out his trinket, but Chun-Li is still just going offense, offense, offense. Touch of Death is rolling. He's got the Touch of Karma as well. He just wants to keep the pressure. I think Space Station Gaming, they realize if the game goes on for too long, that is not a winning formula for them. Early on, they should be able to play aggressive on Chanimal, on Wealthy Man, and maybe establish some sort of lead.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they can do that. I mean, they have to kind of play this in and out game where they go out, they try to net themselves a cooldown, use the paralyze, use a leg sweep, try to get something going, and then pull back. Because if they stay in the open too long, well, we know what will happen. So they're gonna need to do a good job with that. And right now, I would say Thug is the one on the back foot. They get a leg sweep here onto Gorecki. If they can get anything more out of that, ooh, Wealthy Man takes a big bolt here as well. Spell lock onto Wealthy Man, leg sweep onto Cubs. He could be the ice block, full fear secured. Dress trinket coming out as well. Wealthy Man finally gonna get the cauterize proc, but he is gonna get that life cocoon and stabilize. So a completely different game here from Space Station Gaming, netting a big cooldown early on.
I think the map is playing a big factor. Space Station Gaming aren't afraid to get in there close and personal because there's always a point of line of sight that they can retreat back to. And the series could easily be a Game 5 series, just bouncing between big and small map. Between teams of this caliber, because right now Space Station Gaming have developed a lot of pressure. Nether Ward on the Greater Pyroblast, that's going right back to Wealthy Man. He gets spell locked on the follow-up, but Chun-Li gets bounced off the side. He can't connect. Good ring of peace from Cubsy. Cubsy repositioning, constantly rolling across the map to drag Gorecki and Thugonomics out into the open. We can see Cloud9 positioning on the bottom side, far away from Thugonomics and Gorecki. Gorecki, Thugonomics pushing it forward, but now they're out in midfield, and that means that Cloud9 can freely cast at them.
Yeah, we'll see. Wealthy Man really hasn't been able to get out too much damage this game, and that's what happens when you kind of overwhelm a Fire Mage and you're stunning him and ropping him and kicking him and fearing him and coiling him on every single one of his Greater Pyroblasts. I mean, all that time spent casting Greater Pyroblast, you're not actually doing super effective damage, so that's why I like what Cloud9's doing, really just putting the pressure on Wealthy Man, because if he gets a moment to breathe, that's when he gets the chance to cast those Greater Pyroblasts and his damage really starts adding up. So just keep playing aggressive for now. I think it's a strategy for Cloud9. They already got the Cauterize out of the way, and if Wealthy Man isn't careful, he can just get absolutely annihilated by a Chaos Bolt, by a Drestagath Trinket. They just need to set it up and continue this damage. There's the Life Cocoon from Cubsy. He has to trade that out. I don't think that was the Drestagath Trinket from Chun-Li. So that being said, Chun-Li, he's got the Touch of Death, he's got the Drestagath, try to get the Ice Block, and if they can get that, they're going to be in a great spot.
If they can just paralyze Cubsy and get another leg sweep on him like the last time, they could easily force the ice block here. There's a great opening, no life cocoon for a long time, like you mentioned. Chun-Li has all of his offense. There it is, full touch of death. There's the leg sweep, there's the paralyze, full leg sweep now onto Cubsy as well. Wealthy Man, immediate ice block. I like that. That touch of death was going to do massive damage. There's the threat of the dress trinket as well. But the problem is now the dress trinket is still in Chun's back pocket. So the next attack could potentially force out the life cocoon just because of that trinket. And then when Thug gets his, offensive cooldowns back, he could potentially even secure the game. Right now, Space Station Gaming in a massive lead.
All right, let's see if they can keep that lead. They're very close to victory. The next stun lock on Wealthy Man could be it, as Cubsy is relentless and won't be able to escape a fear if Space Station Gaming execute correctly. But Chun-Li is the one being engaged on. Big pop-off by Wealthy Man. Immediately answered, though, with the Diffuse Magic. Chun-Li going to take no damage from that combustion. Good setup, but equally good denial. Now Chun-Li abandoned, polymorphed away, Thugonomics targeted down. He's going to line of sight upstairs, try to utilize this line of sight of the balcony from Wealthy Man's Greater Pyros, but he actually still took 2 Greater Pyros. Big hit. Gorecki just instantly heals him back to full. Now Wealthy Man is in trouble. Cubsy is crowd controlled. He breaks under the stun with every man for himself. He connects the life cocoon and he survives another chain, but he won't have every man for himself for the next one. Dark Soul is available, but Thugonomics needs to retreat back for a moment. Gets a life cocoon, posted up towards the boxes. Line of sight in the Greater Pyros if they're on him, but they're actually on Chun-Li. Cloud9 mixing up their targeting. Touch of Karma going to redirect the swap to him, but they actually just bust through the Touch of Karma. As we see Monks rolling off the side of the map. Thugonomics setting up with fears on Wealthy Man, maybe trying to pull him into a bad position. Unfortunately, those fears actually just fearing Wealthy Man back to the pillar. They swapped to Chanimals for a moment, potentially trying to bait some heals and switch the Jade statue target before going after the mage. Very interesting strategy here from Space Station Gaming, considering how close they are to actually killing Wealthy Man.
Yeah, I mean, Wealthy Man definitely feeling very vulnerable right now with no Ice Block and no Cauterize. There's no doubt about that. Chun-Li with his Touch of Death, Thugonomics with Infernals, with Dark Soul. Things are shaping up quite nicely here for Space Station Gaming as long as they can execute and continue this offensive push. But Wealthy Man, I think he realizes how much trouble he's in. He's playing a lot more defensive. He's not planting. There's the Touch of Death, preemptive Vitality Conduit from Cubsy on the Paralyze, on the leg sweep. Really nicely done. That might be enough to keep Wealthy Man alive, but there is a huge hit of damage. It gets completely negated by the Life Cocoon of Cubsy. Cubsy with the preemptive Vitality Conduit, the preemptive Life Cocoon. Wealthy Man, you really, I guess you didn't, you wouldn't expect how much danger he was really in, but you know, the Mistweaver utility kept him alive, kept him healthy, and in fact, he didn't even take any damage.
Yeah, that was super, super solid defense from Cubsy. This is the things that he has to do. He has to anticipate instant crowd control, and the best way to do that is you can see how Cubsy is positioning right now behind the pillar. He always tries to line the guy that's trying to insta CC him. In this case, you know, it might be Chun, it might be Thug, and when he does that, he can kind of just reposition, get a global out as he gets paralyzed, as he gets feared, and usually that would be enough to keep the mage alive if he can get that Vitality Conduit going. So if Cubsy can keep Wealthy Man alive for a little bit longer, he should have his Ice Block back, already has his Cauterize back, and that massive lead that Space Station had is slowly withering away, and now you know, the dampening is going to really start kicking in, and at that point the tide is going to shift in Cloud9's favor. Space Station Gaming needs to get aggressive and try to force out more defense as soon as possible, otherwise Wealthy Man can start being aggressive.
Are we going to get to that 50% dampening mark as we did in game number 1? We're getting pretty close at this point. Thugonomics getting blasted by Chanimal, but immediately healed back by Goreki's Mistweaver Monk. Greater Pyro cast by Wealthy Man. Thugonomics jumps off the side. Wealthy Man tries to blink in line of sight. Unfortunately, not close enough. And Thugonomics' little maneuver is going to avoid a Greater Pyro Blast. He restabilizes from the Vitality Conduit. Goes for a double Mortal Coil into a Fear onto Chanimal, setting him up out in the open if they want to switch targets. Chun-Li going after Cubsy. Cubsy rolling away. Is Chun-Li going to actually commit to this on Cubsy? Cubsy knocks him away with the Crackling Jade, but he gets paralyzed. Pops the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Big boom here from Chun-Li. Goreki rolls up for a double stun. Is Cubsy just going to outright die? Nope, makes it to the Life Cocoon. Rolling back out into midfield, but I do like that Chun-Li is keeping things spicy.
That was his every man for himself.
Yeah, so, I mean, getting the every man for himself out of the way, definitely a nice little victory. I mean, Chun-Li and Thugonomics, they can look to make more swaps onto Cubsy. Without that stun break, it can definitely be devastating. You have 2 leg sweeps, a Mortal Coil to really set that up, and unless Chanimal and Wealthy Man are there to back him up, it could just be lights out. Now Touch of Death is rolling on Chanimal right now. There's no Life Cocoon to heal through this damage, but doesn't look like it's going to be bursting down Chanimal too much. 25% dampening. Cubsy's still able to handle the damage reduction so far. Wealthy Man now getting bursted. And it does seem like Space Station Gaming, they're kind of heating up in this series. I'm not sure if it's just the map or, you know, they're getting a little bit more comfortable with this matchup, but things are definitely looking better for them. Wealthy Man casting Greater Power Blast gets interrupted. Chanimal just throwing in the Chaos Bolts, but a Life Cocoon from Goreki onto Chun-Li completely negates that attempt.
Yeah, we're gonna see now another attack being launched here. Sheep onto Goreki. Thug gonna respect it immediately, using that unending resolve right there. Chun-Li taking a little bit of that leftover damage here, and Thug got knocked kind of out of position. He's gonna have to walk all the way around with that Dark Soul active. Now he's looking for a Dark Soul Fear, potentially trying to line up a Chaos Bolt. Sean now going super aggressive here, using that Dress Trinket, trying to get a little bit of pressure going here back onto the Warlock here, but Chanimal just not really taking much damage here. Gushing Wounds is going to be on him, but he just dishes out the Fears here. Fears the Fist of Fury, Paralyze onto Cubsy, into a full Fear here, and now all of a sudden Chanimal could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Cubsy is going to come out of that. He does have his Life Cocoon, should be able to keep Chanimal alive. He's actually trying to hold on to it, just faking out the counterspell of Wealthy Man, Thugonomics, sorry, and trying to just keep him alive that way. Ended up not using his Life Cocoon as well. So Cloud9, the longer this game goes on, the better of a situation they're going to be in, and holding key defense like that is going to just allow them to extend the match longer and longer. You can see Chun is really having a hard time surviving here, Sid.
Yeah, he was trying to stop Cubsy from drinking, but Cubsy regenerated a bit of mana, and now it's going to cost Chun-Li's Gladiator's Medallion. They're trying to push back here by fearing Cubsy and bursting down Wealthy Man. Can they find the Cauterize through the temporal? A couple seconds away before it ticks. Wealthy Man gets a quick heal. Cubsy is still crowd controlled. Infernals have been called in. This is likely the Cauterize. Oh, not enough crowd control. Cubsy gets the Life Cocoon over onto Wealthy Man, although not that great of an absorb this deep into dampening. I just wanted to compliment the positioning from Space Station Gaming as they're playing this upper box quite effectively, always on the edge. So whenever a cast like a Greater Pyroblast is about to finish, they just jump off the side, or they're close enough to a box to line of sight it. They're playing the map expertly. Look at this Ring of Peace, preventing Cubsy from getting back upstairs. He has to reposition far on the bottom side to try and heal Wealthy Man up, but this damage is quite crazy deep into dampening. Temporal going to go off, and now a Ring of Peace blocks Wealthy Man's retreat. He can't line of sight Thugonomics. 2 beefy Chaos Bolts flying through the skies. Thugonomics looking for a third one as soon as possible to lob out. Chanimal tries to support Wealthy Man, fearing Chun-Li away. The support appears to be good enough, but while Cloud9 were pinned down, Gorecki drank to full mana.
Ooh, Wealthy Man caught into a stun. Big burst, but Chun-Li, he gets stunned. Out of line of sight. Unfortunately, he gets the Life Cocoon by Gorecki, and that's going to keep him alive. Cloud9 definitely was looking to capitalize on Chun-Li's positioning, but with good backup from his team, he does manage to stay alive. Thugonomics getting a little bit low right now as well. We're at 44% dampening. The last map concluded at 54% dampening, so could ramp up a little bit higher, but this is when the Mistweaver Monks start burning through their mana really quickly to keep their teammates alive. And I would say right now, it looks like Cloud9 actually has a little bit of an advantage here. In this matchup. As the game progresses, it's going to be difficult for Chun-Li to push in, keep himself nice and healthy with his Expel Harm. His healing gets lowered further and further. And Wealthy Man, with his combustions, can cause a lot of pressure in the late game.
Yeah, this positioning from Cloud9 is making it very annoying for Chun-Li because he has to line of sight his healer to go behind the pillar, but all of a sudden, Thug taking a massive hit. Gorecki gonna use that Life Cocoon, and he should be able to keep him alive, but now Chun just got his Touch of Karma back. He might actually have to use it right away. Chaos Bolt connects to him by Chanimal. Not big enough though. And another Greater Pyro, he's going to use that Touch of Karma on it and try to get aggressive. Wealthy Man looking for polymorphs on that. Chanimal now taking big damage. He's going to use his Gladiator's Medallion. Full counterspell security on Cubsy. Chanimal could just go down here, get stunned up. Do they have the damage? No Life Cocoon available. Chanimal using that Healthstone, ducking behind the pillar. Full fear security onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man trying to turn the tide around onto Thug. Gets a big hit there, but it should be fine for now. On Cloud9, Cubsy has a lot of work to do, but I think they should be able to stabilize.
Chun-Li is trying to finish this game. It could be a triple kill if Thugonomics is able to get back online. Gorecki is rolling up, looking for a stun. Cubsy gets spell locked. Perfect timing by Thugonomics, and this aggressive playstyle on Dalaran Sewers is looking like it's going to net them a point. How is Cubsy going to recover at 53% dampening? They're desperate. They're polymorphing the Windwalker. They're trying to get a kill on Thugonomics, even with basically nothing left. Cubsy pulls his teammates back from the brink. Now he needs to pick himself back up. He rolls in aggressively and says, okay, we're going to have to get a kill because I don't have mana to do this. Stun onto 2 targets. Thugonomics trades out. Netherward on any resolve. Wealthy Man, Ring of Peace hits, but he actually is able to blink out before being knocked out of line of sight. Mana has now been tapped almost completely on both sides despite the drinks. Chanimal has Dark Soul up. They need to be careful. Are they just going to run away from him? Chun-Li is polymorphed. He can't move. Thugonomics is going on top of Cubsy during Dark Soul. Scary Chaos Bolt connects. Thugonomics wraps around the boxes. Gorecki picks him up with the Vitality Conduit, but now into a Paralyze. Ring of Frost is going to lock them behind the pillar. Double Infernal. Huge pressure from Cloud9, and Cubsy keeps his team together to get the kill onto Thugonomics. Chun-Li is still trying to push for a kill on Chanimal, but I think that it is unlikely. Touch of Death. If this Touch of Death doesn't kill, there's no way. He's trying to push for it. Life Cocoon's up. Just press it. He presses it. Touch of Death not going to kill through that. Great hold by Cubsy, being so far behind and then pushing for the win.
I mean, that was truly a fantastic game. I mean, one of the things is getting into this dampening consistently, as we talked about. You're really just seeing so much of what these players do have to offer. But Zico, break down what basically did happen in this matchup so we can start to predict what we think is going to happen in this series overall now that Cloud9 gets themselves on match point.
Well, this is, arguably the best map here for Space Station Gaming, and they just lost on it. Like right now, in terms of just looking at the entire series, it's not looking great. I mean, they could go to, for example, Blade's Edge next game and play out a game there, win, and even if they do that and win that game, they're still going to have to win a game on Tolvir or on Asha mains, and that's going to be extremely tough. But I like their strategy, Space Station Gaming. They played a lot more aggressive early on, looking for opportunities, going for the mage. And, I mean, here at the end, I feel like dampening just kind of ramped up a little too high. They got that big damage set up, just with the mage kind of passive damage in the end. And I think the big story was just Cubsy actually able to recover earlier when he was when the whole team was rotting down. It's kind of what put them in this situation.
So you kind of feel like we're at the spot here where the maps are just kind of seal the fate of Space Station?
Absolutely, yeah. I think this could be a 3-0 if Cloud9 keeps playing like this, but at worst, I think it's going to be a 3-1 for Cloud9, because if they do lose, I would pick Blade's Edge if I was Space Station, because they have 2 monks and they can really abuse Ring of Peace on that map, and it's a small map as well. But even if they win on that map, I feel like winning on Tolvir is close to impossible against Cloud9.
Would you agree with that, Fenriky?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. This matchup seems to be coming down to just getting to a point in the game where the consistent, unavoidable damage of Wealthy Man really starts adding up. I mean, as a Fire Mage, if you can just Fire Blast, you get a free Pyroblast, and just doing that consistently later on in the game, it becomes really, really taxing on a healer's mana, and also it's just really good pressure. And if Thugonomics has to run and hide, if Chun-Li have to run and hide, just from those little micro damages that is coming out, let alone, a greater Power Blast sneaking in, all of a sudden the tide of battle really shifts, and Thugonomics has to run and hide, and he just gets caught in a spot where there's just no healing left, there's no cooldowns, he slightly overstays his welcome, and it's really hard to recover. And I mean, that's what we're seeing the last 2 games. And it just seems to me that Space Station, they have to play really risky. Like, they need to be risky. They need to try to win the game before it gets to 50% dampening. If they can't, then I think they're going to be in a really rough spot.
I want to go big picture for a second as well. I do want to ask, when we look at these 2 teams and what they offer, how they actually fit in to the entire picture of this meta and the entire picture of this tournament, because we do know whoever does win this goes on to play against Method Orange. Whoever loses this ends up playing against Turtle in the lower bracket, where they'll face elimination, and they have the potential to cruise on back up to the open bracket if they have the ability to take down the likes of Turtle, Rudimentary, and Kawaii, the teams that currently do wait there, the 3 teams who are waiting to see who's going to be able to come out on top of this series. Who do you think has the best place in this meta? Like, when we look at Cloud9 and when we look at Space Station, because when we talked about these teams, Sid, it seemed like there was a clear favorite in the online tournaments that had happened in the break of the AWC, right? We have a break since November. BlizzCon's the last time we've actually had an AWC tournament. So the Method Mayhems are really the only lens that we get into these squads, and it seemed like we had a clear favorite there.
Yeah, the big change for Cloud9 was switching from Druid to Mistweaver meta. All last year they were dominating with Druid, and Druid was the best healer. Druid is now not the best healer. I'm trying to think of good situations for it. There's not many, if any. But now it's Cubsy stepped up, and they've got comfortable with the Monk, and now they're making that Mage Warlock combo between Wealthy Man and Chanimal work with the Monk meta. I mean, they could be unstoppable at the moment. I'm curious if Space Station Gaming changed their builds at all. Again, I believe Thugonomics wasn't running complete versatility. He had a couple. He's going like a little bit of everything now, mostly haste and gushing, but I think I saw 1 verse amp on his gear. 1 versatile rank 2, yeah.
Make it a little bit of a compromise.
But it's not. And he's always the one that's dying, so...
But he has to... Well, I really think their team has to win early. Like, I think you have to kind of risk it on your gear a little bit, because if you get too late in dampening, I think that's when the Fire Mage... You get to the point of no return, where just a combustion or just the micro damage, the micro unavoidable damage a Fire Mage can do, or a combustion just is... You can't recover. And I think it gets really scary at like that 50% dampening and higher.
When you say micro damage, you mean the 50k pyro spam?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you can't really spam it, but I mean, just literally just using your Fire Blast for Pyroblast. And I mean, at dampening too, people kind of hover around lower HP. So if he's playing like the Scorch execute talent, then I mean, Fire Mages have a really good execute by being able to automatically crit their Scorch at 30% and under. And I think later in dampening, you can actually get advantage of that as well, because not as easy to keep someone's health above 30%.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
There it is. There it is, dude. We're going to see Smexon coming in on the Warrior. What do you think about this, Fenricky? I keep deferring all Warrior questions to you as somebody who talked about it so much leading up to this tournament. What do you think of it actually coming in with their backs against the wall in this series?
I don't know. I think at this point for Space Station Gaming, they got to try something new. Smexon is going to provide a lot of consistent damage. I would say a little bit less burst damage than Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, but this might allow them to get, more in the face of Cloud9. I'm not convinced that this is going to be better, but it is certainly different, and it might work out a little bit better for them. I mean, Blackrook hold a very small map. The Arms Warrior has Spell Reflect as well. It's a great utility to avoid damage and kind of redirect that damage back to Cloud9 when they're getting overzealous with their burst. But yeah, I like that they're changing their comp. If this is better, I'm not sure, but we'll have to see.
Zico, do you think that this is better?
I think that this is something that, well, on a small map, actually, yeah, I do think it's better. I feel like Warrior right now is kind of the counter to Warlocks. You stack Versa, then you have that, tankiness that you actually need to be able to just stay in. And I feel like Warrior is just one of those classes that can put out a lot of pressure, especially as the game goes on, and not actually take that much damage. So I like it, but again, you can't lock it in on a big map. Like if you lock in a Warrior against a Mage on a big map, even if it's Smexon, I'm not going to give you the best odds.
Yeah, which I think is fair, right? Now the question is, let's actually talk about how the win condition does work out. You say it works better on a small map. Makes a lot of sense, but for anyone who's maybe not familiar with this composition, can you just break down how Space Station can win this game?
Essentially, the biggest thing in this matchup, when you look at it, especially when there's a melee caster versus two casters, the two casters are going to stay far back. The melee is going to go in, and when he is out there exposed in the open, they're going to try to trade, like Temporal Shield, small defensive cooldowns like that. And then once the setup is done for the melee and he needs to run, he's going to kind of be stuck out in the open, and that's when he's just going to have two casters spamming spells into his back. That's when the healer is going to have to leave the pillar and make himself exposed. That's when CCs can happen, and that's when the game can, really get going. So on a smaller map, you're always basically in range of your, retreat. And so you can go out, hit the Warlock, and then just heroically back, and you're already behind a pillar. On a map like Tolveron, if you're heroically back, you're still going to be, pretty far out in the open in everybody's line of sight. So on a small map like this, you hit and run more. On a big map, if you all just run, the enemy healer will drink, and you're going to lose on mana. So that's basically the chokehold, if I'm going to describe it.
And I do, just to get back to the big picture here, while we do have a second, when we're looking at these teams, who do you think has the better shot of being able to take down Method Orange? Because we know that whoever does win this will be playing against them for the best seats in the house. Siko, do you think that one of these squads has a better chance against that team?
I want to say Cloud9, but I feel like Method Orange, they've been putting in a lot of practice. They look really strong right now. I would say Cloud9, though. I think Mage Warlock has been something that Method Orange has kind of been struggling with in general last year. So if that's going to remain the same, I would say Cloud9 is a better option.
All right. Now that we have that all in mind, we are getting ready for this one. I do want to let you all know, if you are just tuning in, this is how the day is going to look. We're going to look at this matchup, and once this is solved, we're going to know our four teams in the lower side of the bracket. Then we're actually going to play out two more matches. Those are going to be in the loser side of the bracket, so whoever does lose those, they are going to be eliminated from the tournament. Then after that, the stage is going to be completely set for tomorrow, where we are going to crown a champion in NA and also in EU. Yesterday, we did get to move through everything in that region, get a taste for those teams, and we do have our top four from that region. So plenty of AWC going on this weekend. We're going to be rocking through this matchup in just a second as we do get to Blackrock Hold, and we're going to see who's going to be able to take it. Cloud9 or Space Station Gaming is going to be able to extend this series with their backs against the wall. Supatis, do you think that Blackrock Hold's going to be enough for Space Station Gaming with this Warrior?
Maybe. I mean, it's Smexon Warrior. This is a solid composition, obviously, in the meta, one of the best. But Warrior can't really get away very easily. So Chun-Li, when he's pushing in really overextended, Diffuse Magic, Karma, and then portal back and roll a lot and then keep up with Gurecki. Whereas Smexen on the Warrior is kind of like charge. All right, I can heroic leap once, and if I heroic leap away, I'm never hitting the mage again.
Yeah,
so
they kind of have the mobility of mages in Shadowlands, right? They're gonna have a tough time with something like this.
mages in Shadowlands have less blinks than me.
Because you never blink. I got that. I like that.
That's a good joke. I like that one a lot, almost as much as I like how much Venrique and Zika probably don't like the future.
Oh, goodness. I don't want to talk about it.
Future?
What'd you say, Zika?
The future?
Yeah, when you lose.
Oh,
like,
right,
once.
Shadowlands. Yes.
Yeah. It definitely is going to be a lot of fun to get to see how mages do adapt to something like that. But it's also going to be fun to get to see this matchup. I do want to let everyone at home know the reason that we haven't jumped right into this game is because the teams opted into using a little bit of their time that they do have. They have like timeout time where they can actually talk about what they do want to do in the matchup. They're going to be ready pretty soon, though. I'm pretty sure that they've run down the clock on that, and then we're going to be able to hop right into the matchup and figure out if we are going to be seeing Cloud9 move forward or if the series will get extended just a little bit more here. But Warlocks, this is kind of us getting to see them come out in full force in NA. When we look overall at how strong of a class that they really are, Super T's, it does seem like it is going to be a spec that we're going to have to be familiar with for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just solid with the verse amps, right? In defensive stance, you're already taking 20% less damage. Add on a bunch of verse, maybe an extra 80% damage reduction if you go crazy. That's why they're very difficult to kill. They bring Sharpened Blade and Mortal Strike, so in dampening you can reduce healing further. That's going to be a main win condition for the Arms Warrior in this matchup. They do have some defensive utility with the Spell Reflect, potentially the War Banner to reduce some crowd control. Another spec that I was wondering if we're going to see from Smexen maybe on a large map. The only problem would be Rogue Mage, which Cloud9 can play, but they could run Ellie Warlock and try and out-wizard the wizards, because historically Ellie Shamans have done a bit better than mages in the wizard mirrors because their damage is more immediate, instant cast, they can line of sight while doing it. I'm wondering why. I feel like Space Station Gaming could have had an opportunity here to pick Tolvaron and then try and out-wizard them and take the Tolvaron arena away from Cloud9 for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I actually, I was... That was very well stated. I was asking a question about Warlocks, I thought. I think I was so distracted by the Warrior that I said Warrior. But you said something I didn't even know I needed to hear, and I definitely did. But I do want to talk about Warlocks just a little bit and kind of what their place is in the meta and how they're really defining the meta, Venrique.
Well, they're just a really good class. I mean, they're very durable. They're difficult to take down. They have big, consistent damage. They have massive burst damage. They have more control than most classes do. So just overall, their toolkit is really, really strong. A lot of teams have been utilizing them, and I mean throughout Battle for Azeroth, when you have Destruction Warlock against Destruction Warlock, the game normally takes quite some time to play out just because they do have so much lockdown. They're so durable, and I mean you were really getting a showcase of that here today. We haven't had too many Destro mirrors just yet, but yeah, I mean, this class has been strong for a while. Now, obviously, if you're someone like Chanimal, you're someone like Thugonomics, who's been playing Destro, who's been playing Warlock quite a bit, this is definitely... You've been happy in Battle for Azeroth. There's no question about it. Both of them have been implementing the specialization for quite some time, and it's been working out well for them.
Yeah, Warlock's definitely had some dark days, but these are not those. We're going to be jumping into the game now. Cloud9 leads by 2, trying to send down Space Station back into orbit and send them into the lower bracket.
Is it really orbit if it's the lower bracket? Take them out of orbit and send them down to the lower bracket? Smexen charging in immediately onto Wealthy Man. Greater Pyroblast going to be a big threat, and he wants to make sure that he can disrupt it as much as possible, but currently no pummel available. Leaping over for a double intimidating shout. Beautiful placement. Stormbolt secured. Gurecki rolls in, gets follow-up. Will Wealthy Man get chopped up here during the push? Cubsy is still crowd controlled. They're pushing through a temporal shield, which shield Wealthy Man for quite a bit. Double Shadow Fury from Chanimal, and they are now leaving Chanimal open as he goes in and around the corner of the room. Gets double mortal coiled. Big push here from Smexen. You can tell that he's ready. He was waiting on the bench, but he's looking warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what he can get done in this matchup. So far, so good. You talked a little bit about the recovery of an Arms Warrior, and I think it's something to definitely mention. You know, when we see someone like Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk get bursted down low, he has these defensive cooldowns that he can use to survive and recover. The problem is with the Arms Warrior, I mean, you're very durable throughout the entire game, but if you slip up just a little bit and you fall behind, sometimes you can get punished and you can actually just die through your defensive cooldown. So for Smexen, he has to do a really good job. Right now, Wealthy Man's actually using his combustion with an interrupt on Gorecki into a Dragon's Breath. Does he get the sheep? Does manage to get it, but it was Warbanner by Smexen. You can see Smexen on that Warrior is getting punished quite heavily. Gorecki does manage to connect his essence to keep him up and healthy, so Smexen will survive, but that was kind of a close call early on for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, but he was able to hold on to his Die by the Sword. He's playing the short cooldown, Rallying Cry as well. That's what gave him that little extra boost of health. He's playing Spell Reflect. He has the Heroic Leap as well, so I feel like Smexen, if he just uses his toolkit to its full potential, he's going to be fine. And I like what he's doing so far. Go after the mage, shut down crowd control, pressure the mage to just get out of your face, and then later in dampening, swap over onto Chanimal. He's not going to be kiting you. You're going to have a lot of uptime there, and at that point, you can still, you know, kind of work your way around with those greater Pyroblasts, try to shut them down, try to interrupt them, try to Spell Reflect some of them while you're on Chanimal. I think that's going to be a winning recipe here for Space Station Gaming, but like you said, a single misstep by Smexen and he is just gonna get erased.
Smexen charging in onto Wealthy Man, looking unafraid here. Vitality Conduit from Cubsy will sustain him for no mana whatsoever. Very low cost with a very low cooldown. Definitely important in the meta at the moment if you're a healer at home looking to get into Arena. You definitely want to be unlocking that Vitality Conduit as soon as possible. We see Vitality Conduit onto Smexen, but it's actually Thugonomics who's taking quite a beating as his health is redistributed. Curious to see if Cloud9 swap targets. We saw one Chaos Bolt lobbed out by Chanimal. Combustion is popped. Smexen leaps out of there immediately, but Thugonomics is pinned by the Ring of Peace. Big connect there. Potentially, no damage whatsoever. Thugonomics going to hide on the backside of Swifty's skateboard ramp. Gorecki picks him up, and now Smexen will charge back in. The combustion is over. The Dark Soul is done, and it is time to get some work done on this Mage Wealthy Man.
Yeah, putting in some good damage on Wealthy Man right now. Cubsy moves in, tries to go for the double leg sweep. Smexen avoids it. Nicely done by Smexen. Good positioning. Cubsy unable to land that double stun. Now Polymorph on Smexen as Thugonomics appears to be the target of choice. He needs to run and hide, and that's one thing we've seen from Smexen or from Thugonomics in this matchup, is he's been a lot more afraid than we normally see him. The Mage Warlock can really punish you. If you get interrupted as Thugonomics, then you can't fear, you can't use your Spell Reflect, you can't use your Coil, and that's your main defense. So Wealthy Man and Chanimal having that constant threat of a counterspell, a spell lock, really makes Thugonomics a little bit weary when deciding to push off the pillar.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they can pick their moments there. Right now, Smexen, once again, charging in, going for Wealthy Man, trying to just get a little bit of pressure. Right now, Cubsy's done a great job as well. Snuck off, getting a little drink, making sure that his mana is completely topped in dampening. I like the positioning here of Cubsy and Chan as well, just kind of staying back, letting Wealthy Man kind of soak up at the aggro here. Gets a full sheep onto Gorecki. You get a counter fear here by Smexen. Stormbolt onto Wealthy Man. There's the Sharpened Blade. Paralyzed onto Cubsy. Do you have any more CC? Doesn't look like it. But still, you know, plays like that eventually are going to just tax Cubsy's mana a lot. And it's going to allow Space Station Gaming later on to build up a lot of pressure that way. So I like this. Now he doesn't have, you know, too much disruption. Maybe Smexen should look to kind of fall back after he uses his Spell Reflect, and then after that go back in and look to get aggressive once again.
Oh, Polymorph on Gorecki, double stunned by Cubsy. Combustion gets popped, and Wealthy Man's gunning for a kill. Who's going to die? Thugonomics is the target at the moment, but he's hiding back behind the ramp. Smexen now the only overextended team member. They're going to go after him, try and punish him a bit. His Eye of Corruption proccing at a little bit of an inopportune time there, adding a bit of extra damage, but Gorecki more than ready, picking the entire team up. Thugonomics now popping his Dark Soul. What's he going to get done with this? Looking to Fear Chanimal, bait interrupts and trying to get a Chaos Bolt. Gets Mortal Coiled away. Chanimal just knocking Thugonomics around, denying his Dark Soul at the moment. They paralyze Chanimal. They're desperate. They're trying to deny his response with the Dark Soul. Smexon's running. His healer's polymorphed. His Warlock is stunned. Chaos Bolts are flying in from the right side onto Thugonomics. Drain life to max out the damage as well as Thugonomics retreats. But Gorecki slips in that life cocoon. Thugonomics will be okay. Smexon now charging forward. Space Station Gaming going after Wealthy Man. Spell reflecting back the Chaos Bolt, pummeling the Greater Pyroblast. Good coordination from Smexon, denying both casters simultaneously.
Ooh. And Gorecki gets interrupted. Smexon's still in some trouble. He goes for the double intimidating shout. A bit defensive there. Has to run away. And I fear, I mean, at this point in the game, at 7% dampening, Smexon has had to play quite defensive. And I feel like that's just going to get worse and worse as the game goes on. Doesn't have those same cooldowns like the Touch of Karma, the Diffuse Magic, which allow him to continue to play really aggressive in the matchup. I mean, this is looking really good for Cloud9 at this point of the game. Maybe, as dampening goes up, Smexon can try to go after Chanimal, but, I mean, just leaving Wealthy Man open as a Fire Mage, just spamming out the Greater Pyroblast. It appears Cloud9, with the strategy of just stacking versatility, going as deep into dampening as you can, it is really difficult for a healer to deal with, and it's difficult to really take someone down. I mean, when Wealthy Man and Chanimal are in trouble, they can just spam out Polymorphs, they can spam out Fear, and they can live a really long time and kind of bring it to that point in dampening, that long game that they really love and enjoy. So, I mean, for Space Station Gaming, I still feel like they need to take risks. They need to push in, get really aggressive if they want to have any chance of winning this series.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I do, like, you have to take the risk, and I think the Mage is the wrong target. The Mage is, you have to take the risk of leaving the Mage open and go for the Warlock. I feel like the Mage, the only scary thing that he can do in dampening is combust. The Greater Pyros, you're gonna be able to avoid most of them, especially if you push into that room. I find it extremely hard for Wealthy Man to find a Greater Pyroblast there. But now Smexon is gonna finally push into the room, gets a full Fear onto Cubsy, and now he's going for Chanimal. This is exactly what I want to see. I want to see him try to stay in as long as possible, avoid the Greater Pyroblast as much as possible. And he gets feared like that, though, it could be tricky. That one's gonna connect onto Thug. Thug using his Reflect. Actually line of sighted that Chaos Bolt, so he didn't quite need to use it there. And now Smexon stand up in the room, Greater Pyroblast coming out. He does have his Reflect, and that's why he's staying in here. He gets the Life Cocoon. He's still holding on to that Reflect, and now they need to get aggressive with that cooldown. They need to get some counter pressure, counter spell secured here onto Gorecki. Thug could just get erased here, Sid.
Yeah, let's see if they can finish the job here. Clean sweep, Space Station Gaming. They do get denied. Gorecki pulls the team back from the brink. 20% dampening. We're getting close to that 50% mark. Smexon's damage looking lethal at the moment. Life Cocoon on Wealthy Man. Smexon switches targets. He War Banners the Fear on his healer, reducing the crowd control duration. Well-timed War Banner. Thugonomics now setting up. His Dark Soul up in 50. Not too soon, and Chanimal actually has his active. Chaos Bolt being casted. He's trying to fake cast the pummel. He gets Mortal Coiled by Thugonomics. Thugonomics shutting down this Dark Soul quite effectively with the spell lock now on the Chaos Bolt. Both these Warlocks, top-notch, kings of their class, you could say, and you can tell when they're going head-to-head. They know exactly when to shut each other down.
Ooh. Smexon pushing forward, keeping the damage rolling on Chanimal, and I feel like that has potential win here. I mean, once Chanimal, his defense gets reduced by dampening, the Arms Warrior has been kind of like a soft counter in a way to the Destruction Warlock if you can have enough uptime. The problem is I just fear that they can't get off Wealthy Man at any point in the game. Right now, though, Wealthy Man getting a little bit low. Smexon's damage really starting to add up. Thugonomics trying to set him up. Wealthy Man, this could easily be his cauterized. Cubsy does manage to get in line of sight, get the Life Cocoon, and ultimately it will be Wealthy Man who holds on to that precious cauterize, which is just, it's so important to your defense. All of a sudden you don't have to worry about just getting one shot out of nowhere, and it gives you a lot of confidence on that Fire Mage. Smexon actually preemptively using his Spell Reflect on that leg sweep. Very nicely done. Now using that lingering Psychic Shell in order to survive even more. So really good defensive heads up play there by Smexon, keeping himself alive during Cloud9's last attempt.
I gotta say, what Smexon is doing so far in this game is amazing. He's not only playing his class super well, but he's always attacking whoever is the caster that's closest to his healer. Anytime anybody gets close to Gorecki, he chooses to go for that person. Right now, you're gonna see Wealthyman's gonna blink off, and he is close to his healer, so right now he just wants to try to get some damage going, but Thug taking a lot of damage here. Double Mortal Coil coming out. Fear gets counterspelled there by Chanimal, and now Chanimal is the one closest to Gorecki, pushing in for CC. Thug is gonna, Smexon is gonna swap over to him, building up that pressure. In terms of mana, they are doing phenomenally. In terms of cooldowns, there's going to be a period now where Thug could be exposed. Needs to be careful. He might have to use his Unending Resolve. If he takes too much damage here, there's no Life Cocoon on Gorecki. Any CC on Gorecki, and it will be Thug's cooldowns, but that Vitality Conduit from Gorecki doing a great job here, keeping him alive. Cubsy looking to drink, putting up his port in the middle, rolling back, and now I think he's drinking in the starting room. We're going to keep an eye on his mana. Yeah, it is going up rapidly. He's going to port back now to the open, and then presumably throw a Life Cocoon or just heal Wealthy Man, get him back to full. Cubsy, realizing that the enemy team playing a little too defensive, snags a big drink, and then puts his team back in the fight. Great job.
All right, beautiful play by Cloud9, setting themselves up for success deep into dampening. They're one of the few teams that still consistently make this Mage, Warlock, Monk work. We see other teams trying to pick it up. Dendy, unsponsored, but Cloud9 seem to be the only ones having success with it still and almost exclusively running it. Definitely MVPs of this composition. It's what allowed them to dominate both North American or both lands as well last year, winning both with this, although with Druid now adopting into Monk during the Monk meta, and they could be equally unstoppable in 2020. Can Space Station Gaming do anything about it? Double stunned during their setup. Double fear, though, by Smexon. Good setup. This needs to be a cauterize from Wealthy Man. He blinks away. He pops Combustion. He's trying to scare Smexon away, but Smexon isn't afraid. He spell reflects during the Combustion. Switches back to Chanimal now that Wealthy Man was baiting him out in the open, but Wealthy Man is getting 1 Greater Pyroblast. He's getting 2 Greater Pyroblasts. Well, you get Stormbolt on the 3rd one, but 2 is usually just lethal, so very scary moment there for Smexon. He makes it out alive again. Greater Pyroblast being channeled. Wealthy Man playing that Bazooka Fire Mage. Greater Pyro going to be one of the main points of contention. They need to try and stop as many as they can. No pummel available. Spell Reflect gets baited by Wealthy Man. Now looking for the Greater Pyro again. He counterspells Thugonomics during Dark Soul, stopping a lot of the damage. He's line of sighting at the ramp, avoiding Thugonomics. Cubsy trying to pick him up, blinks away as Thugonomics pushes forward. Life Cocoon going to respond for the Greater Pyro. Vitality Conduit going to trade for the Stormbolt. Both sides equalize, and we're getting to that 50% mark where things start to get spicy.
They get real spicy really quick, and there's a full polymorph onto Gorecki. He does have his trinket, but Thugonomics interrupted. He could definitely be in a little bit of trouble. Right now, he's way out of position. Warbanner drops down to avoid crowd control. Vitality Conduit lands from Gorecki, immediately topping off Thugonomics. Even in 50% dampening, that is insane healing coming in from Gorecki. Great job by him. Smexon, though, low, using his Spell Reflect. Might have to actually run away. Gets pinned at the pillar. Charges into Wealthy Man, trying to avoid a Greater Pyroblast. Good backup with the Spell Lock there onto Wealthy Man, and that will slow down the damage enough. But it is at this point in the game where Cubsy is full mana, Chanimal, Wealthy Man. They're just looking like tanks with full versatility. Big combustion coming in. Smexon could be in big trouble. Wealthy Man just chucking in the Pyroblast over and over. Mortal Coil comes in. Thugonomic's doing everything he can to get the peels. And it looks like Gorecki does manage to get the Life Cocoon, but Smexon, he cannot just allow Wealthy Man and Chanimal to walk all over his team. He needs to push in and get the damage rolling, and this is what I'm afraid of. If Smexon has to play too defensive, they will ultimately lose this game. They have to basically put it to Cloud9 and really get aggressive here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's very hard to do when you have 2 wizards spamming CC, but now they're going for an attempt here. Full fear onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man taking a beating here, but he is going to get that Life Cocoon. Now Smexon going to just chop through it. Wealthy Man still quite low, but you see how he's positioning further and further back from Gorecki, forcing him to go out in the open, allowing Chanimal to help him out by positioning like this. And now all of a sudden, Wealthy Man trying to get some Greater Pyros of trying to create some pressure, but while he's going through, you know, the Spell Reflect, the Stormbolt, the Spell Locks, you can see what's happening to Chanimal, and this is where the Warrior starts to shine. You just swap between them. You're going to take a little amount of damage. You have a lot of disruption, and you have a lot of unavoidable damage. You have a perfect map to do it on. If Space Station Gaming can't win this game, I don't see them winning a single game in this series. Well, actually, they're going to lose the series if they lose it, so, but still.
60% dampening. Everything is ramping up. Who's going to fall here at 60% dampening? I mean, these
Combustion
Mysteries aren't
soon.
going to be able to godly heal through the pressure, but it's actually looking like Cloud9 might get a triple kill in the near future. Smexen pushes out with that lingering Psychic Shell. Will it be enough to stay in the fight? Greki gets fully feared. This could be good night. Smexen, he's disarmed. He can't die by the sword. He spell reflects. He trinkets, but he panics and he overlaps with Gareki. Everything is falling apart for Space Station Gaming. Dark Soul and Combustion is up. Smexen has to abort the mission, but Gareki gets interrupted. He could just get sniped out. They Mortal Coil Wealthy Man. They stun him up. They roll into the room. Greki looks to panic and reset. Rallying Cry fell during that assault. Very scary moment for Space Station Gaming. They managed to hold out, but for how much longer?
I really don't know at this point. I don't think Gareki can heal through this. Wealthy Man still has Cauterize. He still has Ice Block. Gareki struggling. 65% dampening. Smexen's health is not going up. He's caught into a full stun. Any damage. The Life Cocoon is looking like a Power Word Shield at this point in the game. Thugonomics gets interrupted once again, and if they just focus all interrupts, Counterspell, Spellwalk on Thugonomics, they deny his damage. Although Thugonomics is getting some Chaos Balls, this could be Cauterize. Wealthy Man, he holds on. It's the Life Cocoon coming in from Cubsy. A nice Temporal Shield as well. Smexen continuing to push forward. Can't die by the sword, though. Unfortunately, he gets disarmed. Nicely done there by Cubsy. Wealthy Man's health is not going up. Cloud9 completely no mana left. Gareki almost no mana left as well. Anyone could fall at any moment here, Zico.
Yeah, big plays there by Smexen, reflecting one of those greater Pyroblasts back onto Wealthy Man, almost taking him out. Now turning his attention to Chanimal. Chanimal has nothing. Full Dragon's Breath onto Goreki. Smexen could go down. Chanimal as well. It's a race to the finish. Who's going to go down first? Cubsy channeling out the heals. He gets paralyzed. Chanimal is going to go down. Can Wealthy Man find the cross kill? He's got the combustion up. He gets feared. Beautiful Life Cocoon there. Is going to keep Smexen in the fight. Cubsy gets spell locked. Wealthy Man has his Ice Block, but I don't think it matters. So he's just going to leave the game. And at 72% dampening, Space Station Gaming puts a point on the board with that Arms Warrior on one of the smallest maps in the game and takes us to game 4.
Wow, dampening's higher than my IQ. Truly incredible stuff going on there. But the thing is we are going to have this series get extended just a little bit more. What were the big differences that actually allow that to happen, though, Zico? What are the biggest differences in your mind between this game and what we saw a little bit earlier in the series?
It's just the thing about the Warrior that's so good into the Fire Mage is if you go on the teammate of the Fire Mage later on in dampening, when, you know, the Destro Warlock doesn't have that much healing passively from his Soul Leech and everything, you have to go through a lot of things. Like when you're on that Warlock, you don't necessarily need to use your Stormbolt on him. He's not going to kite you like a Mage would, right? So you just Stormbolt the Mage, you throw out the War Banner if he's going for CC, you can throw out the Spell Reflect, you can Blade Storm if he's trying to pull you and peel you, and then when you have no more buttons left, you just run out of there, and you just play it safe, you attack whoever is closest to your healer, and then you just keep doing that. Eventually, you are going to have enough pressure to win. With that said, that was not convincing at all. I think I underestimated just how powerful stacking Versa actually is, because these Wizards took 0 damage.
Yeah. It's crazy seeing just how beefy these boys truly are.
Well, I was going to say, one thing, we talked about maybe seeing some mage locks yesterday in Europe, but I think most of the mages were, you know, they're like, you know what, Greater Power Blast, it's really fun to have, like, haste. You know, we're going to get some haste proc, some haste percentage, but turns out just being immortal is even better than that. So it doesn't, you know, as long as you're not dying, you're going to do more damage than a dead mage that has haste. So versatility obviously really showcased here. Just want to talk about some of the differences between the Windwalker Monk and the Arms Warrior. I mean, we highlighted some of them, but I think one of the big downfalls for a Windwalker Monk against a composition like Mage Lock is you're really reliant on your mirror images to do damage and your Fists of Fury, which is a channeled ability. If you use your images, you use Fists of Fury and you get Dragon's Breath, all of a sudden your damage output gets really, really mitigated, or you get Shadow Furied, or you get Feared, or you get Polymorphed. Whereas for the Warrior, when he wants to get aggressive, he can use his Reflect, his Blade Storm, you know, a lot of the damage coming in from even just his Mastery, the bleed that is applied through his Mastery. It's unavoidable damage, so it's a little bit more difficult at that very dicey point of the game to completely slow down Smexen, whereas you can kind of pause Chun-Li's damage a little bit more, so that's why I'm a fan of the Arms Warrior. But I am absolutely horrified here for Space Station Gaming having to go to Tolvaron Arena, because I would be willing to bet almost anything that's going to be the next map.
Yeah, it seems like going to a large map here definitely makes a lot of sense. And Sid, for anybody who's just tuning in midway through this series, why is that such a scary endeavor to go to a large map in this particular matchup for that team?
Well, Cloud9 have missile launchers, and the only way you can avoid the missiles is either to interrupt them or line of sight them. On Tolvaron, the missile launchers can pull you out into spaces where you can't run and you can't line of sight. So when one team has 2 missile launchers and your team only has 1, not an arms race that you really want to take. Ironically, with
that.
the arms warrior.
Yeah,
But
Well done.
so this
We are going to Tolvaron, by the way. It is 100% locked.
This is where I'm wondering
leave
if
me
they'll
out,
try a Destro Ellie or they double down and play Windwalker Warrior. Because the pressure that Smexen got on that last map, because he could hit 2 targets really easily, is not going to happen on Tolvaron. So they either need to double down on double melee or double down on double caster, I think. Maybe we see Chun-Li come back, but they've only got 10 seconds left.
I want to see the Elemental Shaman. I think it could be good. I think Sid, you know, I don't always agree with his picks, but I think that he was maybe onto something with that. They are going to go with the same composition, but a warrior on, you know, Blackrock Hold versus a warrior on Tolvaron Arena, I think it's going to be a world of difference. Like, I'm really worried for Space Station Gaming here.
Yeah, they're bringing the warrior again, and like you said, not an arms race that you necessarily want to be in. We're going to have to see what Cloud9 locks in, but Zico, I feel like it's pretty obvious here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Mage lock Mistweaver. Maybe they want to go Frost Mage. That's like the only thing I could really see, you know, making them take so long. Maybe they just need to go to the bathroom or something. But most likely we're gonna see a Mage and a Warlock going up against Space Station Gaming. And the biggest difference here, of course, is what we were touching about on that last series. The Warrior needs to, you know, go out while he has Reflect active, while he has Stormbolt ready, you know, all of those like 30 or 20 second cooldowns. He can stay out and basically avoid taking damage and, you know, ramp up his bleeds, get his Mortal Strike out and start creating some pressure. As soon as those are out, he needs to lead back to safety. Problem is, you're in a desert, there's no mountains, you're just surrounded by sand and Chanimal. What do?
Yeah, you just don't really have that much to work with here. I mean, if Space Station managed to win this, I mean, I still think it's a hard series to win, right? I mean, they're in a situation where they really just they have to do the unthinkable in the series at this point. They would really need to be able to go to these large maps twice.
I have a question for Venruki. Do you think Wealthy Man should be running Greater Pyro and Short Combust?
I do, yeah. It's actually it's a really fun build.
Yeah.
And
basically,
I was gonna say not only that, I actually like to see him play Lucid and Bracers. I think he should be playing the Mechagon Bracers. I think he should be playing Lucid Dreams. I think he should be playing Short Combust and Greater Pyroblast. I know that is probably confusing for a lot of you, but I think his combustions could be way scarier, especially, you know, 30-40% dampening than they are.
Basically, then we're
100% agree.
just saying they make the biggest cooldown possible, right? You run the Lucid, you run the Bracers, you're going to be able to reset an ability that's going to allow you to get more instant cast Pyroblasts off, right? So it's something that's going to be really powerful.
Well, yeah, I mean, the scariest thing as a mage when you run that build is against anything that can dispel. Because, if you're playing the Mechagon Bracers, if you're playing Memory of Lucid Dreams as your major, and then you're running, you know, the 2-minute Combust, it becomes horrifying if it just gets dispelled. All of a sudden, you put so many eggs in this one basket, and that basket gets thrown against the wall, and you all of a sudden get no value from it whatsoever, unfortunately. So, but
on the yoke.
Yeah, exactly. But against this composition, the only thing that can potentially happen is a Devour on Combustion, but that is extremely unlikely. And you can literally just sit there for the entire duration of Combustion and just spam out Pyroblasts. And I think against this comp, that build is insanely good. I think having the Greater Pyroblast, just so if they do leave you free casting, you do have that threat. But it's also nice if you're being trained to just put out some consistent damage. I mean, especially if the game's getting so deep into dampening, just spamming out Fireballs, having Short Combust more often, I think is just, it's really, really good. So I think Wealthy Man could have a bit better of a build, and it would make this matchup even more one-sided.
And now we are ready to go to Tolvaron. We have all of that in our head. Venruki pointed it out very well. The question is Space Station going to be able to extend this series all the way to a Game 5? We didn't even think that we're going to necessarily be able to get to this Game 4 with what we saw in the first 2 games. Cloud9 looking lights out. Cloud9 wants to close it out here. This is not an elimination series, however. This is to stay in the winner's side of the bracket. Cloud9 wants to get that matchup against Method Orange, and we're going to find out now if they're going to get it.
Space Station Gaming have been dominating all of 2020 throughout the Method Mayhem tournaments when they were formerly the boys, and Cloud9 looked to overthrow their reign in the first AWC Cup of North America. They're 1 win away from doing it, and that last one, I mean, could have slipped out of Space Station Gaming's hands at any point. Now on Cloud9 territory with so much open field, will Space Station Gaming be able to live to that point where they can overwhelm the Warlock is going to be the question. This is a battle of attrition.
Yeah, and we're going to see exactly who comes out ahead right now. Cloud9 with a massive lead, but if Space Station Gaming can win on this map, this is the most difficult map for them to play, so it can only get better from here if they can take this one. And of course the stakes are super high. Winner qualifies to the upper bracket final, and the winner of that qualifies to the grand final, and the loser, well, they have to fight a scary team, a jungle and lower bracket in Turtles. So a lot on the line here. Space Station Gaming really need to bring the pain here. Let's see if they can do it, Ben.
We are going to find out relatively soon who is going to take this game number 4. Thugonomics taking a big burst damage early on in the game, and with the way Wealthy Man and Chanimal are positioned, Thugonomics really has no choice but to come off the pillar if he wants to do damage. He can't just leave Smexon in the open by himself, so he has to push off the pillar, and that's when he's going to be susceptible to getting feared, polymorph, counterspelled, kind of abused by Wealthy Man and Chanimal in this matchup. But things aren't looking too bad for Space Station Gaming so far. Smexon's been having heavy uptime on his targets, but I just feel like it's a matter of time before Wealthy Man and Chanimal, their free casted damage is going to really be difficult for Gorecki to deal with.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Cubsy currently feared off into the distance, but no damage found onto Wealthy Man, and I'm just trying to double check the build to see if Wealthy Man has made any changes. He's running, so he was running Klepto last game. This time he's playing Flame Cannon. That's one difference. What do you think of Klepto?
Klepto is usually good, and you know, every time you push in, you kind of just want to Klepto all the hots. You don't really like playing the normal spell steal as a fire mage. You go completely out of mana in just a few attempts. So it's pretty standard to play Klepto, but on this map you definitely want the Flame Cannon for the extra range. And we see a big attempt here. Sheep onto Gorecki. Thug might need to use something. Gorecki with that Thunder Focus T going to be immune to interrupts and get Thug back to full HP there. But, you know, honestly, if Space Station Gaming can just stay out and, you know, just get, you know, have at least a little presence on the map, for now, that's pretty much all they can hope for. Try to not, you know, fall too far behind, try to not expend too much mana, and just stay in the game. Later, that is when the win condition happens for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think the one nice thing, just to touch on what you all were saying about Kleptomania, is just it's really nice if you're combusting to immediately remove Nether Ward if Thugonomics is your main target. So now it's going to be down to chance. I mean, if Wealthy Man wants to use his combustion onto Thugonomics and he uses Nether Ward, it's not going to be a 100% chance to remove it. But I don't know if it really matters. I mean, Thugonomics has just been taking a beating every time he comes off the pillar. And you can see Smexon is just getting dragged way into the open. And as a result, I mean, Thugonomics, I think what he should be doing is just attacking the closest person he can. Like, just have multiple pressure points in the map. Don't overextend and necessarily have to go on the same target as Smexon. Smexon can play closest wizard in this situation, so whoever is closer to the pillar, Smexon can kind of be bodyguard for his team, soak up the damage, and really just try to cause pressure. But I think the worst thing that happens is when Thugonomics gets caught in the midfield like he is right now, this is when he's going to get bursted down and really punished.
We got the conveyor belt of wizards right now. Smexon's a buffet. He's just grabbing the closest one and trying to eat it as quickly as possible. Chanimal currently closest and not out in the corner, but gets feared away, so he's going to tickle Wealthy Man, charge him on his blink, pummel his pyro, double Mortal Coil down the Mortal Coil. Did you want more Mortal Coil? Because here's more Mortal Coil, 4 at the same time. Neither team going to get anything done during that moment. Wealthy Man taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, Cubsy's going to have to Life Cocoon seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, this Dark Soul, wasn't any crowd control. Kind of a scary moment. Wealthy Man repositioning towards the starting room, looking like he wants to pull Smexen out of line of sight in that starting area, but the way that Smexen's conveying between Channel and Wealthy Man means that they're actually stacking up quite frequently, and Smexen can get that deep wounds on 2 targets, get the rend on 2 targets, stack them up for a double intimidating shout, go after the mage, Nether Ward the Greater Pyro. Beautiful combo of spells. Basically a perfect setup, but not really even able to dent Wealthy Man. He's going to immediately recover thanks to that trusty Vitality Conduit. And now Smexen's overextended. Life Cocoon to trade from Gorecki. He's using Life Cocoon to keep Smexen out there, keeping up the fight basically, and trying to max out their damage to win on mana. But I don't think either healer has really spent mana before dampening in any game. So we're going to have to get to that 50% dampening point. I think that's the break point for these teams when everything starts falling apart.
Yeah, we'll see if we can make it there. Right now, I gotta say, Cloud9's positioning is quite awful. Like, you don't want to play triple wizard on top of the biggest pillar. This is exactly where Space Station Gaming want them. You can afford to do it right now because it's still very early on in the match. You're not really under, heavy fire at this point. But when dampening starts kicking in, you're definitely going to have to go back to that position that we saw Chanimal in earlier in that corner, out in the open, forcing Smexen out, forcing, Gorecki to go out and try to heal him. Right now, they're in the perfect position here. They can just play around the same pillar, attack a wizard. They have access to line of sight, so not a bad situation to be in. And you can see the wizards are starting to pull back a little bit here, realizing that they're not really pulling ahead by playing over here. Cubsy needs to be careful. Fear is going to be available for Smexen. That's why he's kind of trying to be close to Cubsy and the mage, and you can see it right there. Full Fear, Chanimal completely out of position. There's the leg sweep Thugonomics getting counterspelled at a crucial time there by Wealthy Man. Otherwise, that could have been an unending resolve. It could have been a Life Cocoon. Big cooldowns there being forced. And I gotta say, Space Station Gaming, they are, in a bad situation in terms of map, in terms of comp, but they're holding on nicely so far.
Yeah, holding on so far, so good. They've had good damage, but I mean, this is kind of how all the games have looked when you play against Cloud9. The game's looking great, and then 50% dampening, things really start spiraling out of control. So they have to hold on, and I mean, we have to see what we saw in the last game as well. When things are scary, Smexen can't just run away. Thugonomics can't just run away. They have to say, you know what, we have to trade blows. We need to really have a great offense as our defense. They can't just walk all over us, and that can be a really scary thing to do, but that's exactly what we need to see them do if they want to find success in this game. Smexen cannot be afraid. He has to be the big, strong warrior that he is and, push in amongst all the danger and try to secure a kill and secure that pressure for his team, which is so important. 13% dampening. Wealthy Man, this could be the Cauterize. If they can get Cauterize out of the way at this point of the game, that's going to be amazing for the team of Space Station Gaming. But Cubsy says no way, trades out the Life Cocoon. It's a fair trade, and that will ultimately keep Wealthy Man nice and healthy.
So both healers are actually switching trinkets. They're running the Fangs of Intertwined Essence, which makes it so that your next 6 healing spells will also restore 1,600 mana. So they're really maxing out on that mana efficiency, along with the Obsidian Claw for Cubsy. Gorecki not going for the Claw, though, still running the Voodoo Totem. Doesn't want to risk getting interrupted and end up dying, so the Voodoo Totem is going to be a good answer to that situation. But I feel like I've not seen the Fangs of Intertwined Essence very often. They're both opting for full mana efficiency.
Look at their mana right now. Yep. It's 20% dampening, and neither one of them have lost any mana. The game could have just started at this point for both these healers, so it's definitely interesting to see. Mystery Monk's very mana efficient right now. Cubsy still hasn't lost mana at this point in the game. I mean, both teams are doing a lot of damage. It just shows you how powerful the specialization is right now.
Yeah, Monk's high throughput, short cooldown defensives. I mean, you can even throw out the Life Cocoon before you get CC'd and, just be very mana effective through that. Right now, though, Smexen taking a little beating here, and I have to activate that N'Zoth tank trinket. Now he's charging after Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man not going to be able to do too much here in this situation, getting pummeled on his Greater Pyroblast. As long as they shut Thug down, though, he should be able to stabilize Thug with that Dark Soul now finally running out. Not going to be so scary. He gets spell locked again. 2 back-to-back spell locks. It's got to be frustrating for him to be playing against these 2 wizards. But now Smexen going back to Chan here, attacking whoever's close to the pillar. Thug trying to fake out the nether ward there, but Chanimal not falling for it now. Instead, Thug getting feared, getting a big pyroblast to the face. Another one. There's the nether ward though, and unfortunately, no kleptomania means that he will be able to reflect that greater pyroblast. But a lot of pressure though from both sides. You can see dampening is starting to kick in. These monks are starting to lose a little bit of mana. They're starting to struggle a little bit. Wealthy Man still taking some damage, but nice preemptive temporal shield on that Stormbolt's going to keep him alive. And Wealthy Man is exactly where he needs to be now, positionally. Going back to the corner forces Smexen to hit Chanimal, and that's going to allow Wealthy Man to stand there with his flame cannon, which gives him more range on his fire spells, and just start cooking up those pies.
Another interesting difference between the teams is Thugonomics is choosing to run Roaring Blaze, so his Conflagrate's going to deal a little bit of extra damage over time, whereas Chanimal is all in on burst damage, running Grimoire Supremacy, so when his Infernal is out, he'll ramp up, increasing damage on Chaos Bolt. I think it makes sense for the types of compositions they're running. With the Warrior, you have sustained damage, so the Roaring Blaze on the Conflagrate is just guaranteed sustained damage, especially deep into dampening, whereas Chanimal wants the Supremacy, so he's a threat. He can split the cooldowns between Dark Soul and Infernal as he is right now. Dark Soul active, but Infernal's waiting in the wing. If he manages to bait a cooldown with this, he can then activate Infernals later and go for it, or he can just pin them together. Usually you go Infernals into Dark Soul, so you have time to ramp up your Soul Shards spent. This way around, Chanimal's not going to get the double dip factor, but he still is a threat for a couple of seconds, and Thugonomics is pinned at the pillar.
Cubsy has 100% mana still. I mean, look at this. He's literally, I don't know if he sat down for a drink or what. Unfortunately for Thugonomics, he used his Dark Soul and got completely shut down. Tried to go for the Nether Ward Chaos Bolt, got spells stolen by a Wealthy Man, he got interrupted, and actually got no spells off with that Dark Soul. So good mitigation there, good damage mitigation for Cloud9. As they continue their offensive push on this map, it's just going to become more and more difficult for Smexen and Thugonomics to stay in the open. I mean, Thugonomics right now in the midfield, 40% health. Gorecki might have to use that Life Cocoon to keep him alive. And in fact, it was actually Cubsy who has to trade out the Life Cocoon on Wealthy Man. Bit of a preemptive play, as he knew he was going to go into crowd control, but this is going to start getting really, really scary here for Space Station Gaming. Gorecki already struggling. His mana isn't doing great. Maybe he has to try to sit down for a drink, but I just don't know if he can, especially with Thugonomics and Smexen playing so much in the open.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. He's tried there, right there, but Chanimal was able to stop that, and I don't think he's going to be able to drink, but it's interesting to see, though, if Gorecki can manage his mana and keep it relatively high as we enter the 50s and 60s in terms of dampening. I think that's enough mana in the tank to actually keep his team going until the end, but we're gonna see they need to get some offense going here. They get a full fear on the Cubsy. Where's the follow-up? No follow-up on that. Chanimal not gonna take too much damage. Wealthy Man though taking 2 fat bolts to the face. No Life Cocoon here available for a couple seconds. There it is. Cubsy gonna keep Wealthy Man going there, and now Chanimal though could be an exposed target if Thug can he reflects a greater Pyroblast. He gets a fear. He's going for the Chaos Bolts. If he can land a Chaos Bolt, it could be big for the pressure, and it might even allow Gorecki to get a drink, but Fell Hunter is making it difficult for him right now. I gotta say, I'm surprised to say it, but Space Station Gaming, I thought they would be out at this point, but they're hanging on, and Gorecki is actually in a mana lead right now.
Yeah, if they can get to that 72% dampening as they did in game number 3, they might be able to pull us to a game 5, potentially a reverse sweep. I mean, if they can win on Tolvaron, they can definitely win on Ashamane's. Smexen's substitute putting a point on the board and potentially going to carry the series here. Look at this damage on Wealthy Man, but equally so on Thugonomics. He has to trade on any resolve. He might just die through it. Triple stun here. Counterspell on Gorecki could be game winning by Wealthy Man. Chaos Bolts are flying in, and Thugonomics cannot stay afloat. This is going to be match point for Cloud9, and the map is definitely paying off well for them. Thugonomics had nowhere to go out in midfield.
Yeah, and this was one of the things that you guys said to start things off. It's just a very scary proposition to be headed in on a map this large, especially with Cloud9 looking how good they look throughout the entirety of this series. Ultimately, though, I do want to ask, how do you feel Space Station is situated when we compare them to the other teams, Zico? Do you think that Space Station's going to go down now to the lower portion of the bracket and just be able to have their way with the other teams?
Normally, I would say, yeah, they're going to be a shark down there. They're going to eat up everybody, and then we're going to see them back, in strong form in the grand finals. But now I am not sure because Rudimentary and Kawaii both look like strong teams, and I feel like they're going to be fighting each other, but whoever wins that could also take down Space Station. So that lower bracket, there's no real easy teams in this tournament. I feel like, they're probably favored to win their first match, but aside from that, they're going to have a tough time, especially when, Method Orange and Cloud9 play as well. They're going to have to fight one of those teams just to make it to the finals. So their road is not looking great right now.
I mean, look, we've said it countless times. This is the hardest tournament you could ever be in. The competition keeps getting more and more difficult. It gets more and more stacked. We had hundreds of teams actually sign up for this one. We chopped it down before we started the weekend to the top 8 of NA and the top 8 of EU. This one, of course, was in the upper side of the bracket, and like you said, the winner goes to play against Method Orange, and now we are going to have Space Station dropping down to play against Turtle. And it's important to be paying attention right now to the lower bracket in particular, because we're going to be jumping in to 2 more series today. Both of them are elimination matches that will take place right there in the loser side of the bracket. That matchup against Turtle for Space Station Gaming, and also Rudimentary versus Kawaii. 2 of those teams will be sent home, and then we'll have our top 4 for tomorrow for the region. Out of these teams, who do you think is going to get sent home, Ben? Who do you think will no longer be part of the tournament?
For Rudimentary and Kawaii?
Yeah, I was going to say both of the matchups, also Space Station and Turtle.
So I feel like, okay, for Space Station and Turtle, it's a lot clearer for me. I love Dilly, Cyfoxy, and Gex, but I just don't see them winning against Space Station Gaming. If they do, my hats will be tipped to them, but I think that's going to be an extremely rough matchup. Destruction Warlocks typically into Jungle Cleave, definitely not in favor of the Jungle Cleave in my opinion, so that'll be a really hard matchup. I think we're going to be saying goodbye to Turtle. Like I said, hope they prove me wrong, but I think it's doubtful. And then Kawaii and Rudimentary, that's a really hard one to call as well. I mean, both these rosters are stacked. I think that one really could go either way.
Okay, Sid, how are you feeling about it? Do you agree with Fenricky?
Yep, I think this turtle's not going to make it to the water today. Space Station Gaming.
Sid, you've been on fire today, bro. The arm's length thing and now this, I like it.
That was the best joke Supertease has had in the 4 years that I've
maybe
known
ever.
him.
No, he had one joke. I forgot, but you had the joke of the year like two seasons ago.
Okay.
But I don't remember.
My response to that would be a Pago, Zico. But I will say, do you guys... never mind. I'm not going to go into Pago right now because we need to start thinking about Rudimentary versus Kawaii. This is going to be the next matchup. We were talking, obviously, a little bit about what is going on with Turtle versus Space Station Gaming. But, Zico, I heard a little bit of a gasp.
Yeah, I remembered it. It was... You asked Sid, you said, what would a Shadow Priest and a Warlock do if they were deserted on an island? And he said, they will play Connect the Dots. Boom.
Oh,
joke of the
good,
year.
Yeah.
That was the joke of the year. I told you. But this one was up there. Sid,
Why would I ever ask that?
I don't know what's going on.
I
right
don't
now.
remember.
you asked that. I swear that happened, right, Sid?
I remember saying that, yeah.
I kind of remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that happened.
Is that when Rich
Maybe
drew
Adrian
his
said that.
triangle, the triangle of counters?
There is no way that I would have said that. I mean, maybe that was when I was gone. Maybe that was on Adrian's watch. But all in all, I am very excited to watch the next series, Rudimentary versus Kawaii. This is going to be an elimination series. Only 2 more series left today. You don't want to go anywhere. That's all coming up right after this.
from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterize about the trigger, 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, welcome back. We already saw 2 elimination series at the top of the day. Then after that, we got to see the teams that were on the winner's side of the bracket change their fate a little bit and sent 2 of them packing down to that lower bracket. And we got 2 more series to watch, and these will send 2 squads home. We're going to have our top 4 very shortly. Yesterday, we did the work of finding our top 4 in the EU region. When we get back here tomorrow, we're going to find the very best out of those top 4s from NA and EU. My name is Rich. I'm joined by Venruki, Super Tees, and Zico. Guys, I am very excited for this next matchup because we have 2 squads, Rudimentary and Kawaii, that we've been talking about a whole lot, talking about just how far they can go in this tournament. Now we got to figure out who is going to move forward before we jump into the blind pick under Grand Arena. Super Tees, what do you make of these 2 squads?
Well, the Windwalker Mage was surprisingly good. I mean, they were able to best Golden Guardians 3-0. I was not, if they were going to win, I was not expecting them to win that badly. But they came in with some interesting talent choices that really made the Shadow Priest just not able to do too much. And that medallion play, the trinket for the Fire Mage, just made his combustion immediately eradicate Peekaboo. So if they run that medallion build again, it might not be as threatening because the other team has seen what happens, but who knows? It could, even if they see it coming, it might still just knock them out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, obviously the surprise is powerful, but just doing it seems like a good line of play, even if the opponent knows that it is coming. Let's talk about Rudimentary as a team, though. Zico, you've done a really good job breaking down just how many accolades these players really do have.
Yeah, I mean, we can just go through them player by player. Majidin, been around for a long time in the North American scene at the top of the ladder. He used to play with Colo. I think they even won one of the AWC Cups last year. So he's been around, you know, he's a veteran on that mage. Zach, I want to say, in my book, at least in NA, he was the rookie of the year. Like, we saw this guy, his main was Holy Paladin, and I think within like a month, he had basically played every single class that his team needed, whether it be a DPS and having somebody else on his roster heal, or being the healer himself, or playing multiple healers. We saw him on the Mistweaver as well. Velito, DK, one of the all-time best DKs, you know, been rivaling Maz for a long time here in NA. And then, of course, we got Magnus, Warrior Expert, to round out the roster. So the entire roster is filled with, you know, individually skilled players. It is just a new roster, and they're playing a little bit comps that we haven't seen too much. The Warrior Fire Mage, the Windwalker Fire Mage, they're kind of like a NA version of Wildcard almost with what they're running. I think if these guys get a little time to kind of mesh and get their synergy going, we could expect big things from them, and they're definitely one of the teams here that, you know, they're here to play.
Well, now that we've caught you up to speed on these squads, it's time to see them go head-to-head. Rudimentary versus Kawaii to try to stay in this tournament.
All right, we got the Warrior Death Knight Mistweaver and the Windwalker Fire Mage Holy Paladin, both kind of compositions that each team have set for themselves. I wouldn't say that they're 100% the meta. They somewhat fill the mold, but these can be very explosive compositions when going head-to-head, and I want to see if Seralium is running that build again. It looks like he is. Lucid Dreams Major and the Bracers. I mean, you must be running the Bracers, right? Yep. This Fire Mage is going to be very explosive.
Yeah, he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage, and like I said, I think it's a good decision as a Fire Mage whenever they cannot dispel. So there's no offensive dispel from Zach, Magnus, or Velito. The only problem is that Velito with Anti-Magic Zone actually can just completely counteract it. Like, if he just gets a zone on every combust, then Seralium really gets no value. So I think the best thing you can do is play short combust and the Memory of Lucid Dreams, and that way you can just weave in like a bad combust, bait zone, and then use your big giga combust that has the bracers, the Lucid Dream. So there's a bit of a mind game there, but I'm not sure if he actually is playing the Firestarter talent. If he is, I think it's really, really smart.
He is.
Well, there you go.
Just to confirm,
Very, very
he is
smart.
playing the Firestarter. So here's one combustion. Is this the big one with the Hyper Thread wrist wraps? It doesn't appear like it is. So this is a bait combustion, and Valido didn't fall for the bait. Smart move by Valido. That's usually a cooldown that you almost always trade, but because Firestarter can reduce the cooldown of combustion, it won't line up. And then he can add in that Lucid Dreams. He can add in the medallion. He can add in the wrist wraps. And if that all hits at the same time, there is nobody in this game surviving it without a cooldown. So good play by Valido, playing it patiently with that anti-magic zone. That's their big point of defense for that moment in time.
Yeah, and I actually kind of like the way it's being played right now. Drake and Brain are able to assist Ceralium on that Fire Mage. Quite often as the Fire Mage, it can be really difficult to get away from the melee. But the thing is, if you have Tigers left and you have Blessing of Freedom, then you have a Drake who's just using Disable Snare and Disable Root on everyone, then all of a sudden you actually have the capability of kiting as the Fire Mage. So I like that adaptation coming in from this team. I think their composition is decent, and also gives them an opportunity to go after Zac if they really need to. I think we could see some big all-ins onto Zac. If they can somehow bait his trinket, which is what I think they want to do. They want to bait Zac's trinket and then do a big all-in go. Unfortunately, Magnus is just far too tanky right now. He did not go down, even during all that crowd control on Zac. He was completely fine. And I think I do think their best course of action in this game is going to be, 1, wait till dampening to try to take down Magnus or Valido, or 2, just try to do big all-ins onto Zac.
Brain is still running the versatile amps rather than the Ineffable Truth. So interesting. I feel like almost all the other Paladins are running Ineffable Truth. That's one significant difference. He's not going to be getting Avenging Wrath nearly as frequently. Perhaps that's because he's also opting to run the Vitality Conduit instead of Vision of Perfection Major. I feel like I'm not the biggest fan of that, as DPS don't have the most amount of self-sustainability when they redistribute, and the Arms Warrior and Unholy Death Knight are pretty sustained damage classes, so the Vitality Conduit, you can just switch targets and then still benefit from it. We'll have to wait and see if the build works for him here. Magnus and Valido are taking quite a beating at the moment. We still haven't seen Ceralium pull the trigger on that massive combustion, combining basically 4 of his item slots together to just have the Omega combustion. Seems like they're willing to go after Brain a bit here and test the Paladin. Let's see how well he survives. If Ceralium's forced to use Polymorph at the moment, not really able to stay on target. Curious, is he running the Consecration Freedom? No, he's not. So Consecration just being dropped for a little bit of extra damage. Ceralium resets that combustion with Fireball. Getting off the Fire Mage might be a mistake here. Lichborn anti-magic zone. This is the big pop-off. They ring a piece Magnus and Valido out of the anti-magic zone, and Ceralium is still going. Anti-magic shield has to trade as well, but they handled that scary situation very effectively. I mean, they got out unscathed. They didn't cost them too much mana. That was a moment that Ceralium was waiting 4 minutes for. Definitely wanted to get more bang for their buck than that.
Yeah, that didn't work out nearly as well as you would have thought, but unfortunately for Ceralium, he's going to have to wait a little bit in order to get off that damage again. Maybe, you know what's really powerful against an Unholy Death Knight is the Reaping Flames, because every single one of those duels, if you can reap it, then you get the added benefit of the bonus damage on reaping, the double damage. So that's a pretty popular choice against Unholy Death Knights as well. But later on in the game, you know, that massive combust with the Lucid could be something that ends up just overwhelming Zac. But so far, it seems like Rudimentary, they've been able to hold on. Honestly, I'm surprised at how little pressure we're seeing from Magnus and Valido in this matchup. I mean, Drake and Ceralium and Brain, they're playing very defensive, not really going for lots of crowd control, just kind of running away, just living as long as they can. And I think they're really just playing for that late game strategy.
All right, let's see if they can drag it out into dampening. Combustion popped again. Not the Omega combustion, so Valido only trading Lichborn here. His anti-magic zone should be lined up with the trinkets and the Lucid Dreams, so he still will have that to answer. We see Zac just lobby out some Crackling Jade Lightnings, trying to get that Mark of the Crane up, so the physical damage is increased by 5% towards all the targets Magnus and Valido go chopping down. But yeah, you really expect Unholy Death Knight and Arms Warrior to have a lot more pressure than this, and it's Maybe because they're not getting a lot of uptime. I mean, Ceruleum's utilizing the map quite effectively. Frost Nova, Blessing of Freedom from Brain, and Ceruleum just repositioning away. Crackling Jade Lightning even knocking Magnus off of Drake as well as Valido. And we kind of want them attacking the Windwalker so the Mage can free cast Fireballs and reset Combustion. Magnus and Valido are just attacking whatever comes next to them like a blender, but the health just isn't moving.
Well, Ceruleum, the uptime of Magnus and Valido is really, really poor. Like, I almost feel like they just need to go after Drake at this point. It's just a never-ending waddle on Ceruleum, on Brain, but anytime they actually get uptime, it's Freedom, it's Tiger's Lust, it's Ring of Peace, and they're just gone, and all the pressure fades. Zach, unfortunately, hasn't been able to sit down and drink, and as a result, Rudimentary is actually losing on mana, and I feel like that advantage is going to keep stacking in favor of Kawaii as this game goes on. Big combustion here from Ceruleum. Is it going to land on? Are they actually going to be able to bait out the anti-magic zone? No. It seems like Valido is completely content just waiting for the Memory of Lucid Dreams Major to be used, and when that happens, he can use his anti-magic zone. Until then, just forget about it. We're going to be able to survive these little baby combusts, and I'm impressed that Rudimentary hasn't overreacted at those situations just yet.
You would expect the Warrior and the Death Knight to have the pressure that's going out right now, but it's actually them that are just taking a beating. They've decided to give up on the Mage, and they're going after the Paladin. This could be a reckless decision as they are leaving the Mage free casting in the midfield. Every Fireball is 5 seconds off Combustion. What do you know? He's got another one. Valido is already low health. They can't afford to stay on the Paladin. They have to switch back to the Mage. Combustion gets popped. They get triple feared on it. They're trying to counter-aggress during the Combustion. Risky gamble here from Rudimentary. Are they going to win the exchange? So far, they've developed quite a bit of pressure from the push. 2 targets at 50% health. No Avenging Wrath for some time with the way that Brain has built his Paladin. He's just powering through without it. Managing to stabilize both targets. Counterspell sniped over onto Zach. Ceruleum interrupted on fire. Not going to be doing too much damage during the counterspell. Grip back into the fight, but that Hand of Freedom is allowing Ceruleum the ability to escape. Brain gets stunned up. They could switch to him. He breaks out with every man for himself. Goes for a big Divine Favor heal onto himself, but the 2 members of his team are starting to rot down, and finally we're seeing that Warrior Death Knight pressure kick in. Brain getting pummeled on a heal. He's got Avenging Wrath coming up shortly. Will he be able to connect it? He Vitality Conduits instantly interrupted on his Avenging Wrath. I love these interrupts right now. Into a Storm Bolt. Beautiful coordination from Rudimentary, and this could easily be the Divine Shield if they're not careful. He mounts up on the Divine Steed. He gets gripped back into the fight. Will he get the big heal? Yes, he does. Brain gets that Divine Favor heal with the Avenging Wrath, getting himself back to full despite Rudimentary's best efforts.
That has to be absolutely heartbreaking for Magnus and Valido. They have Brain down 20% health, 10% health for the better part of 20 seconds. He just gets one heal and completely tops himself at 20% dampening. But that was the Divine Favor, that was the Avenging Wrath. Big healing cooldowns from Brain. He's able to recover, but I like that Paladin attempt. I want to see that more from Magnus and Valido. If they're able to do it, when they can start getting that pressure, and if Brain doesn't have his Avenging Wrath available, that's when we're going to see, the Warrior Death Knight pressure really start rotting this team if they can manage to stay on target. But it just seems like Drake, Ceruleum, and Brain, they're completely content in their strategy, just running away, basically.
All right, Brain's got the Hand of Freedom. Is he going to try and cross the midfield? He stuns up Magnus. Likely Zach's Dispel on cooldown, trying to burst him down in the Hammer of Justice. We saw these Hammer of Justices be lethal on Peekaboo, so perhaps Brain is going to switch his strategy. Bait Dispel on a Polymorph, and then go for Hammer of Justice, Obsidian Claw combo onto another target. That definitely could be lethal moving forward. Mana about even between these teams, moving into 30% dampening. Zach gets Blink counterspelled. Combustion gets popped. Anti-Magic Zone, where's the Ring of Peace? They need to knock Magnus out of the defense of this purple barrier, but it doesn't look like they have it. He's still just dying through it. I mean, they're just melting to the combo of that Combustion and Lucid Dreams. If that happens, 20% more dampening, I don't think Anti-Magic Zone is even enough. I mean, they're still feeling the ramifications of it. Magnus might just outright die. There's no life cocoon for 15 seconds. Rallying Cry pops, but they're cutting through that even. Touch of Death about to explode. Die by the Sword, Intimidating Shout. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink to survive through this push. If that happens in another 2 minutes, that's unrecoverable. They have to end the game in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely important at this point of the game. Mana still in favor of Kawaii, and these combustions, these big combusts, just really are difficult to deal with. Ignite just spreading all over the place. Even if you're sitting in the anti-magic zone, that Ignite is going to roll and continue to roll after it expires, let alone, I mean, if they get the Ring of Peace, it's going to be devastating. But Cerulean getting low, Brain without the Avenging Wrath, his healing is very limited right now. Valido and Magnus getting a big pressure, but Magnus in a little bit of trouble. The Psychic Shell comes in as Zac is caught into a Polymorph. They need to stop more crowd control. Double stun on Magnus, re-polymorph on Zac. Now Magnus could be in some trouble, but he manages to hold on. A Vitality Conduit from Zac is going to be enough to stabilize his team. This is the combustion of Cerulean, but it's the little mini bait combust. The next combust we see from Cerulean, and that's going to be, you know, really deep in dampening, over 40% dampening. That's when I think Valido, Magnus, and Zac may have hit the enrage timer in the match.
All right, Kawaii has survived a minute. They need to live one more minute. Can they? If they get there, I think they're just going to absolutely destroy Valido or Magnus through anti-magic zone. Only 45 seconds or a couple of fireballs away, although they will have to wait for the time. They need Lucid Dreams, and Rudimentary need to end this game now. They're pretty close. Drake is very low on health. He's going to portal out of the midfield in a second, I would imagine. Maybe not. Just going after Valido, stunning him up, paralyzing Zac. Valido uses Lichborn, but he's just dying. There's the combustion. They stun the mage and the combustion instantly. They need to stop Cerulean's assault here. This is the Lucid Dreams combustion. Huge damage potentially. That anti-magic zone is now faded. A couple more pyroblasts fly through. Is Valido going to be able to stay alive? There's basically no cooldowns. He's got Death Strike only, but at 42% reduction, it may not be enough. They have Vitality Conduit, but that means that Magnus is now low on health. They could switch to him. He pops the Lingering Psychic Shell, absorbs some hits, but Touch of Death is rolling. He double fears them. He leaps away from the Fists of Fury, trying to escape to safety. Touch of Death about to explode. Magnus down to half. How much more damage do they have to race this game out? Zac is completely out of mana. They drop Spell Reflect in desperation. They stun up the Paladin. They're trying to kill the Windwalker. It's do or die, but he gets bopped out of it. There's no way to dispel a Blessing of Protection. That's just a guaranteed immunity. They Ring of Peace the drink. Magnus gets stunned up. Zac trinkets. He dispels. He clutches out a big heal. They're rushing down the Paladin. They're trying to make something happen. They stun the Divine Favor heal. They sharpen Blade it. They do whatever they can to take down the Paladin. Can they even force the Divine Shield? It doesn't look like it. They're fighting to their last breath, but it is not enough. Kawaii gonna take game one over Rudimentary.
All right, let's talk about how they were able to do it. A longer game as well. We've been starting to see some of the longer games as we've progressed throughout the day. But Zico, what do you actually make of these two teams now that we've seen them go head-to-head?
I feel like they both play a solid defense. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with Brain right now. I thought he should have bubbled about 5 times that game, and he got away without ever having to use it. Just keeping his cool, making sure he gets this distance, getting out the heals that his team needs, and setting up kills with that hammer with those judges as well. So he had a great performance in this game, and I like what Cerulean's doing, just playing the short combust, trying to get out as much pump as possible. And then, of course, you know, Drake, he's always been kind of a up-and-comer Windwalker monk, according to Mr. Van Zel. So, I mean, it looks like they all know how to play their classes very well. They play, you know, a solid defense, they drag on the game, and they find a kill on the Warrior.
What do you think the rest of the series is going to look like as well, Sid? Do you think that we're going to see like that counter-comping back and forth potentially, or do you think these are the comps that we should get used to, buckle up, and watch for the rest of this series?
It was surprising to see the Monk out of mana before the Paladin. We've just seen Monk, nothing but Monk, but Brain is showcasing the Paladin quite effectively. Also not even running the Ineffable Truth build, so I'm wondering if Zac is going to flip over to his Paladin. They have a Fire Mage themselves as well, so they could bring in Magedin. They could do a Warrior Mage, potentially. That's an option. I'm just double-checking the roster here to see what the other choice could be for them, but they don't have to run the Warrior Death Knight. I really don't I don't really want to see them run it again into this team in particular. It just did not look good for them.
Okay, yeah, and you mentioned Zac there. I think it's always kind of important to talk about Zac a little bit for anybody who maybe didn't get to watch recently. Zac's been kind of one of those up-and-comers as well, Venruki, and I feel like he's already kind of... He's like, calling him an up-and-comer feels like it doesn't really do it justice, right? He's already proven himself in quite a few ways as a competent multi-classer and some real competition. And now being on this team just makes this series all the more interesting to watch.
I remember the first tournament Zac was in, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Zac, he plays Paladin, and I would say he's as good as Rubcub at Paladin. You guys are like, what? As good as Rubcub? You're crazy. I can't believe you would say that. And then you watched him play, and you're like, yeah, well, I guess I can see it. But not only is
That
he
was-
good at
You're never gonna let me live that down.
I'm never gonna let anybody live that down, okay? Because sometimes you just gotta trust me, okay? And that was one of those situations.
Hey, I
wasn't
trust
good.
you. I trust you on Drake here, for example.
Well, I mean, you could see that he's good. Trust
Well,
your
yeah,
eyes.
but Rob Cub. We're talking about the Cub.
Yeah, I know.
That was
But
Zach
Zach is
That's
good.
the thing.
Colo's team, right? That was like the first time we saw him on Colo's team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was how long ago was that now? It was quite some time, right? And we've just seen more and more, like even at the beginning of that, it was like, okay, yeah, he's a paladin, we're gonna see him do this and that. Then it was like, wait, his team needs him to play other things. He picks it up instantly, and he just kept picking things up and kept picking things up, and it's been exciting to just see his career already. Now we are going to see Dalaran Sewers be the next map in our series. Kawaii has already locked in their composition as well.
I kind of agree with Sid. I think Sid said this. I really want Rudimentary to switch it up. Like, just bring in Majidin. Let's see him showcased here. You can play Warrior Mage Monk. I think that would be a decent matchup here. You know what Kawaii's playing, so definitely an option for this team. They don't only have to play the Death Knight Arms Warrior, although it is a strong composition. It just seems like Kawaii knows exactly what they want to do in that composition. They have the mobility, they have the raw damage output to bring the game to a long period of time. It just felt really difficult for Rudimentary to actually close out the game. So I think it's going to be one of those matchups where we need to see them play something different. If they're going to do that, really is the question. We've seen them be a little bit stubborn so far. I don't know if we've seen Majidin in any games so far. And I mean, I see him on the tournament realm hopping around, so he's obviously here. But has he actually played yet in this tournament?
No.
No. But it's a small map, though. Do you really want to see them bring the mage here? I kind of want to see
Dude,
a cleave on Dalaran, and then like
Here's the thing.
they get bigger.
This is what I think.
Block mage in it?
This is what I think. So I think Dalaran Sewers, when you're playing against a team like Kawaii that is completely willing to just basically use Dalaran Sewers as a track, like you just ignore the middle, just pretend it's like grass, and then you just run around the outside of the track, it's going to be a similar story where it's just hard to get uptime. Eventually you're going to get whittled down, I believe. I mean, they don't have to play on the platform. They don't have to play near the boxes. All they need to do is, as a unit, just run away around the outside of the map. And I think it's going to be a similar story to Nagrand. But maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. They
Yeah,
have
just-
freedom, so.
Just use the map to your advantage and just avoid the parts that are bad. We are going to see Rudimentary right now is going to be locking in their comp. They're going to have a DK and a Demon Hunter.
Majidin Demon Hunter. All right.
So we're finally going to get to see Majidin. For anyone who hasn't seen Majidin in a while, Zico, he's obviously a player we're very familiar with.
Oh yeah, Demon Hunter then. No, I'm just kidding. He plays mage. It wasn't that funny. It was like one of those that's like it's so bad that it's funny.
Yeah, I tried to laugh really hard.
I appreciate that, Rich. I could
Yeah,
tell.
I tried.
But yeah, Majidin, he's been one of the top mages around for a while now in NA. Plays he used to play Arcane Mage back when it was hot. He was one of the few people who did it, so I always liked him because of that. But he also plays a lot of Fire Mage and apparently Demon Hunter. Don't think I've seen it before, so I mean this could be it could be like a Sam I Am V2 here. Sam I Am just ditching his mage, going for the Demon Hunter, and Majidin doing the same thing.
I'm trying to remember if we have ever seen it. I'm really not sure. For some
might have.
reason, I feel like I knew that he did have it, which would probably come from seeing it. But now, one thing's for sure. We're definitely going to get to see it right now. We've already had the teams load up into Dalaran Sewers. Kawaii going to be leading by 1 here. This is an elimination series. Rudimentary pulling out something that we didn't necessarily expect. Let's see if it bears any fruit.
All right, let's see what Majidin can do. The first time we're going to see him in the tournament, and historically, like we've been saying, he's a mage player. So Demon Hunter, will he perform? Is he going to get blown up? I mean, we saw tons of damage on Sam earlier as well, so I'm not sold on it. He could just get eradicated. Again, Ring of Peace is a great tool to knock Majidin out of Defense of Darkness, out of the defense of the anti-magic zone. I think as long as Drake is patient with that Ring of Peace and utilizes it like that, this combustion from Cerulean could just erase Majidin.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a little bit scary. Here's the thing about the Demon Hunter is you can't kite a Demon Hunter as well as you can kite an Arms Warrior. So Majidin is going to add the extra utility of actually landing mana rifts. He should have more uptime, but he's just getting absolutely deleted immediately. It's Trinket, it's Blur, it's anti-Magic Zone. That is complete panic from Rudimentary in that situation. I mean, that was scary, but I just think that was a big overreaction.
All right, let's see if they get punished for it. In the meantime, Majidin popping that Metamorphosis, running Mana Rift, gripping the Paladin back into the Mana Rift. Nice play by Valido, as Brain would have escaped it otherwise. They're looking to win on mana deep into Dampening, but they have to make it to that stage. They're already almost in a checkmate position where the other team, if they get crowd control and Zac like Polymorph and stun Majidin, neither player will be able to escape, and it's likely that Majidin dies. So they need to be very careful and play on their tippy toes here for the next couple of seconds. They paralyze Brain. They go for a stun. Majidin tries to Mana Rift it, but he gets paralyzed. Nice timing by Drake. They try and go for a Feller option, but it's not long enough to get a Mana Rift. Ceralium, though, is getting bursted down by Valido. Valido hard carrying, and I mean, the Demon Hunter is definitely working out a lot better. Probably going to attribute that to the fact that Havoc Demon Hunter is one of the best specs in the game to proc Gushing Wounds, and he's running full Gushing Wounds. Not so much that Magnus on Warrior isn't doing a good job, but Gushing Wounds is pretty good. I mean, look at the entire team right now. They're almost all dead, and the Arms Warrior is not bringing that pressure with the Gushing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this damage from Rudimentary is absolutely insane. Avenging Wrath not available for another 30 seconds, so Brain really going to struggle here. Gets the Divine Favor heal on himself. Ceralium and Drake, though, taking quite a bit of burst. Majidin really amping up the pressure here in this game number 2. This is certainly looking better, and you can see why they decided to actually play with the Demon Hunter. That being said, Majidin with no Trinket for another 20 seconds. Could be a little bit scared. There is no leg sweep, so there's no stun available. Majidin probably knows that. He will have Trinket for the next leg sweep. And as a result, I mean, it should be fine. The grip asphyxiate. Nice paralyze there by Drake, slowing down Majidin, not allowing him to land that Mana Rift, and that was really, really nice backup there by Drake.
All right, big push here. The Demon Hunter also brings the Consume Magic, so they can dispel Blessing and Protection if they're lucky, but Majidin might just die. They overlap the Blur and the Life Cocoon. Was he playing Auto Blur is the real question here. I'm just double checking to see. No, so that's definitely a mistake. You don't want to Blur and Life Cocoon in the same push. They hold on to Anti-Magic Zone at least, but now Touch of Death could be a big threat for the team. Valido getting swapped over too. I think Valido's definitely going to be a liability if they can make it to Dampening, but even though they've stopped a lot of Mana Rifts, Brain is still at 50% mana, and his whole team is still dying. Instant Consume Magic on that Divine Favor from Brain. Nicely timed, removing a lot of heals from him. It could cost him a bit of mana to recover. Ceralium looking for Polymorphs. They paralyze, but it was too late. The Mana Rift is secured onto Brain. He's now below 50% mana. We're not even into Dampening. The strategy looks good for Rudimentary. They just need to clean up their defense to get to their win condition.
And we'll have to see how deep into Dampening they can really make it. It gets scary quite quickly. I mean, they force out the Touch of Karma. Majidin, just basically anyone he's tab targeting to is taking the most damage ever. And these Mana Rifts are really securing that mana lead for Rudimentary as well, which is nice. I mean, at this point, Brain, Ceralium, and Drake, they can't just hold on forever, because eventually those Mana Rifts will get the Paladin out of mana. So it's not just all about surviving as long as you can and doing as much damage as possible like we saw last game from them. They need to actually find these setups and sneak in some win conditions. If they can, I think it's going to be really scary. Ceralium goes for the Dragon's Breath Sheep, gets interrupted. Nice backup there by Valido. The Hammer of Justice gets dispelled off Majidin as well. So this setup was completely botched. Valido managed to shut that down, keep his team in the fight, and now it's going to be Kawaii on the back foot.
All right, let's see if Brain can maintain his mana here. Very important that he gets his Forbidden Obsidian Claw off. Now, he can drop it onto the Death Knight Ghoul or one of the other pets that they've summoned into the game to guarantee mana regeneration, but he loses the damage benefit of having the Trinket. And that's the gamble that he's going to have to make. Is he going to value mana or value damage? When is he going to rotate that decision-making? It's very important in this series, as the Mana Rift is the main win condition right now for Rudimentary, but Brain is holding out here, getting into Dampening with 50% mana. Lichborn was forced on that attempt. Brain going to break out of the leg sweep, try and pick Ceralium up, positioning far back here, but Ceralium might line aside him upstairs. Needs to be careful, not moving too far. Brain mounts up, getting ready for a Hammer of Justice. Valido could be in trouble. No anti-magic zone. Reverse magic, going to catch the poly, but now they go for Hammer of Justice into another polymorph, but Vitality Conduit easily healing him up, and for free because it steals the health from the polymorph target. High value Vitality Conduit, but deep into Dampening, that Death Knight is going to be a liability. They need to get a kill before for that point or run the Paladin out of mana. Can they get to it in time? Right now it's looking good. Everyone is very low, but 6 more seconds to Avenging Wrath. Brain just needs to hold out 3 more seconds, and he's done it. He's going to have Avenging Wrath to deal with the Metamorphosis. He pops it immediately.
Yeah, and with that Metamorphosis, he's going to be able to get really aggressive here. Drake, though, with his touch of Karma, is going to be feeling relatively safe. Relium still just getting tunneled down. Mana still in favor of Rudimentary, but this is a big attempt. Polymorph actually on Majin. It was the double leg sweep, so that leg sweep ended up being completely defensive, and that is not the situation you want to find yourself in because it's just such a long cooldown, a minute-long cooldown. You don't have that many opportunities with that ability, and having to use the defensive, and I don't even think they're really in trouble, is definitely unfortunate for the team of Kawaii.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. They've had decent pressure, a lot better than the Arms Warrior Death Knight. This is definitely something that could work for them. Just need to land a couple more mana rifts. Very difficult if Drake saves that Paralyze. They're not going to be able to do it on Asphyxiate. They need to do it on Imprisons and Fell Eruptions. But I don't believe that Majidin is running the Detainment, opting for Reverse Magic, so it's not really possible to get it off of Detainment. They go in for the double Chaos Nova. They land a Mana Rift, but they had to commit 2 stuns to land it. That's not very efficient. This is why Brain is still maintained mana, but well-timed consumed magic there. Majidin dispels the Divine Favor. Valito interrupts Brain. Good teamwork. That's going to net them a touch of Karma from Drake, a very important cooldown for his survivability in the future. Zach's mana is still holding out healthy, and like you were saying at the pregame, Ceruleum and Brain are just running laps on the outside of the map. Potentially we see Brain try and drink and trade cooldowns. Combustion Pop, they're scaring them away, and I think Brain is trying to drink while they are scared, but he gets sniped by the Death and Decay. Zach ports on top of him for a stun, and they're not going to find any mana. They were setting that up as a bait and switch. Pop the Combustion, scare them away, and drink, but they don't get the drink. Rudimentary shuts them down.
Completely shuts them down. They didn't get anything except the anti-magic zone. And if you're an Unholy Death Knight, that is the best case scenario. Just trade the zone for the big combust. Touch of Death, though, on Valito. This is some solid damage. Polymorph sneaks over onto Drake. Majidin gets the reverse magic, so frees up his healer by reversing that Polymorph onto Ceruleum. Valito should be A-okay at this point. 17% dampening, and Brain, his Avenging Wrath has just faded, so his healing is no longer empowered. He's actually really vulnerable, down to around 20% mana. As long as Valito can recover, if they can recover Valito's HP, Zach can top him off. I want to see Rudimentary continue this aggression, but the damage is just really high at this point. Finally, a little bit of health returning to Valito, the Lichborn on the leg sweep. Drake taking a big hit of damage. He's got no touch of Karma. He's forced to run away behind the pillar, throw some heals on himself in order to stabilize. But now all of a sudden, mana has kind of evened out for both of these teams. 21% dampening, really anything can happen. Combustion available for Ceruleum once again. So they have a big burst moment in the near future.
Brain dodges another mana rift with that every man for himself, and it's evening out. When we get deeper into dampening, that Death Knight is going to be difficult to keep up. This is now looking better and better for Kawaii. Can they keep it up here? They need to land these mana rifts. They need to run the Paladin out. He's got Avenging Wrath coming up soon. It's going to be quite some time. He's going to have powerhouse heals as soon as he decides to activate those wings, which he does immediately here. Touch of Karma going to trade out as well, just playing it efficiently. They grip the mage in. He blinks away. Combustion gets popped. How much damage can they get out with the Paralyze? Death Strike's being dropped immediately there by Valito. All of his runic power spent on that resource to try and heal back up. Struggling still at 26% dampening. Stun, Mana Rift, Purge on the Divine Favor. Nicely done by Majidin, securing every objective in that push. They Ring of Peace Brain away, but he's still in line of sight. Valito is just taking a beating right now. Drake needs to be the one to carry on that Windwalker. He's got Touch of Death coming up shortly. He's the one that needs to be the playmaker if his mage is getting shut down, but it's tough to be the playmaker when your defense is so limited. He gets stunned on his Fists of Fury. He's forced to run away. Now they're going to grip the Paladin in. They drop the Mana Rift. Brain decides to Divine Shield. Even though he's not going to die, he Divine Shields to avoid the rest of his mana being burned away. That was a clutch decision to make here, this deep into dampening with nothing left, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decision that can definitely backfire, but I think it was the right call in the situation. Zach, Majin, and Valito, they're all getting low as well. Ceruleum using the big combustion. Anti-magic zone overlaps with the life cocoon. Now Valito's going to be feeling confident to push forward. They have a lot of pressure. They need to ride this momentum as far as they can. If they can get the ice block, from Cerulean. That is best case scenario. Majidin moves forward, gets the stun into the potential mana rift. Unfortunately, doesn't land it onto Brain, but Cerulean is just so low. Touch of Death rolling on Valito, though. Drake just trying to create any pressure where he can. With this Touch of Karma rolling up in around 2 seconds, he's going to be confident to use it. He's forced to trade it immediately. And now at 33% dampening, I mean, really anything could happen. Drake's vulnerable, Majidin's vulnerable, Valito, he's getting lower. They have the Vitality Conduit rolling. Of course, he has the Anti-Magic Shell as well. Majidin with the Darkness. There's a lot of defense available for Rudimentary, but both teams are running out of time quickly.
Oh, Brain almost on his last leg here with mana. Double stun out here from Majidin, but Valito in trouble. That anti-magic shield is anti-magic nothing. They cut through it at 36% dampening like butter and move to match point.
They do indeed, but we got to jump back in a time machine and actually talk about what happened at the very beginning of that matchup, because Zico, it looked like Rudimentary had all the pressure in the world. It looked like the gushing wounds from the Demon Hunter were just getting spread to absolutely everyone. It almost seemed like they were going to get an early win. How did that change? Yeah. Zico, everything that you said was so fantastic that I'm actually going to ask you to say
whole day, dude.
No, you did not.
No, you didn't. No, you
not
didn't.
make it
This is the first year.
what
That
are
was
you
like
talking
7
about?
hours ago, man.
You
No
got to
one
get like a
remembers that.
sticky note and then put it.
I have
on your
one. I
monitor.
literally have a sticky note.
Sticky note, dude.
Yeah, I have one.
It's got to look so funny where we're all just sitting here like nodding along to what Zico's saying.
We can
Like,
hear him.
oh yeah, that's a really good take, Zico, and everyone's just like, wait, what is he saying? What's going on?
The best part is that since there's a little bit of delay on the stream as well, we know it's coming.
Well, the best part is too is like I laughed. Like you said the way you said Brain, I like chuckled. I probably look like an insane person. We'll see. We'll watch it back on the stream. But hey, let's unmute now. Let's keep on rocking. What do you actually think? What do you actually? Man, I don't even remember what my question was. You said Brain was awesome.
Yeah, I said that the Brain, I mean, he definitely isn't missing the pinky today. He is just playing a phenomenal game. And, you know, Van was kind of right as well about how they utilize the map, running around in circles downstairs. And, you know, anytime they were in trouble, they're able to get, you know, picked up from that and then find a kill on the DK later in dampening. That's when we love to see it. And muted everywhere. I deserve it. It's fine. Bring it on, Chad. It's all good.
It's just to help you remember, you know?
Well, they help me remember even when I'm not muted, so I'm not sure how helpful it is.
Can you really blame them at this point? You gotta have some fun with you know?
That's okay.
Where's the comb?
I can handle it.
Do you have your
The
comb?
comb, which I always have my comb.
Ooh.
No,
You remember when you lost your comb?
We got into
Yes,
this game
dude.
quick.
that was fun when I lost my comb.
They
Everyone
got
was
into
looking
this
for it.
game. They got
I found
into
it
this
in my
game.
pocket.
They got into this game very quick indeed. We got Rudimentary going up against Kawaii. This is match point and elimination series. The dreams of Rudimentary could be silenced, just like Zico, every time we come back from a game.
It's true. That's absolutely true.
Fact.
Why is Majidin all glittery? I don't think the stream can see it yet, but what is that? Is that like a toy or something?
I have no idea.
Do you know what it is, Rich?
Yeah, I forget which toy it is, but yeah, it's a toy.
Okay, I need to...
You like the standard. I'm not gonna say what the kit is, but you use that, and then you use the rainbow trail one. That's how you show people that you're you know what's up. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into this game right now. Rudimentary versus Kawaii. Kawaii already going to have 2 games in their back pocket, looking for one more here, and the gates are now open.
I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams right now. This is an elimination series. The loser of this is out of the tournament. They will not be able to push forward and make it into that top 4. So very, very important here. Majidin getting low. Activates the blur. Vitality Conduit will be enough for him to survive. But definitely right now, Rudimentary, they're going to have to step it up if they want to win this game. But it just seems like they've had an excellent strategies throughout the day. This composition is a unique one that we haven't really seen too much, but Brain with that power has really been making it work.
You see that thing from beyond? You see that thing? The thing from beyond? Valido is wearing too much corruption.
Again?
Again.
I just don't think that's ever good. I mean, we can talk about that later.
So is Majidin, though, and look at their team dying all at the same time. How much gushing wound are they wearing? I need to look at this. Gushing, 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 gushing. It's on every piece of gear. It's on every piece of gear. Maximum corruption here from Rudimentary. Is it gonna backfire?
I mean, we're going to find out. If you see either Majidin or Valido just randomly die, we're going to know why it was. I mean, definitely over-corrupting. It's something that, I mean, maybe they feel like they need it to push the team over, but at this point I feel like Kawaii can just play kind of relatively defensive and just let corruption kind of do the work. But Drake's getting low, Ceralium's getting low as well. The damage from Majidin and Valido is absolutely insane. Brain, he has to play catch-up here. Can he do it? This strategy, it's very all-in. It's very risky, but it might pay off here for Rudimentary.
All right, let's see if it does. So far, no punishing things from beyond. One proxer on Valido. Fist of Fury flying during it. Scary moment. Majidin, vengeful retreating away, not wanting to get cleaved down along with Valido. Now it looks like they're trying to go after the Paladin a bit. The one difficult thing of this Death Knight Demon Hunter comp is you want to stack targets up and cleave them down and proc gushing on 3 targets. Mage, Windwalker, Paladin is so tricky to get them together. Right now they've at least got the Windwalker and the Mage. Potentially a grip into a triple stun. There's a grip into a stun. Good setup. Brain is going to have to heal through unimaginable amounts of damage from the Void here, as Majidin and Valido are wearing more than 40 corruption. Another thing from beyond spawning onto Valido. He's trying to avoid it, but it connects along with a Pyro Blast. Big damage now that Zach needs to deal with. As a healer, healing through this level of corruption, the only time I've experienced is when I heal Rich in 2s. He wears way too much corruption, and it's not easy.
Let's see. I mean, this is so scary. Zach, he gets swapped to, gets caught into a stun. The darkness drops as well, but a beautiful Ring of Peace knocks him out of the safety. Brain getting low, though. This could easily be the Divine Shield. The gushing wounds are just overwhelming him. He's trying to kite away, but way too risky. I mean, that was a close call. Divine Shield does get used, so he's able to hold on. Valido getting low, though. Things from beyond proccing all over the place. The anti-magic zone drops down and trades for the combustion of Ceralium. And now, I mean, Majidin and Valido, if they can stay on target, if they can stay on Brain, that's going to be game over. He just cannot heal through the damage. There's no Avenging Wrath. He only has Divine Favor. He uses it, tops himself off. Big heal there from Brain. He manages to escape, but Valido and Majidin, if they can just get on any target, the damage is so high. Majidin, though, getting low, no darkness, no blur. He activates it, trying to just keep himself up in this match as Zach struggles to top everyone off. Finally does. Now Rudimentary has the opportunity once again to try to get aggressive, and I think their best course of action is to go after Brain.
All right, Majidin's trying to, but he's forced away. Darkness is on cooldown. Touch of Death is rolling, but Brain might just die to gushing wounds in the back line. He pops the Avenging Wrath. He gets the hammer down on Zach, trying to get some crowd control for his team to win the game. Majidin is vulnerable. Full Polymorph has been landed. Where's the reverse magic? Majidin fell rushing over, reversing the Polymorph. Zach can now stabilize the team. Anything's from beyond starting to proc, or Eyes of Corruption. I'm paying attention to that debuff area below Valido's health, waiting for that Eye of Corruption to spawn. He gets Vitality Conduit. It's so low on health. How on earth is Zach going to keep this going? Brain's mana is being burnt quite quickly, much faster than that of Zach, but it's a question of luck more than anything. Can they avoid these things from beyond long enough to net a kill? But if they don't, man, Brain is like MVP Holy Paladin.
Yeah, just healing through the sheer pressure of all those gushing wounds. Interrupt over on the Brain. He gets a sacrifice on Ceralium. It's not the ultimate sacrifice, though, so they could push through. If there's a little bit more damage, they might be able to do it. Leg Sweep comes in. Brain and Ceralium get stunned up, but now a counter attack here on Valido, on Majidin. Nice Dragon's Breath from Ceralium. Hammer of Justice on Zach, which he immediately trinkets out of. But big heals from Zach with that Thunder Focus T that should top off Majidin, top off Valido, and we are just, I mean, think about the damage that's gone out in this game, and dampening has just started here, Sid.
All right, how much longer can they keep it up on both sides here? An all-in strategy on match point. Rudimentary sacrificing their minds to the void and allowing N'Zoth to take the wheel. Will they be able to overwhelm with gushing wounds, or will it backfire? There's a lot of negative effects to the decision-making here. Think from beyond spawning on Majidin. Big connect there. Valido getting cleaved down as well, and Kawaii are just trying to max out their damage at this point to find a kill before they're overwhelmed from these gushing wounds. Can they do it? Brain pulled back here behind the pillar. Ceralium setting up. He's got his combustion off cooldown. They split up to avoid being double stunned. Good positioning from Brain and Ceralium, but they're on Brain. He pops Avenging Wrath immediately. Wants to boost his healing up to deal with the pressure and the onslaught. We see the anti-magic zone trading for combustion. Fair trade, but they're still rotting down. This is going to be quite the race to the finish. This could be a game with cross kill written all over it. Things from beyond start to spawn. During touch of karma, double leg sweep, devastating push on match point. Valido being overwhelmed. Zach can't help him. He's in a poly. Majidin ducks over, dispelling the polymorph and saving the day. Zach's Life Cocoon will keep Valido going and in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a big push there from Kawaii. 10% dampening. Majidin, though, with no trinket. There's going to be a moment in this game where Drake has leg sweep and Majidin has no trinket. I want to see them set up on Majidin and try to just remove him from the game. Paralyze on Zach on his Thunder Focus T into a Ring of Frost. Nice crowd control here from Kawaii. Looks like Zach does manage to get some healing out onto Majidin, onto Valido. And it looks like they will be able to survive. Brain, I don't know how he's healed through this damage so far. He's been doing an excellent job. Healers are relatively tight on mana, and this really is anyone's game at this point. But if Valido and Majidin get unlucky with Things from Beyond, they can just lose. Interrupt on Zach. Valido getting lower. If that Thing from Beyond procs right now, if they just have a little bit more damage, they can take him down. Dragon's Breath onto Zach. Valido still hovering 10% health. Gets a big, big heal from Zach. Nicely done by Zach, saving the day. Gets the big life cocoon before the polymorph, and that's going to be enough for him to stay alive. But now you can start seeing the Demon Hunter Death Knight damage really start adding up against the team of Kawaii.
I can't believe Zach is healed through 2 targets wearing above 40 corruption for 7.5 minutes. Mistweaver Monk and stacking corruption might be a strategy that we see teams adopt if this ends up working out for them overall, but so far they still haven't got the Cauterize or the Ice Block. Divine Shield is coming up in 10 seconds. It's looking decent for Kawaii here, and as dampening gets higher, that Demon Hunter and Death Knight's self-sufficiency starts to drop. I mean, both targets could die at any moment. Anti-Magic Shield at sub 50% health. Tournament lives on the line. Will N'Zoth be able to carry here? Zach stunned up. He trinkets out of it. Majidin tries to duck over, but he gets obliterated by Ceralium, and not even the power of N'Zoth will overcome Kawaii.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then you enter a series, you're down 2-0, face an elimination, you just say, hey, N'Zoth, hold my drink. But this time it's not going to pay dividends, and we are going to see them get eliminated. How much corruption do you actually have if you put max gushing on every single piece of gear? Like, what do you actually end up at? Do you have,
15
are you over 60? Do you have cascading?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Because cascading disaster
7.
just seems like it would be so nasty to actually
15
have.
times 7. You'd have 105 as a two-handed class, and you'd have 120 as a dual-wielding class.
Jeez Louise.
You can have corruption on 9 pieces.
Wait, on 9? What is it?
Yeah, you can have it on everything except for the 2 trinkets.
1, 2, 3,
and
4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 8. Okay, it would be 9 with a dual wield. So it's 135 if you're a Demon Hunter and 120 if you're a Death Knight.
I mean,
You can do it on live. Even on live, you can use 8 gushing, and then you can use like a little bit more expensive last piece.
Well, I was just saying like how bad the negatives are for people at home who actually are not insane and don't do that because they don't want to just die to their own corruptions. But this time around, I mean, they managed to deal with it pretty well, right? I mean, that is one thing that we need to say. It didn't seem like I never saw like a giant chunk in health where I was like, oh man, the corruptions finally did get to them. Then what did you think of the decision overall?
I mean, they needed damage to win the game. They had more damage, and they still couldn't win the game. So, I mean, it was a risk. I don't think it ended up losing them the game. I mean, if anything, that was the least one-sided game we've seen so far. So I think having that added damage definitely helped, but it still just wasn't enough. I would have liked to see a Mage Mirror, I think. I think Rudimentary's best option would have been playing, Warrior Mage as an example, and potentially winning that way, but maybe they just weren't confident in the Warrior Mage versus Windwalker Mage mirror matchup. So trying to bring in the Demon Hunter Death Knight, can't really blame them, but it just wasn't enough today.
My question is, Zico, do you think that this is like some of the strategies and some of the things that we're actually seeing out of this team right now is coming down to the fact that maybe they haven't had as much time to play together and fully form what they need to be doing, like what their best options are?
Yeah, I think this is just, they want to, get more time together, practice a little bit more, get a little bit more. Right now, the Fury Warrior DK that they ran looked phenomenal. I want to see, them try to implement similar stuff. Just work on, 1 or 2 more comps. Make sure that you have them, on lockdown, and then come back next week. And I think they could do a deep run.
Yeah, I think even with them getting eliminated right now, this is the team that I think has a lot of potential to come out week after week, consistently top 8, and maybe even going on deeper runs. But let's talk about Kawaii as well. They were able to take this with a 3-0. They looked fantastic. They've had 2 3-0s today. They started in the lower side of the bracket, but they sent home the Golden Guardians, BlizzCon finalists, sent them home without breaking a sweat. Now they go against Rudimentary, a team that we talked about as being like almost a super team, right? They have a bunch of players who have been on a bunch of successful rosters now coming together under one banner. They 3-0 them. What do you think their chances are on making it all the way to the grand final?
I feel like this is one of those teams that we're going to have to watch out for, because like on paper, you would think, okay, these guys are pretty good. They can do well. But when you looked at some of the other teams, in my opinion, they were a little bit more scary. I think, to be honest, I think we're going to see Cloud9, Method Orange, Space Station Gaming as the top 3. But I think Kawaii, they could, if they upset Cloud9, that's when I'll be sold. But for now, I don't think they're going to win.
I'm pretty sure Cloud9 is the team.
If they upset Method Orange.
Cloud9 is the team that sent them to the lower bracket, I think, in a 3-0.
Yeah, I think if they face Method Orange, could be scary.
All right, well, we need to figure out one more series today until we have our top 4 and we know who is going to go head-to-head tomorrow to actually figure out who the best in both regions are, both NA and EU. And that next series is going to be Space Station versus Turtle. And when we talked about this series a little while ago, you guys seemed like you thought Turtle might have a pretty difficult run this time around. Then, Ricky, do you still feel that way?
Yes. Unfortunately for Turtle, I still feel that way. I mean, you can never count this team out. You can never count out a Jungle Cleave. It's always possible that they win, but I think it's just really unlikely. Right now, Mistweaver Monk, Destruction Warlock, it's just very durable. Having the Imp really shuts down the offense of the jungle. You can just dispel off the freezing trap. And because of all these reasons, I just think it's kind of a soft counter, and Turtle really doesn't have many different comp options. They're a 3-man roster. I think they signed up with just this one comp in mind, and I think they've hit the end of the road, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you kind of brought up that counter before we even saw this team, right? It was a counter that you were talking about when we were actually doing the business over in EU, and now we might see just how hard of a counter it truly is. We are going to be jumping to a break. When we return, we're going to be jumping into the last series of the day.
from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Ride's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinket trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Folks, just one more series and we'll have our top 4 in NA, which was our goal of the day. We already have our top 4 from EU, which means we'll be all set for tomorrow to figure out who the best teams from each region truly is. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Super Tees, and Venruki, and we are getting ready for the next matchup, Space Station versus Turtle. Turtle seems to be the underdog in this one, Zico. Only really one comp at their disposal. How does Space Station actually go about answering that composition?
Well, I feel like what Space Station are running in general is pretty good answers. Destro Warlocks, very difficult to take down for a turtle, for a jungle, sorry, because of that self-healing, and also because they most likely will be running that imp, and that imp can, you know, remove those freezing traps on the healer, and that's the win condition of the jungle. They want to get a freezing trap on the healer and burst somebody down, but if every freezing trap is getting dispelled, that's going to pose a problem, of course, in addition to the healing, in addition to the fact that Warlocks, you know, they're kind of historically a bit of a counter to Ferals and Hunters, just because of all the fears. So, yeah.
Yeah, very important to keep in mind, folks. This one's going to play out the same way as everything we've seen today, and pretty much, did something catch your eye?
Yeah. The Holy Paladin. Yeah, so it looks like Garecki's actually going to be playing the Holy Paladin, and I think this could be even worse for Turtle, unfortunately. The immunity cooldowns of the Holy Paladin, you know, the ultimate sacrifice, having the War Mastery defensive cooldown, Blessing of Protection, Hammer of Justice to just add insult to injury in terms of crowd control. I'm afraid this Turtle's going to need to find its shell real quick. Yeah.
Let's see how well the Turtle can turtle. The gates are going to be opening shortly. This one is an elimination series, as we already said, and it's the last series of the day. Let's get it underway.
Do we see an imp out on the battlefield? I certainly do not see a Fell Hunter, so yep, there's a little imp. Dilly's going to be taking a bunch of damage early on. Repentance secured over onto Gex. Dilly's in so much trouble. Garecki pushing forward with crowd control. Gets the everyman for himself on the Hammer of Justice. A great offensive push and a great start here for Space Station Gaming. Turtle forced to play defensive. This is such a scary moment. Already getting the Rapture, the everyman for himself from Gex. Definitely not the best start for Turtle.
Very aggressive build from the Destruction Warlock, Holy Paladin, and Windwalker. Running the Avenging Light build means that his Holy Lights are going to be dishing out devastating damage. He's also running the Divine Vision to reduce all of the damage from Gushing Wounds. A very interesting choice from Garecki overall. I'm almost wondering if this is something that Turtle even saw coming.
I mean, we'll have to see. Turtle definitely in some rough shape right now. Where are they going to find the damage? Dilly's just getting so low. it is going to be the Vitality Conduit that keeps him alive. Gex is burning through mana really quickly, though. He's keeping his team alive. It's not looking too bad, but the one thing is, how long can he really hold on for? Greki moves forward, gets a Hammer of Justice, looking for Repentance as well. Unfortunately, doesn't find it, gets caught into a Fear, but I think that was actually just dispelled off immediately, so really unfortunately now actually Thugonomic's going for a Fell Hunter. He realizes they're playing the Freezing Trap. He can play the Fell Hunter now, and look at this damage. Chun-Li is pushing in. He's getting Gex low. Thugonomic's charging in as well. This is the most one-sided matchup I've seen. A little bit of burst damage on Thugonomics. Maybe they can catch him in a surprise kill if they can find the damage, but Gareki seems to have stabilized, and I think Gareki playing that Repentance, every time he has a Hammer of Justice, he can push in, secure crowd control for his team, and then Gex, this is just an absolute nightmare for him.
How is Gex supposed to heal this? Everybody's dead. He's almost out of mana. He's stunned with his Feral. The Paladin's almost at full mana. His whole team's at full health. They have all their cooldowns. This is the most one-sided game we've seen today. If Gex manages to pull off a victory the way that this is set up, man, that is legendary. He's holding on to dear life. Pentencing, healing with Atonement, min-maxing his mana as much as possible, but double Mortal Coil, Chaos Bolt in the sky, straight towards Cyfoxy. He gets stunned up, Repentance being casted, that lands onto Gex. He prems it, he breaks out, Chun rolls over to attack the Priest. Everybody is still just outright dead. Gex is interrupted on a heal. How much longer can he keep it up? They're going after Gareki. They're trying to take him down and punish the Ineffable Truth build, but Ineffable Truth, guess what? Avenging Wrath is up. You ain't killing through Avenging Wrath. Wings are up. Gareki's trying to find a Repentance, and Turtle are turtling at the pillar. It's all they can really do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Gex, he's been getting up the Shadow Mends, but he's been interrupted on Smite consistently in the match, and without getting those smites off, Priests are just not mana efficient whatsoever. Chun-Li taking a little bit of damage. Turtle, though, they're starting to find their footing in the match, although this leg sweep might spell disaster. It's full stun on Cyfoxy, paralyzed on Gex. Chun-Li trying to set his team up, but he's caught into a stun. Now a counter stun on Gareki. This is looking okay here for Turtle. I mean, this was so one-sided in the early stages, but Dilly and Cyfoxy, they are managing to find their footing a little bit. Forced into the Turtle shell. Dilly, I mean, he's running, he's hiding. There's just not too much left for his team. Gex is completely tapped out on mana. Hammer of Justice is secured. Gex, every man for himself, trying to escape, trying to stay alive just a little bit longer, but there's just no mana. He just can't top people off. He gets locked down on Penance. Nicely done there by Thugonomics, realizing Gex, he basically has no other answer besides just casting that Penance. He gets interrupted, and now there's no mana for Shadow Man. Cyfoxy gets taken down. And Space Station Gaming, I mean, if we thought that Destro, Windwalker, Mystery River was bad, the Holy Paladin version looks even more of a nightmare here for Turtle.
Yeah, this is looking like a really tough one. Sid, you mentioned it earlier, but the only thing that we can think about right now is the cycle of life can be so cruel. The question is, what do we think, Zico, they're actually going to try to do in the face of such a, looks like, lopsided matchup?
We keep going. We swap our talents.
We should take a moment of
And
silence for Turtle.
Going.
Well, do you think that there's any chance that they just go, all right, let's grab the tentacles? Dilly just goes, let's go full tentacle, like let's just go full N'Zoth, bring in all the corruptions, and maybe they try to do something like that.
I don't know if I would go with the tentacle if I went full N'Zoth, but I feel like this is probably Sid's area of
Infinite Stars.
Is he saying something? I can't hear him.
He said infinite stars.
Okay.
Stars in my eyes.
I'm going to enjoy the fact that I haven't messed up my muting and unmuting yet.
It'll
we'll
happen.
see if it holds true throughout the week.
You don't have to swap channel and mute yourself between every single game, man. There's less to mess up.
Uses.
It sounds real tough, man. Almost as tough as this matchup, truly. And I feel like, Van, have you ever been in a situation like this when you were a competitor where you're just like, oh gosh, what the heck are we gonna do?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's one of the problems when you have a 3-man roster and you're only running one composition, and why we see teams that find consistent success have 4-player rosters and more than one composition, because if you get to the point in the tournament where you're just playing against a team that has a hard counter to you, I guess that's the end of your run, and that's what's happened in the past. I mean, luckily there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of, you know, having that 4-player roster, people playing multiple classes, because after so many tournaments of just getting counter-comped, it feels nice to have an answer. But unfortunately for Turtle, that's not a reality for them today, and they're going to have to pull out an absolute miracle if they want to win this series.
I want to see Dilly lock.
What?
Against Thugonomics?
What?
I just want Dilly to pull out the war. It's a desperate time, man. I want to see him pull it out. Could you imagine if they did pull out something weird, though? I mean, we really don't expect them to have anything up their sleeve, right? There's really no chance of a hitting composition. Gex, in all seriousness, has been playing like an absolute god. True Live Lord. But this just looks nigh impossible. Have we ever seen Foxy or Dilly play anything else in tournament play?
Don't think so, no.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Because, like, even when... I remember watching Foxy when he was playing with SSDS. I remember Logan playing Warrior one time. I'm trying to think about any other comps that...
It's a bit like, you know what? It's a bit... it's difficult, because when you play, like, a Warlock, for example... You can mesh with a lot of different DPS. I mean, we've seen Warlocks play with mages, Windwalker monks, rogues, warriors. If you're a mage, you have a lot of different options. We've seen mages play with Windwalkers, warriors, rogues, warlocks, you know. But for a feral and a hunter, right now, you don't have a lot of options. I mean, what do you even... If you're a team that mains jungle, what do you add to your roster to give you a lot of, like, depth? It's just like... You have to play more than one DPS class at that point, and it's definitely not an easy thing to do.
Just do like Enlight, add a rat and never use him.
Yeah, that's great.
It's a great strat. If push comes to shove, play Ret Feral.
Well, they can't play Gushing Wounds into the Paladin talent. With Divine Vision, 15% less damage on Gushing Wounds, there's no way it's better.
Well, yeah, true, but I mean, do they have the problem is, like, do they have the damage?
Just
Like,
wear
I
Infinite
feel like
Stars. I actually think you wear Infinite Stars and you attack the Paladin and hope it procs and he dies. I swear.
That is truly hoping in RNG. We'll have to see if maybe something like that does happen. We're going right now to Blackrook Hold. This could put Space Station Gaming on match point in our last series of the day.
Yeah, let's see if they put their faith in the light here, or if we're gonna see a little bit more of the same.
I'm hovering over their gear set right now to just see what they... Even switch to Verse, I don't know. Maybe just try and run around the pillar, kill the Windwalker. So far, I don't see any changes, so, I mean, it's going to be maximum value. I guess Foxy's running a little bit of versatility. He's not all in like Dilly is at this point. Still running a Diamond Ice trap, so Imp is not going to be an option. I really think they should try and kill the Paladin, but right now they're Diamond Icing the Paladin. They're trying to kill the Windwalker. They have decent damage, but Diamond Ice makes your freezing trap half the duration, and with only half the duration, I don't think you're killing. And that Ring of Peace on the barrier knocks them out of its defense. It could just be the end of the... Okay, it's going to be the end of the game. Finish the sentence before it's going to be the end of the game. Okay, now do you believe me?
Oh, like, here's the problem, okay? Turtle made the classic mistake of, let's not, like, okay, the Warlock pop Infernals and Dark Soul were not on him. Like, this happens to me at least once every single time I queue Arena, where, and I think it happens to everybody, to be honest with you, where you forget what Destruction Warlocks are. If you leave them alone, you will lose the game immediately. So they made the classic mistake. They tried to go after the Windwalker Monk, and Thugonomics just literally just killed everybody instantly. So there you go.
Oh, man.
For those of you that have been watching today and thought, like, wow, Destro Warlocks, they're slow. Like, these games are going to dampening. This is crazy. Well, this is what happens when you don't shut down everything a Destruction Warlock does. You lose. Pretty quick.
It's kind of game over.
Yeah, it is. It really just... That was a fantastic showcase of the true power of a Warlock.
How fast was that game? I'm watching the replay.
That's got to be the fastest game of the day.
What is
so far,
what's the world record for the fastest game?
Got to be when Ruki died. Both of us instantly did. Oh man.
Hey, at least I have a record for something. Whatever. All right. That's a really, by the way, that's a really hard record to beat. Like I don't.
It
think
actually is.
I don't think you can beat it. I literally just ran in on my mount and died
33
instantly.
seconds. That's how long that was.
From when the gates opened,
Yeah.
I think it might have been
Yeah.
less
I
than
think
that.
I think Ven still has the record.
For sure.
But that's the record of this weekend, though, of the
Oh, for
AWC
sure.
in 2020. So,
Oh, yeah, it's
Congrats.
the record of the year. Yeah. You know, there's always an achievement point. Even if you don't get down the boss you're trying to get down, you can always go for achievement points. That is what players do when they're. Whew. Oh man, this one's just really rough. This is also the last jungle in the tournament as well, right? We saw jungle knocked out in EU. Now we see jungle getting knocked out in NA. Two fantastic jungles as well. It's just without having something else to fall back on, I just don't think Arena will ever be in the state where you can rely on one composition. It's not enough.
unless it's Rogue Mage.
Unless it's not. Unless it's really overpowered. Like basically, like if the composition is absolutely overpowered, then you can rely on just one composition. But that's not a great strategy. Typically, if one comp can never lose to anything, that comp gets changed to be a little worse.
Well, we are going to be headed to Hook Point, and this one could be hook, line, and sinker. Space Station trying to close this one out, send these turtles back to the water, and move on with their day. And ultimately, it will bring an end to our day as well. This is the last series that we're going to be watching, and then we will have our top 4 teams from both regions. And we'll be ready for tomorrow to crown our champions of the first AWC tournament of 2020. And this one looks near impossible for Turtle to be able to pull off.
I feel like Space Station Gaming are gonna beat Turtle faster than it's gonna take less time to beat Turtle than it takes to do the Turtle World Quest. Like
that one takes me forever.
I feel like
Honestly.
I guess
like
yeah,
Sarah-
that's true. It is a pretty long
Collector
one.
Tojo, yeah. Ven actually has the record for the quickest death. I actually have the record on Collector Tojo.
Really?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I
Did
have
you
the
just
world
get
record
lucky?
for Collector.
I think the world record that had to just be lucky. Just get everyone.
It was
by
a
chance.
combination of luck, skill, and determination.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, Rich Campbell is one of the best World of Warcraft players to ever play the game on every single class, on every single spec. So
Wait, yes, that was posted on worldofwarcraft.com.
Blizzard's own words, guys.
They said, Rich is not only considered one of the best World of Warcraft players of all time, dash, in every aspect of the game, dash, and on every spec. We don't need to talk about that. Space Station Game and looking to close this one out.
Okay, they're not. I don't think they're changing their build. They're just still wearing the same. Oh no! Dilly put. Or no, Cyfoxy went full gushing. Did he go on every piece? I think he might have. On pretty much every piece. He's only missing one piece. So let's see what they can get done here. And I think attacking the Paladin has to be what they do. Paladin or Windwalker. There's no way you're killing Warlock before dampening. So let's see what they can get done. They're crowd controlling Thugonomics on his Dark Soul. They need to make sure they don't let any Chaos Bolts slip through during this time. Shadow Fury casted. They interrupt, but now Chaos Bolts are flying in. Cyfoxy Survival Instincts. He runs for his life here. Tournament lives on the line, facing the barrel of Thugonomics' Chaos Bolts. And they're just turtling it out for a little bit, trying to stay in it. But what can they get done, Ben?
I mean, it's just so difficult. Early on, I mean, Thugonomics, he's already traded out his Trinket, Dark Soul, and Infernals. Now they can have a chance to breathe, a moment to breathe. The strategy from Turtle is good. You get Thugonomics to use his offensive cooldowns, you run, you hide, you wait for it, and now you can continue to play aggressive. But I just don't know if they're going to be able to take down Gorecki. If Thugonomics is just free casting, I just think this is such a rough matchup. Ooh, this could be big damage on Cyfox. He's in a bit of trouble. Does manage to escape relatively unscathed thanks to Gex and that pain suppression that keeps him alive. This is just such a dangerous game, but I mean, what do you do? Dilly, Cyfox, and Gex, they have to take risks. I really feel for them here, as it seems to be a completely unwinnable matchup. I mean, sure, Dilly and Cyfoxy and Gex, I think they could have probably lined at the pillar and tried to extend the game, but I just don't think there was any way they win this series. So gotta give them a little bit of a round of applause for actually pushing in, trying to get something done. But at the end of the day, this is just a matchup that is seemingly unwinnable for them.
I mean, that's the thing too. How do you go into that matchup, into the third game, and not just be like, all right, like let's put on our clown shoes and just at least make people smile. Like what goes through your head at that point? And it's not on them. The thing that I want to stress is these are all incredible players that we have complimented throughout the day, and they are truly some of the best, if not the best, at what they do, right? I think that they impressed all of us, but this matchup just looks impossible. And Zico, I don't know how you would go into it and play perfectly, because at that point, you just kind of feel like you've already lost.
I feel that, and I like what they did. You know, their backs are against the wall. They only have the one comp. Throw on as much corruption as possible. Play the diamond dice. Try to, brute force something. And they did a good job, but ultimately, like you said, this is not, a great comp. These turtles will not be making it to the water. In fact, that Destrolock is kind of like the cannon that's behind the turtle, but it kind of turned on the turtle in this case. Thug definitely just big beefy bolts, and combined with the fact that he can dispel his healer and also is extremely hard to kill, it just doesn't seem plausible for the jungle to win this one.
Yeah, for sure. And I do want to take a look at, I know you did grab a highlight. I'm assuming it's essentially the entire game.
Yeah,
let's take a look at the replay right now.
Yeah, we figured, with these quick ones, we may as well try to grab what happened with the game. And it's essentially what happened here. They tried to get the diamond eyes onto Thug, shut down some of those fears, shut down some of that disruption that the Warlock has, and go after the healer. Unfortunately for them, Gorecki responded well, and then after that, Bolt City, Cyfoxy, yeah, he's not going to have 9 lives.
Delete Warlocks.
Is that what you heard, Rich? Delete Warlocks, delete Warlocks, delete Warlocks.
I was literally just reading chat. like Warlocks are balanced, smiley face. Sorry to give chat that voice there, but it definitely was a really tough matchup. It was a very tough matchup, and I love watching the jungles. It's always really easy to cheer for those jungle cleaves as well, but we're not going to have any more in the tournament, and we do have plenty more tournament left, just not today. Tomorrow, we're going to be showing up same time, same place, and it is going to be our first Championship Sunday of the year. We're going to get to see not only NA, but EU as well. We have our top 4 squads, and they will be fighting to see who the best of 2020 is thus far. We're going to be taking a look at our bracket from NA first. This is what we already did establish here today. 4 teams are still going to remain: Method Orange versus Cloud9. Neither of them have dropped a series yet. They are going to be playing to kick things off for a spot in the grand final. And then Space Station versus Kawaii will be the first elimination matchup of NA. Who do you think's got the best chance in North America, Zico?
It's gotta be Cloud9. It's gotta be Cloud9. Maybe Method Orange as well. Method Orange showed a lot of endurance today, and they showed a decent amount of comp variety. If I see a little bit more, if they have an answer for Mage Lock, I think this is Method Orange tournament. But I feel like Cloud9 could easily come out ahead. They looked extremely scary today as well, so I feel like those 2 are the top picks.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet, but I do, and it's probably backed up by everybody who did get to watch today, but if you didn't get to watch yesterday, we're going to talk a little bit about what happened in EU, because we kicked things off with a huge upset in EU as well, which I think surprised a lot of us, and that was the Bergen boys knocking down Wildcard Gaming in a 3-2 to the lower side of the bracket, where they will play against Enigma. The Bergen boys are going to be playing against Method Black, and Venruki, I'm going to ask you the question that I asked Zico just now, except for EU. Which teams do you think have the best chance from the European side of things?
I mean, you always have to put your money on Wildcard and Method Black, to be honest. But that being said, Bergen boys, the team formerly known as Windwalker Death Knight, I mean, when their compositions are good, they have been one of those kind of wildcard rosters that really can, put up wins against Method Black, and I mean, even knocking Wildcard Gaming down to the lower bracket. So I think if Bergen boys have a good day, they step up. I could see them potentially winning this entire thing, to be honest. I think that would be a big upset, but I think it's within the realm of possibility, and that would really mix things up in Europe.
I feel like, Sid, things have already been mixed up in Europe and NA as well, especially with how many teams that we actually did have jumping into the fray to kick things off this year.
I think Bjergen boys, it's actually not even surprising. They're getting third place consistently, taking an occasional series off Method Black. The first real test was if they could beat Wildcard, and they did. Mind you, they won it, I believe, more so because they won the blind pick, so they could get that comp advantage for the series, but they still beat them. And they've beaten Method Black in the past. I think they stand a good chance, actually, of being able to do it. And if they send Method Black to the lower bracket, and then Wildcard gets eliminated by Method Black, and they get the rematch, I mean, that's like a perfect storm for the Bjergen boys. And they're only really running the Windwalker Death Knight Shaman. I'm curious to see if we see that composition out of Method Orange in North America. I feel like those teams are kind of paralleling each other in terms of comps and strategies, but they are phenomenal, and they're also playing the Shaman. They're not running the Mistweaver or the Paladin, so a little bit off meta. Perhaps they could set a trend. I'm very excited to see them play.
I'm very excited as well, and it's all going to kick off with Wildcard versus Enigma. We're going to be trucking on through everything for EU. After that, it'll be the Bjergen Boys versus Method Black, and then we will get our EU lower final and our EU grand final. Then we'll be mirroring that with NA, and we'll figure out our champion there as well. I cannot be more excited. It's just been way too long since we've gotten to do this. This is the first official Blizzard tournament, the first AWC tournament since BlizzCon. It feels really good to be back, and I've missed you guys a lot, everybody in chat, and also everybody on this desk. Zico, Venricky, Supatis, I think we can all say that tomorrow is definitely going to be exciting, and we have real potential, Zico, as well, to have new champions.
Absolutely. I mean, especially in Europe, 2 of the remaining 4 teams is kind of teams that are freshly formed that we haven't really seen too much. Sid already mentioned it, Bjergen Boys. Definitely could be bringing it home. And over here in North America, I mean, Kawaii, they could, if they take down some of these rosters in the lower bracket, I'm going to have 0 questions for these guys, because then they've basically eliminated everyone in the competition, and they truly are the best team. So I'm excited to see what they can do. Seralium looked really good on that Fire Mage. It's not easy to play Fire Mage Warrior, Fire Mage Windwalker, so I'm excited to see what some of these newer teams can do, or if we're going to have one of those older teams, claim that first cup.
Kawaii, a cute team. We also got a very cute chat, and I want to see all of your smiling faces tomorrow. To make sure that you don't miss anything, you can actually make sure that you click that bell, make sure that you do subscribe, and we'll see you the same time tomorrow. And if you're watching right now and you're saying, I think I could maybe beat a jungle, I think I'm a pretty good warlock, I want to compete, you can actually sign up for the next cup as well. We had more teams than ever before. You can actually jump in on the tournament realm. You have all the best gear, and you can go head to head with some of the best in the world. And actually, maybe we will be casting over you in the next cup. Also, be sure to follow the new WoW Esports Twitter that just popped up on your screen. And we will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 1 p.m. ET. Go to sleep right now, set your alarm, and we'll see you tomorrow. Could not be more excited to actually find out who the first champions are going to be for 2020. We will see you then.